nothing? Open the gates to paradise.
Is it enough? This Aiden doesn't have much shield left. She's got to deal with 3 characters by herself. This might take out the Yufine.
Here's the salvation. Is it enough?
Oh, just
it's
barely not enough. But this Aiden doesn't have her counterattack anymore.
Yes,
it has
how?
a 2.
Look at that fixed damage too from the buzz. Just adding up.
728.
Yeah, this is not looking so good for WinterWish's side right here. The 20,000, 21,000 health Abyssal Yufine
That's
coming
it.
out,
Oh
and
man. Pull something out
Paul,
crazy. We do get a counter
there is
attack.
a counterattack. Do we see the AoE? We
No
don't.
AoE.
No salvo for now.
He did land a hit though through the evasion.
I think your only hope is you have to go for this Blood Moon Haste into a salvo.
We do soul burn, right?
Yep.
Still Ken is still
You
there.
do survive, you do a lot of damage, you need to
A
get a
little
lot
healing.
of counterattacks on this Ken.
2 down.
Okay.
2 more to go.
Are we gonna see a counterattack into a salvo? That could just end the match.
We do
We do see the
Counterattack.
counterattack.
And the
Into the
salvo!
salvo!
Poopish!
That's gonna be enough damage.
And Ken doesn't have enough HP!
No hit. This should
She'll
kill her.
survive. I can't believe it.
And that's
It's
it!
enough!
Poopish!
Oh my god, and he wins.
Comes back!
We're back giving it a
Survive.
lot of
One
thought.
more turn.
5 seconds. All right, rip the skill 3. Shout here.
Is gone.
Alright, just takes her out right then and there.
Okay, so
But how do you fight this guy?
that's what we've been wondering for the past 5 minutes. I'm sure that's what Cuckoobat's pondering as well.
That
I
S3
don't know, I
is
might
ready.
be thinking about the here and now.
Yeah, he just
Frenzy
now he's giving
5.
himself the CR boost.
I don't have the time
Oh boy.
for
The
Another
boost
one.
slash! Into the only source of damage, and the team is back.
My God! What a
That's
slap in the
Blood Moon
face!
Haste.
you. Forget
Emma Celine who?
Oh, poor Cuckoobat, man. Look at him.
Talk about feeling
A lot
the
of
pain.
RNG.
Knockball can't do that.
Hey Luna, out of the way.
Last Miss Corinne.
Hey,
Yep.
don't talk to her like that.
6% faster.
You should be proud of yourself.
Settle down, Car.
Get out of here now.
Bankai!
Put your life on the line.
Oh yeah, now that
Blade.
removes stealth, which is really awesome. Oh my god, just taking her out!
I think
That new EE for removing the
this is
stealth.
why I
just-
thought when Poopus didn't ban it, there's.
If you see
I wonder
it,
what he's.
it's
Okay,
too
you'll have to take out that
Oh
light.
wow.
late. We still have hope.
Okay.
Doesn't risk it. Go
Xander.
for it. Another claw.
Oh,
No
doesn't
stuns!
land any
Into the
stuns.
Zero
elbows!
stun.
Already.
It only could have landed on 2 people, to be fair.
Put your life on the line.
This, oh no, this Corinne is doing so much damage.
Oh,
It's a miss, but still
Right.
damage.
is she training right now? What's she doing?
This is
I think he's gonna rip that 3 here because he knows the haste will die and it's gonna do a boost on him now. There's enough to knock her out.
Flash.
Oh yeah.
Here I come.
Oh my god.
Most
Let's
definitely.
see.
And we have the
Xander.
I hate this.
Trauma. Bro, Abyssal Yufine.
Oh,
Poopus
Poopus
is
is waving, dude.
He's
Brings
waving.
it
'cause
down,
it's-
and that's it.
Whoa.
2-0 win for Xander.
Buff.
This blade desires
Yup.
blood.
Big damage gonna come through here, and it drops all over Sonic the Cool. Takes out 3 units.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go gambling. It's time.
Hold on.
Payroll.
Hold on.
Is he
The
gonna
payroll's still
bust,
there.
or is he gonna take it off with his
Double edged
counterattack?
sword.
Oh my goodness!
Here's Shenya with a pass in. Okay,
Not
Ron's
the only
still
one who can
alive.
activate immortality.
You have to hit him.
No counterattacks.
Oh,
No
no,
more
no, 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 no.
Oh!
Oh, another terror attack coming out. Devastating damage down to the battlefield. A proc of immortality on the Juno. He fights back, but that immortality means K-Rod is standing.
All he's gotta do is dodge, counter, and also, hey, hope he counters some more.
Got through one more, but now.
Let's
There
go
it is.
gambling!
Wow!
Oh,
Here
and
it
that
is.
is it.
Off the shore, there's a ship coming to sail starboard port.
You know it's coming, and when it comes, even against tanky units.
Hold on! she survived! How? There's no way. She has no HP. Well, now she gained back HP, but a second ago she had nothing.
Just as I planned. Victory is
That's the captain. That's the warship. Bringing the warship.
If I'm not mistaken, that's the game. Exactly what is going on. They're going to be hitting so hard since so many of them are HP scaling unit. We're going first right into the last rider crowd. Luckily, no defense break to be seen, but this ambitious Taiwan might say no, no, no.
Let's see Flash.
That S3.
I don't really enjoy this.
Ooh, defense breaks
Well aware of what
3.
you're planning.
Was that enough?
Yeah,
Still got the counters.
What he wants to run through this matchup. Lone Crescent Bellona pushes herself up on this combat readiness bar, and she is going to start all-inning that Navy Captain landing. We do not want her to go.
She
we
survives.
do not want her to pop off. And there, Albedo counterattacks, but will give 4 stacks over to the Bellona. Bellona bats back again. That is so much damage in one single rotation.
So many crits.
I can do it too.
And with
so
the
many
UP?
opportunities, especially if she might be finished off here. No, surviving by just the slimmest of margins. But if there's somebody who's always
Here
ready
comes
to
the mobile
finish
weapon.
the job, it's Last Rider Crow back. And it's going to be those bars you have to keep
And
in
the
mind.
counter.
As they're
Alvarez.
activating, they're getting up. And of course, that's not enough. There's another one.
Samu
A little bit
feeling
of a
the
dance, a little bit of a
chills.
jig from Samu. Yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. And as happy as he might be, there's misery, there's drama on the battlefield. And it could end the fight right here and right now.
The
Pushing back
frenzied
the
strike.
enemy
Oh,
team.
KHM
That's it
taps
for
out.
KHM.
Staring down the entire board state. He's going to drop his staff. We fish for the hit
Another
on
counterattack on a single target there. Landy has one clear rule when it comes to operating on the sea,
Salvation.
and that is thou shalt not get away with it.
On
The
your
sword
feet?
comes down clear, and it blows her up immediately. There's no protection. What was the Armin even there for? Immediately, the linchpin of Samu's draft deleted off the face of the board, and she might not be the only
that
one
it?
saying goodbye just so soon. The Dragon Bride Senya is following up with plenty of damage to turn them to dust.
Samu shaking his head.
Soul burn as well. Extra attack is going to come through. Carmen
Now
is
that's 2
surely
down.
Gone.
Despair.
Wukong, the lone soldier, hanging on. The Laya eats another dual attack, drags the Savior Autumn this time. So much damage coming through. I don't think Sama has it. Pulls the dual attack, and now
Another
maybe
counter!
This
You're
Landy.
not allowed! I don't want to hear any of it! Get this nonsense off my ship, says Landy.
Wukong, here's
swinging
this
that
one.
staff. We got the last
Another
Counterattack!
from the
Are you
captain.
allowed to stop? No! There is
And
no
that's a full
stopping
life!
on this ship! Full speed ahead towards victory!
This way. Sorry. But I have no intention of losing.
Pleased to meet you. I'm sure we can be of great help to one another.
Ever since I defeated the witch, I haven't been myself. The hallucinations, they just keep getting worse. You will all disappear from my sight! What was that? Why am I wielding the witch's power? Me, the witch?
일단 신호래 누나 한번 써보셨는데 일단 담담 선수 신호래 누나 어떻게 생각하시는지
신호래 누나는 어떤 조합에 들어가도 좋을 것 같은.
어떻게 좀 마음에 드시나요?
아, 최고인데요.
예 안녕하세요 광준입니다. 이번에 에픽7 월드 챔피언십 기념으로 해서 신월의 루나가 새로 출시가 됐는데요. 이번에 소문만 무성했던 신월의 루나 알아보기 위해서 제가 슈퍼 크리에이티브 이렇게 몰래 방문을 했습니다. 와, 안쪽에 에픽7 관련 물건들이 정말 많은데 지금 에픽7 유저들이라면 모두가 가지고 싶어할 루나 피규어랑 바캉스 유핀의 피규어, 그리고 저 안쪽에 월드 아레나 챔피언십 트로피까지 확인을 할 수가 있네요. 하지만 오늘 우리 여기 방문한 이유가 신월의 루나를 알아보기 위해 방문한 것이기 때문에 저 안쪽에 신월의 루나를 한번 찾으러 들어가 보도록 하겠습니다. 와, 이거 이번에 공모전 올라간 슈 같은데 진짜 이런 것들 스킨으로 나오면 너무 좋겠다고 생각이 들어요. 근데 이 세리아는 캐릭터가 이제 좀 많이 출시가 되긴 했는데 그래도 이렇게 나오면은 또 유저분들이 부담 없이 즐기지 않을까 싶네요. 와, 여기가 이제 슈퍼 크리에이티브 직원분들이 근무하시는 장소 같은데 지금 보시면 서브컬처 게임 제작을 하시는 에픽7 직원분들답게 게임이랑 애니메이션 관련 물건들이 굉장히 많아요. 저기 오늘의 우리의 메인 목표. 와, 이거 지금 작업하는 시안 같은 게 진짜 외형만 봐도 정말 뽑고 싶게 캐릭터가 만들어진 것 같네요. 이제 우리가 진짜 궁금한 거, 또 실시간 아레나 관련된 성능 아니겠습니까? 신월의 루나 알아보러 저쪽으로 이동해 보겠습니다. 자, 우리가 이제 위에서 사무실에서 신월의 루나 간단하게 일러스트랑 좀 확인을 해보고 왔는데 실시간 아레나 성능을 알아보기 위해서 제가 모시기 힘든 두 분 한번 모셔봤습니다. 자, 나와주시죠. 네, 제 왼쪽에는 이제 2022년 월드 챔피언십 본선 진출자 휘트 선수 모셨고요. 자, 그리고 제 오른쪽에는 2023년 월드 챔피언십 본선 진출자 담담 선수 모셨습니다. 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. 예, 담담 선수 먼저 이제 좀 근황을 묻고 싶은데 지금 많은 에픽7 유저분들이 담담 선수가 에픽7을 그만둔 줄 알고 있어요.
제가 에픽7을 접은 건 아니고 닉네임을 최근에 변경하게 되었는데 힘내라 너구리라고.
힘내라 너구리.
네네.
귀여운 닉네임이네요.
좀 귀엽죠. 네.
휘트 선수 이번에 되게 멀리서 오셨는데
네.
이번에 슈퍼 크리에이티브 맨날 보고 싶다고 하셨잖아요, 방송에서.
사옥도 되게 의리의리하고 분위기도 되게 화기애애하고 창작을 하기 굉장히 좋은 건물이구나.
약간 좀 자기적인 멘트가 좀 있는 것 같긴 한데 진심으로 알도록 하겠습니다. 신월의 루나 평가를 직접 해볼 건데 그러면 먼저 이제 담담 선수는 글로만 봤을 때 이 캐릭터의 성능은 10점 만점에 몇 점 정도 생각하고 계시나요?
당연히 외모와 같이 10점 주고 싶습니다.
외모와 같이 10점.
기본 속도도 굉장히 빠른 편이고 3스킬이 가지고 있는 봉인 효과가 딜러들을 굉장히 많이 카운트 칠 수 있는 그런 효과이기 때문에 메타적으로 가장 강한 영웅이 되지 않을까.
저는 9점 정도 생각하고 있습니다.
혹시 1점이 감점된 이유를 알 수 있을까요?
좀 공격적인 캐릭터인데 이제 수비하는 입장에서 어떨까 곰곰이 생각을 해봤는데 막지 못할 캐릭은 또 아니라고 생각해서 네.
실제로 또 때려보고 맞아보기 전까지는 또 캐릭터 성능 모르는 거거든요. 그래서 실제로 테스트를 한번 진행을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그래서 신월의 루나 이제 실성능 테스트를 위해서 양 선수 이제 모의전 방에 다들 초대를 해봤는데요. 휘트 선수 먼저 신월의 루나를 사용해 주실 건데 혹시 어떤 덱을?
또를 기반으로 해서 단단히 한번 찍어 눌러버리겠습니다.
저는 신월의 루나 3스킬에 영향을 덜 받을 수 있는 라이아를 사용해서 한번 막아보겠습니다.
자, 이거 일단 들어가서 좀 지켜보겠습니다. 자, 타그의 구서가 살아있기 때문에 소울번을 사용하면은 전부 해제를 하면서 강화 불가와 봉인 효과를 적에게 누적시킬 수 있고요. 정말 스킬 컷신 다시 봐도 정말 잘 나왔습니다. 자, 일단 강화 불과 봉인이 걸렸는데 영향을 받은 게 없고 게다가 달콤한 응원을 사용하면 지금 저걸 다 지우는 게 확정이거든요. 자, 일단 해군대를 넘기부터 좀 빨리 잡아내려고 하는 휘트 선수입니다. 자, 잡아내는데 성공을 했어요. 담담 선수 일단 달콤한 응원으로 아군에게 걸린 디버프를 전부 다 해제해주고 있는 모습입니다. 자, 여기서 셀린의 직감 발동하면서 실험체 세제를 적중시켰고 담담 선수
아마 제가 진 것 같습니다, 이거는.
이거는 담담 선수가 경기를 포기하면서 GG 선언을. 휘트 선수 이제 캐릭터를 한번 사용해봤는데 마도사 루나 어떻게 좀 마음에 드시나요?
최고인데요.
지금 확실히 담담 선수도 자유기사 하루엘의 호의를 좀 사용해서 버텨주려는 모습이었는데 신월의 루나에 해제에 당하면서 해군대 롤랑디가 한 번에 잡힌 모습입니다. 한번 상대해보시니까 어떠신가요?
저도 지금 어떻게 막아야 할지 지금 상상이 지금 안 가는 상태입니다.
그러면은 순서를 바꿔서 담담 선수가 이제 신월의 루나를 좀 사용해 볼 예정인데 어떤 느낌으로 사용을 해주실 건지.
좀 안정적이고 수비적인 신월의 루나 사용법 한번 보여드리겠습니다.
네, 그러면은 바로 다음 경기 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다. 얼마나 느리게 세팅한 거죠?
일단 평타로 좀 가내보겠습니다.
저는 여기서 3스를 바로 쓰는 것보다는 2스킬로 딜 누적을 하는 방향으로
아,
가겠습니다.
그렇죠. 시노레 루나 같은 경우에는 지금 미제이 가능성 아카테스가 대기 중이기 때문에 와, 이 스킬 컷신까지 오, 데미지가 좀 위력적인데요? 살짝 숨 막히죠, 지금? 이게 스킬 효과 무효기 때문에 데미지는 누적이 되고 기절에 걸리지가 않습니다. 휘트 선수 입장에서 좀 부담이거든요. 자, 그래서 평타
여기서 케어를 해준 다음에 야신가 타이니로 방어력 감소를 걸면은 제가 볼 땐 어떻게
가능할 것 같다.
가능하지 않을까.
자, 일단 여기서 케어 스킬 이건 케어가 아닌데 아, 기절로 케어를 한다.
예.
자, 그래서 시노레 루나의 턴을 한번 소비를 시킨 모습입니다.
땡기고
그래도 좀 문제가 있긴 하거든요, 지금. 작년 마스코트 캐릭터 해군대럴 랑디가 좀 태산 같은 상황이에요. 자, 여기서 보검 나옵니까, 안 나옵니까?
무조건 나오죠, 이거는. 4명이 맞았기 때문에 안 뜨는 게 이상하다고 할 수 있죠.
자, 확실하게 발동을 해주는 모습. 자, 근데 추가타는 한 번도 발생을 하지 않고 있어요.
아!
그래도 자, 전환
버틸 수가
하면서.
없는데.
자, 23년도와 24년도에 마스코트 캐릭터 전부 등장하면서 라이아가 굉장히 좋은 캐릭터라는 평가를 받고 있긴 하지만 그래도 이걸 다 헤쳐나가기에는 좀 많이 힘든 상황이죠. 자, 그렇게 경기 마무리되면서 담담 선수가 승리 가져갑니다. 일단 시노레 루나 한번 써보셨는데 일단 담담 선수 시노레 루나 어떻게 생각하시는지?
시노레 루나는 어떤 조합에 들어가도 좋을 것 같은 지금 굉장히 강력한 캐릭이 될 거라 예상하고 있습니다.
확실히 상대를 해보셨는데 시노레 루나와 해군대럴 랑디의 조합 어떻게 보시나요?
속도 기반 댕방 가능할 줄 알았는데 1스킬, 2스킬도 이제 밸류가 좀 어느 정도 있다 보니까 상대하는 게 녹록지가 않네요.
자, 그러면 시노레 루나가 지금 승리를 가져가고 있는데 자, 담담 선수가 휘트 선수가 사용하는 시노레 루나를 한번 막아보겠다고 합니다.
조금 특이한 조합일 수도 있는데 일부 유럽이나 일본 사이 유저들한테서 사용되고 있는 저항덱을 좀 사용해가지고 한번 막아보겠습니다.
이거 담담씨 수비력이 뭐 철옹성 같은데 한번 뚫어보도록 하겠습니다.
그래도 타그엘에만 의지하지 않는 본인의 자체 적중을 좀 챙겨준 휘트 선수입니다. 효과 적중이 100 정도 있다고 했는데 어떻게 저항 가능한가요?
제 메이드 클로의 저항이 350이 넘기 때문에
350! 와, 실제로 라이아만 걸리고 나머지 캐릭터 걸리지 않은 모습이에요. 담담 선수 평소에 효과 저항덱 같은 거를 자주 사용하는 편인가요?
잘 사용하는 편은 아니지만 시노레 루나가 만약 등장한다면 충분히 이제 선택할 수 있는 템 세팅이라고 생각됩니다.
여왕님의 서비스를 사용해주지 않았습니다. 자, 제뉴아는 체력이 50% 아래로 내려가지 않았기 때문에 들깨단의 단장이 발동되지 않은 상황이고요.
네, 여기서 루나 추가 데미지가 있기 때문에 은신을 또 벗기면 모르거든요.
이거는 논란의 여지가 좀 있겠는데요.
논란의 여지가 좀 있겠는데요?
추가 데미지로는 은신이 안 벗겨지네요.
그랬나요?
자, 이렇게 되면 자, 어떤 캐릭터를 좀 노려주실 예정인가요?
일단 메이드 클로이를 노려야 할 것 같은데 아울이라서 이게 잡힐지 안 잡힐지 좀 의문이거든요.
소생도 좀 문제고
사실 이제 와서는 누굴 잡으나 안 잡으나 비슷한
그렇죠.
상황이라고
라이아를 잡아낼 수 있는 게 아니라면. 자, 일단 메이드 클로에 자, 일단 부활은 했어요. 부활은 했는데
저는 여기선 저거의 기족 헤이스트 먼저 잡아주면서
자, 록스피릿으로 소울번까지 사용해주면서 히트 선수의 저거의 기족 헤이스트를 잡아내고 있는 모습입니다.
이거 못 이기겠는데요.
자, 일단은 담담 선수가 시노레 루나 깔끔하게 흔히 말하는 효과 저항단으로 막아내면서 3세트 승리 가져갑니다. 자, 한번 막아보셨는데 효과 저항 괜찮으신 것 같으세요?
시노레 루나가 마냥 무적은 아니라는
마냥 무적은 아니다. 확실히
좀 확인할 수 있었네요.
이건 조금 더 굴려봐야겠지만 그래도 아직은
그래도
부점이 맞지 않을까.
양 선수의 이제 시노레 루나에 대한 한 줄 평가 한번 들어볼 건데요.
시노레 루나는 에픽7이다.
에픽7이다. 그 자체란 소리죠. 그 정도의 성능을 가지고 있다.
그 정도의 성능을 가지고 있습니다.
8방 미인이다.
8방 미인이다. 그 정도로 못하는 게 없다는 소리죠.
그렇죠.
양 선수들 최고권에 있는 선수들인데 굉장히 평가가 좋았거든요. 그래서 지금 이거 보시고 계시는 계승자 여러분께서도 시노레 루나 꼭 만나보셨으면 좋겠고, 게다가 시노레 루나가 마스코트로 등장하는 E7 월드 챔피언십 2024까지 많은 관심 부탁드리겠습니다. 계승자 여러분, 전부 우리 에픽7 월드 챔피언십 2024에서 만나요. 안녕. 안녕.
Those seeking revenge must pay the price. Tremble with fear! Goblet of Oath. Heed my call. Everything falls to the wayside in the face of ruthless power.
Standing frozen in time, encrypted in the stillness, on my pace of shoving baby. Deeper than the abyss, the grim darkness within me. Just won't stop whispering. Just remember, you'll never forget. You lost in your breath, you'll never forget. Shout it out, I leave you still behind. Fall deeper and deeper, turning hands with shadow, walking through the night. Shadow to pieces, my heart caressed under the moonlight. Draining in anguish, trying to dance my carry into eternal dance. Feeling once again back in the light of day, everything
That the best intentions can lead to the worst outcomes? Back then, I didn't know. I'll never forget the moment despair darkened those hopeful eyes. But all I ever wanted was for everyone to live in peace. All I ever wanted was a world where everyone was happy. And just like I wanted, the war was over. Because there was no one left to fight in it. But this side of the story will never come to light, since there's no one who wants to hear the truth. I won't ask for forgiveness. You don't need my excuses. For the sake of peace, I'll be the villain I have to be. Time to end our twisted fate. Facts aren't what's important. What matters is what we perceive is the truth. When you look at me, who do you see? A butcher or mankind's savior? Will you be the one who sees through it all and understands me?
Trust in your queen! For this is a special invitation that will change your life. So I hope you're ready for Miracle Maid Kingdom!
로드 가문의 이름을 이어받았으나 뜻대로 이루어지지는 않았다는 게 문제였지. 이걸 들 수 있는 자는 자네뿐일 거야. 날 위해 목숨을 바치려 했던 제뉴와 경에게 감사와 경의를 담아. 로드의 기사로서 손에 쥔 것에만 만족하던 내게 서로가 유일한 주인공이라고 말해줘. 우리의 만남은 필시 운명일 것이다. 그러나 필멸자와 불멸자가 감당할 아픔은 온전히 그의 몫이 되었으니. 이 녀석들이 진짜 널 다시 만나는 날 들려줄 이야기가 부족할 일은 없겠어. 가자. 기대하고 있으라고.
Imagine how you would feel if your family was slaughtered. If the killer was revered as a hero of legend. Wouldn't it be horrifying? The screams of my enemies will be a requiem for the passing of my kin. Their blood will warm the corpse of my brother. I have no use for pride and honor as a warrior. All that remains is a void of emptiness and rage. Until the heart of my final enemy is run through, we won't stop. Will we, Ilian?
Melanie? Christy? Where are you? Why are you looking at me like that? Where am I? Please, no! No more surgeries! Don't come any closer! She could come back. She might kill everyone. Though there was one person who held me close, no matter how hard I pushed. No matter what I do, or how much I hurt her. But one day, she just stopped coming to see me. Is she afraid of me too? Luna, where did you go? What do I have to do to see you again?
So you're the one that Luna holds so dear.
Rise to Glory! Epic7 World Arena Championship 2024. We are here. It's the day, the mecca of esports, the birthplace of esport. It's time for the Korea server. I'm GOMEAWME, your host for the day, for the final day of the qualifier for the final 2 spots in the main matches. Of course, I'm not alone. Right here, Divine Shadow, right here, Fart Pancakes. How are we doing, ladies and gents? Divine Shadow, want to say hi first?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm hoping for another wonderful victory for Global Server this year. As to my memory, they are constant winners, at least in my hearts, and I can't wait to see which players from Korea will manage to push Global all the way to giving their best match and their right foot forward.
All right, it's going to be a fun one, and Korea seems to give us some different type of drafting every single year, so will be very exciting to say the least. Fart Pancakes, 2 days in a row. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you, G-Clef?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. I'm doing great. It's exactly noon, lunchtime here. Just had lunch, feeling great. Don't have coffee, but all good to go because it's Korean players and we got some really, really good players coming in hot. And no spoilers, I've heard lots of interesting things that players are expecting because a lot of the players are from Korean server, which means that a lot are from the same guild. They have been practicing against each other, specifically against some players, so I think we can expect some wild things. Maybe the opposite, so still same things happening overall. So it's going to be a good day for the Korea qualifiers, 16 players, same. Hey Divine, want to go through the overview?
Well, of course, we've got our champion coming away with a wonderful prize, 50,000 USD. That'll prop up the bank account and plenty of packs. Second place coming in with 20,000. Third to fourth sweeping with 10K. And 5th through 8 coming away clean with at least a month's worth of rent here in New York City, $2,500. We're on our last bit of the qualifiers here today with Korea, and that'll be leading us into the exciting tournament draw next week. Of course, we will have some event matches to kind of hype people up, and should be noted, the new ML Luna will be available at that point going forward, then hitting it off strong with the main matches on the 3rd to the 10th to the 11th, and then a couple weeks later we'll be having our grand finals for the whole shebang.
Exactly, thanks to Fine. And qualifiers, we've been through Global, Asia, Europe, Japan. So we're all left with Korea right in the middle of that blue. 2 seeds for the main match. We already have 6 players. Just looking for that too. After that, as Divine just mentioned, we will have the tournament draw plus the event match. That is when New Moon Luna will be allowed. Until today, New Moon Luna will be locked in the cage because she can't be locked in. She's way too strong, but for the tournament, she will be globally banned. All right, but next week, starting from next week, and into the main matches, she will be allowed, along with the new EE and the balance patch. So be hyped for that too. And then we go into the double elimination tournament for the main matches with the top 8 players. And talking about players, we go straight into the Korean players. Sasimitea, BossWorm, ReTryEver, Extreme. ReTryEver, certainly a name you cannot forget. Any noticeable players, guys?
I'm very familiar with ReTryEver. I've seen his name around a lot. As far as BossWorm and Extreme, it looks like they are also new players to WC this year. And Sasimitea, they also participated in WC last year, so it looks like we have a little half and half here with new players and veteran players as far as WC qualification goes.
That's right, ReTryEver. I believe 3rd time, and Sasimitea did come out last year. Dropped out in the round of 8. So we'll have some new boys, old boys kicking it hot from the Korean server, and going into the next page, GOMEAWME KJ, as we all know him. One of the biggest favorites, but you never know. This year especially, the big names haven't been doing so hot. EpicAiBot. That AI, artificial intelligence, as he's pointing at his brain. Let's see how he does.
He seems to be detailing a lot his strategy of using his brain, a little bit of a unique thing. I know a lot of players rely on strong accounts, strong gear. This man's here to think his way out of the cage. Of course, Korean Jesus coming down, descending upon all of us with a godlike predilection for speed, that need to put himself in first place at the top of the combat readiness bar and sweep the competition clear out. One of my favorites in my heart, just from his playstyle. Can't wait to see the match.
Exactly. He's got the speed, but on the opposite side, we've got the turtle. 10 turtle. Let's see if he's actually super fast or slow on the other way. And Nonasis, a name that we know from last year, went to, I believe, into semi-final against Uiga, as that was the point. And that's the first 8 players of Korea. We've got 8 more. Mr. Pong, another popular name from Korea, participated last year with Noru, Hatsune Miku, and CRYINGlord. So, especially from Korea, a lot of players back again since 2023. Any of these names that you want to point out, guys?
I definitely recognize CRYINGlord. I think he was in another content creator tournament.
He was.
And then Hatsune Miku. I am familiar as far as that Vocaloid. Not sure about the player, but I know they have been in WC participation last year as well.
Seems to me that
Mr. Pong.
Yeah, I was going to say Hatsune Miku seems to be big fun of a lot of these turn resetting characters. We've talked about the fight for CR plenty before, but we also know there's a big fight going on in these competitions for cooldowns, obviously taking and disenabling, especially with all these heavier bruiser characters. They're not as fast, so when you take their cooldowns, you can really push them back further than almost anyone else in the cast.
Some big names, and let's see how well they can go through the round of 16 first, as we will get to have the 2 selected matches. And the final 4 from Korea, unluckyfgo, another familiar name, SarSarBro. I'll tell you what that means later. Kang Soo-ryang and Merit, 2 new players, 2 old players from last year. Sal bro means, oh, go easy bro, or take it easy.
I like it.
That's what it means.
Well, I can see. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think his opponents will take it easy on him, because there's going to be a lot of fierce battles today. Only 2 people will make it to the main matches, and we got 16 contestants here fighting it out for the top. So we'll see who are the last 2 that make it out after today.
It's not only 2 people, Fartsy, it's going to be 2 people inheriting the will of everyone they've stepped on to stand at the top of the Korea server. We've got plenty of tank down players. We've got some people who like to feed into the speed a little bit. Sarsar, also somebody who's known to try to, with a little bit of flexing with speed every now and then. unluckyfgo might actually turn the tables this way. It looks like he's telling us to hush up, maybe a secret in surprise for his enemies. Plenty of people in store with hidden fangs and weapons for the tournament.
Yes, exactly. We've got about half of the players from last year, again from Korea. So we'll see if they actually advance. A lot of the big names, experienced players, have not been making it even into the semis. So we'll see how this goes. Tournament tree, as we all know it. And round of 16. I'll give you a hint. Big names are still in the round of 16 matches that we will see in the future. So here's a tournament tree. At the end, we will have two final qualifiers for the main matches. Of course, letting you guys know again, events are happening as we go live. You should have the password box already.
No, just a lot of buffs, a lot of offerings, a lot of chance to make up for some gaps in your account. Obviously, we'll be having the end of the RTA season pretty soon after this, so steal a couple strategies, I say. Take notes, and figure out what works not only for the players on stage, but for yourself as well, and experiment in RTA. That's always the fun of Epic 7, right?
Yes, exactly. And there's viewing event, there's a password event, there are a whole lot of events going on at the same time, so make sure you open up every single box and don't miss a thing, because sometimes you do end up missing, because the password, if you go on the community, they should already have a list of the password if you missed the yesterday's. I believe yesterday was thank you 0713, and was it 13 Blaze Dingo, I think, were the passwords.
I believe so, yeah.
And we also have
we
also have the video event that starts July 24th. So in about 10 days, Not exactly right now, but that soon will be available too. So participate in all the events as we go through this tournament for the next month and a half about. So that's about it for the overview. I think we can kind of settle in, sit on our chair. I don't have the popcorn exactly, but usually my drill is popcorn and Mountain Dew or Doritos.
I think either way sounds good. Coffee's good too, always. Gotta hype up with that caffeine.
I'm too old for this. I'm too old for that race at this point. I can just do water. I can just do about water, and that's all my body can take.
Yeah, that's important. Stay hydrated.
Stay hydrated. I've seen in the chat, a few people keep reminding us to be stay hydrated. Yes, I know the show. E7WC is so hype, and you're just zoned in sometimes, but make sure to stay hydrated. That's important. Very, very important. And people in chat already saying, why are we not starting? Let's start. Well, before that, we've got something for you. Violet 14. We almost had a Violet yesterday. Not quite.
Too much of a risk. You don't know if his legs are going to be working that day or not. So he could be crippled. He could dodge everything.
Dodge.
That's just the RNG of this game.
The Violet buffs might see a little bit of a change to that, honestly, but we'll still have to wait for those after this week's matches, of course, to come into effect. Violet 14 down there as the code on there below. Get your 300k gold, the 3 leaves, plenty of energy to spend, especially with all these buffs going on for this entire month.
Yes, yes. Especially the weekend seems to be having a lot of buff. Yesterday, I just burned through my last leaf on all 4 accounts. So I'm technically leafless.
Wait,
I'm in the same boat.
You have 4 accounts?
Yeah. Of course.
Just for fun. What a Chad.
and then my left computer broke down after 4 years of running quad accounts, and then I got a new computer.
You hacking into the gate, or you got Pentagon access or something with that? I don't know.
And so I was running 2 or 3, and then I got a new tablet to run the other one. So that's been my drill every single day. Oh.
How do you keep up with all 4 accounts?
It's fun. You just grind time. Why do you sleep if you can play more Epic 7?
Do you spend on any of those accounts? Do all accounts get the same packs?
Oh no, my wallet cannot stay the same if that happens. But monthlies, yes, I'll be very honest, monthlies. But I do have an RTA specific account, so that's my main, I would say. But
okay, so
every single day I get to pull 4, not 1, free full.
So the wallet is the concern, but not the detrimental lack of sleep?
Of course not.
I mean, okay, I see where the caffeine's coming in from now.
Sleep is for the weak.
You sleep. Okay. I sleep all the time
Coming
when I'm about
sleepy
85.
person.
Maybe I'll still be playing Epic 7 when I'm 85, but you never know, guys.
I hope the game lasts that long.
Yep.
I think we might have moved on to Epic 8 by then.
Epic 9, Epic 10.
Epic 9? Epic 10?
Don't know. How many heroes, how many inventory hero slots will we have by then?
How many bands in RT do we get at that point?
For all 999 heroes, you still get 3 bands.
We might
Three's all you really need, bro.
We might need to have about 20 minutes of pre-ban phase by that time. And then the game goes for 20 seconds.
We need new RGB 4-stars at that point. We haven't gotten any in a long time.
Oh, that's right. RGB 4-star. What was the last one?
We get more ML, but
we get the Moonlights, but not the RGB. The latest one we got was Veronica, but she's a free unit.
Veronica.
Yeah, Veronica. I think before that was like Furious.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. But I don't know. I don't know. It's going to be an interesting spot because we got a lot of things happening with Epic 7 absolutely as of lately. The ML5 EEs being a big one. You know, Archdemon's Grace finally being granted to RB about 4 years too late to save him. And, you know, obviously on the other end you have Briar Witch's area, gaining that speed, that should be eventful, even if it doesn't change the speed people are running her at. Free stats are free stats, and it might mean more effectiveness, more attack, more of an ability to really push some of these characters to the edge when it comes to her S3 and her other skills.
Yep. Another thing I was wondering is that, when are we getting our next specialties change? Oh.
That's true. We need more of those.
3 stars.
I want to see more viable 3-star units. Can we get a turn or guard specialty change? Maybe like a face reveal for him?
We have a lot of 3 stars added, but not the special change. What was the last one? Christy?
I thought it was Shepherd Jenna.
Yeah.
Oh, Shepherd Jenna, yes.
No. Christy was the latest one.
Was it? Okay.
And the one
I mean,
was
personally,
2.0.
I'm rooting for Chadley. I'm rooting for Chadley all the way. You got to get Green Chadley in there. Important, impactful DPS, especially because a lot of the recent, or not recent, but a lot of the specialty changes we have had have been very support oriented. Something DPS focused, not researcher carrot levels of DPS, but something that changes up and shakes the meta a little bit, makes things a bit more accessible for players.
Yeah, to a point where we would get someone like ROL, the specialty change SC ROL. She's still being used in the meta, really good with the escort, some PvE use. Well, I think Brig kind of stole all the spots for the PvE front line. But I would love
What about Camille or Penelope?
Camilla?
I think they have a lot of potential.
Penelope?
Oh yeah, Camilla.
Penelope has so many lovers out there. Any Penelope lovers? Oh, right there in chat. Where is Penelope SC? There's so many Penelope lovers. Rise up. Oh, by the way, we do have Survey Monkey, the survey going on. That's extra on top of the event. So make sure to participate on the Survey Monkey for the extra leaves and the gold. Lots of lists. Camilla and Penelope. Join the list. Eaton.
I mean, it's honestly, gonna be honest with you, might be time for Aether. He is in the balance patch.
That's
He
true.
Could finally have a chance to do anything. We could finally get King Aether actually taking the throne, doing something.
Yeah, it seems like we have a lot of balance change on 3 stars for some reason. I'm not hinting anything, but I'm just theory crafting, of course, as I do all the time. Okay, matchup time. Pancake and Divine. GOMEAWME up first. The KJ, the Korean Jesus against the AI bot. Oh my god, this is one heck of a match. Taking a look
This should
at
be
GOMEAWME.
interesting because we see a lot of GOMEAWME play a lot of speed units. So what's interesting here is that he has the most pre-ban with Peyra and Rand, but we see a lot of Knockable picks here. So that could be a hint for what we can see for these upcoming matches. Is a lot of Knockable.
Well, I've always known, especially looking at the history, he does have a tendency to really push his luck in tournaments, and we're going to have to see if EpicAiBot is going to be able to take over that. Is this the reign of AI forever? Well, its picks seem to be robotic enough to me, really going in for a lot of these meta tank units, especially protection and debuff cleansing out the wazoo, with the drag, with the Senya, of course, ML Senya, with the ML ambitious Tywin there as well, and the Albedo. Lots of these units seem to be protecting himself from debilitating his effects as he lets his bruisers do the work for him. Now we're in the match.
Yeah, so
Going
from
straight.
those stats, we see that AIBot really loves playing like the slower, tankier knights, and no Knockable is making it through. So GOMEAWME is gonna have to really pick it up and see how he's gonna change up his playstyle. If his most picked unit is probably not gonna be played in any of these matches.
Alright, some bans coming through. DDR, Emma Politis, Bellion ban. That's strange. And Armin banned out.
Denying some of the most vicious tank options in the Crimson Armin, making it so that EpicAiBot doesn't have the safety he really needs to pull this out. The blind ban is interesting, and followed by some of the 2 strongest staples we've seen in this tournament: Sea Phantom Politis and Death Dealer Ray. We already see a little bit of the effect of that, with Laya coming out clean into the effect as the premier opener, with some of the others already taken out.
I vow to love you.
And there it is, his 2 safe knight picks. We got the Albedo, we got the ML Senya. Very, very tanky. Let's see if KJ is gonna have the damage to back it up to deal with them.
EpicAiBot pull off enough calculations against one of the best player from Korea, GOMEAWME, on the left.
Yeah. Now, something I really want to highlight here is I love this attitude a lot of our players have. They do their research and they have a little bit of vengeance or a little bit of hatred in their heart towards the enemy. You can't hold back at any point. And EpicAiBot is really well known for his Belian, very fast and with 3F to pump out the damage from a lot of these parts. So she's pre-banned just to make sure that can't happen. And when you get specific, when you start psychologically torturing your enemy players, that's when this goes from your standard match of Epic 7 to the fan favorite tournament fare that we're seeing on display right here. Locking in the ambitious Tywin, it seems. Yes, locking in the ambitious Tywin, also one of EpicAiBot's favorite picks.
A Tywin also somewhat stolen away. I hear Albedo plus a Tywin is a really trendy combo for the Korean guild players. That had to be stolen away.
I don't want to do
now
this.
Shoot, Knock
Oh, Knock will pick. So, as we've seen from the statistics, EpicAiBot really always pre-bans the Knockable, but she went through this time, and now looks like he's kind of denying KJ from getting that pick, especially because if KJ had the pickup on the Knockable, she's going to be countering the first 3 picks that EpicAiBot has.
You must think
so
you have
very
9
interesting
lives.
that he's trying to pick up the Knockable.
Different captain, not the Landy.
I think we've seen plenty enough of Navy Captain Landy already. But this is a little bit of a change of pace. Pirate Captain Flan putting out those debuffs that we saw EpicAiBot goes throughout his draft to try and avoid being able to stun, being able to set out bombs, stun, progressively get more and more damage that is significant, and most important, as we've talked about throughout the tournament, CR manipulation on top of that with the pushback on her S3, certainly a force to be reckoned with the final pick coming out, and it's a Lua. I know something about this, but I'll let you speak on that for now, Fartsy.
Yeah, so GOMEAWME's team comp really centers around a lot of control. We've got a lot of stuns, lots of sleep, some resets, and EpicAiBot has no cleanses whatsoever, so this could be troublesome for him, especially being a turn 2 player. The only thing he can bank on is that turn 1 with the Knockable, but it won't really matter too much since the Laya and the ambitious Tywin is just going to basically nullify anything that Knockable is going to do.
And APOC Ravi to secure the last pick for EpicAiBot. Is this EpicAiBot 2024 July updated?
Might be the software. The patch is being uploaded live, and not a moment too soon because we're going to be getting into the game underway in only a couple seconds. Pirate Captain Land and Albedo ban. And we're getting right into the match right here. Of course, zooming into the speed is, of course, your favorite character of all time. With a little bit of resets, sleep coming out first, puts the shoe to bed by time. Now it's time for the S3. Let's see what the effect is.
And not a single person will ever remember your name.
Good pushback.
Lua darting with all Beguile and turn resets.
That's pretty big. GOMEAWME hit the perfect bullseye.
So you learn nothing from last
Not to push up here, just getting a little bit of the action through and landing to provoke. Now this is going to be powerful. Ooh, Tywin resisting there. If he had gotten hit with the debuff, would have activated him for the next round, guaranteeing a strong attack. But 3F block, taking some damage while the Blood Moon Haste gets into preparation. And now we start to see the foremost font of EpicAI strategy here. The combination with the Rat and, of course, with
duo, but big resistance there.
Senya must have got some resist built in her.
Yeah,
Laya with
a lot of turn cycling here on KJ's part, so let's see if all of these debuffs land.
Be impactful if it does. S3 comes out, 3 stuns, 3 defense breaks. Exactly what you want to see.
Didn't even need his rage buff for that. He hit all the debuffs he needed.
The damage is
Now
eating
Lumina
in.
Cleanse and a sleep on top.
Since there's no getting away from it.
Look at
Another
this Lua popping off.
Perfect.
Be my next meal.
I mean, there's no chance any part of EpicAi's team gets a turn anytime soon. Now, avoid the rat for now. Putting her any lower is going to engross the wrath of the Dragon's Pride sending up there in front.
Yeah, this is not looking too good for EpicAiBot right now. With everyone that low, all those debuffs, no cleanses coming in, everyone's turns reset.
Said you're gone.
It looks like
He invested so much into getting injury damage out with the APOC Robbie and with the ML shoot in the back line there, but neither of them have had a good showcasing thus far. Scratching his head a little bit in the back as Laya strums that guitar. This is always massive damage, but with defense break on 2, what's the number? 20k flat, and she's done like that!
APOC Robbie disappears, and that's it. GG called. GOMEAWME takes an easy game 1, fully controlled. The AI bot seems to be maybe needs an update to ChatGPT 4. Don't know, that was fully controlled. Didn't really get yes, pancakes.
Yeah, there was a lot of good drafting on GOMEAWME's side just because he really took the reins on how he was going to set the pace for that match, and there was not really a good follow-up or response to KJ's picks there, so that was kind of the weak point for EpicAiBot's draft.
I gotta say, when you look at GOMEAWME, you look at players like this who have defined their own play style. Now, lots of favorite units, the meta of course is a consideration, but what separates the good from the great in this tournament is going to be those picks that are elevated. That being the Lua, in his case, absolutely packed to be able to blast through resistances with enough speed to get out, take the turns, and constantly beat out this knockball and force the advantage for GOMEAWME. It's going to be a hill to climb that EpicAI either surmounts now or falls forever to.
That's the moment as GOMEAWME. That seemed like a really solid draft 1. Fully controlled. AIBot didn't really have that many turn stuns, beguiles, cooldowns. You know it. The rotation, the turn down was so fast.
Lots of speed coming in, lots of debuffs coming in, and of course the best way to counter everything that GOMEAWME had on his side was the Laya, but unfortunately that was already taken in his draft.
You stole it away, and with such a high effectiveness Lua, you're going to have to consider your options, and even if you do bring out units that have effect resistance in spades, access to a book means 1 soul burn is still going to set you back just as far as from whence you came.
AIBot
pickle, all right.
Needs to control some cleanse, some debuff. Might be thinking about a different drafting style this time.
Well, before that even gets engaged, we do have the pre-ban option here. Might just see some lucky lady landing her face on the bottom of the screen. Absolutely right there, ladies and gentlemen. No more of this Lua nonsense. That's the answer. Why think up of a counter strategy when you can just say that's not a strategy available at all? And he comes out strong, swinging with the Conqueror Lilius as the stalwart first pick on his side as well.
Certainly a different curveball here with the Lilius. We've been some players starting with her. Usually paired up with a lot more light heroes, sometimes even with Specimen Says. So GOMEAWME considering other options maybe to start this time since Lua's banned, Zio being hovered.
He's thinking about it. I think Zio would be a good pick to deal against the Sea Lilius, but will he be able to back up any follow-ups with that?
That's a question for later in the draft, especially with the ban protect slot still available. But he'll actually be opting instead into the Janua here, a strong source of damage. But what's going to be going up against? Of course, good old Navy Captain Landy, backed up once again by ambitious Tywin. I'm seeing plenty of light on right side. What's the counter response from GOMEAWME? KJ, you've got to show me.
Witness the power of
okay, so he's definitely good. With the Knockwill, alright, so that Knockwill pick is very good into that MO Landy, MO Tywin, but will she outspeed against the Sea Lilius? It wouldn't really be much of a problem since we do have Zio in the lock spot, so Sea Lilius may or may not take a turn.
I'm sorry, I think I left my glasses somewhere in the house today. I can't see exactly straight. If you could help me, G-Clef, Fartsy, did Lua just turn into a red unit there?
Yep.
What am I looking
To
at? down
Knockwall.
there? Into Knockwall. Okay. Looks like we're going to be getting. What's the old saying? Second verse, same as the first. Might be. Unless EpicAiBot can find a way out of this situation right here, right now. Is Fairy Tale Tenebria possibly the answer?
He's got at least one decent answer. That Tywin. But on top of that, Moon Bunny.
Moon Bunny is very good pick here, especially against the Knockwall.
Ooh, Archdemon
Oh, we're playing RNG game.
And we've seen the Archdemon Shadow come out before, specifically as an anti-Genua tech, shutting down his access to his passive and then wiping him off the face of the map in quick, disastrous sessions afterwards. And finally, the Dragon's Bride, Senya, topping off both sides of the draft. We'll be seeing bans here in just a couple seconds, immediately made. Ooh. And it's going to be for the Moon Bunny and the Dragon's Bride, sticking with top 4 on GOMEAWME's side. As we get into the action, KJ either wins it all here, or EpicAI pushes back. What's the attack?
Game 2. GOMEAWME looking for the second.
rightful ruler of this land.
There's bow down for me S3 from Zio.
You know who I am.
Alright, getting the pushback.
This is not the time for the
Soul Burn here. It's going to be piercing through that effectiveness. Or I should say effect resistance.
Oh, already
But
got
counter-
the counter.
Is that all you've got?
You got the
Cleanse.
resist.
It will end.
Landed 2 Misty buffs at least.
This is the manifestation of your
Perhaps might have wanted to land it on the Knockwall as well.
I
She gets a
smell
clear
living
hit to
creatures.
put her own seal out before the Queen of Seals, the originator of them, gets a chance to go herself. Archdemon Mercedes stacking up, getting the seal on the Blood Moon Haste, doing some additional damage, while Genua's turn is up to bat, and he's just out of range for the hair flip buff and cleanse. How unfortunate.
How's this, you arrogant?
Still using the bite.
Alright. Actually hit. That debuff didn't really do anything there.
Cosmetic only. Cosmetic only. A perfect pull from Navy Captain Landy, and she's got more, ladies and gentlemen, wiping off the map almost immediately the Knockwall, and Genua is finally getting into action right here, right now.
There is the
We
rage.
do have the rage on the Tywin here, so he's gonna... Oh, actually he was reset, so we can't do the S3.
Important provoke there onto the Genua.
Another miss from the haste.
Let's see what you can do.
Follow-up attack is here. Is it going to be clean? Oh, it's more than enough to kill, and pop goes the Weasel.
Zio is still here with DF5. Extra damage.
Lack discipline.
Gotta remember that extra damage also pens through defense a fair bit, so Zio does know how to swing that staff. What's the retaliation from Navy Captain Landy? Onto the Zio with another follow-up, ladies and gentlemen.
Second salvo.
your flesh.
There's the Archdemon Shadow.
Almost got
4 out of 5.
Full focus. Actually landed the seal. This is looking really tough for KJ here. His team at the other end of the stick, where he's getting controlled this whole match now. So it looks like this might be a pickup for EpicAiBot, unless somehow this haste pulls out some miracle.
Double burn.
Your flesh.
Double burn and an extra turn on top of that. The Archdemon Mercedes attempting to guarantee, but getting the counterattack still recognizes it's not enough.
GG called.
Clapping a little bit for the GG, yes.
And AIBot comes back in. Got the green screen right behind. Oh, little fist up saying, okay, I still got it. Got one game off of GOMEAWME. Archdemon Shadow. What
Got
a
the
pick.
power of RNG. Lots of good counterattacks coming in from the Emma Landy, the Emma Mercedes.
Archdemon Mercedes had one simple job, and I'm going to tell you, God honest, she completed it. And I think that's really the appeal here when there are such strong meta units in the current format. Sometimes you just need that simple, clean answer, trade them out, put them down, and let the rest of the team, especially a queen like Navy Captain Landy, lead you to victory.
And with so many units having passives these days, it's really hard to deal against Seals because Seal is so strong in this current meta when you can basically stop the whole unit's kit just from having that seal down.
Exactly. Passives. That's exactly what makes Zenua strong. Blood Moon Haste strong. There's so many passive that are just holding in. And even ADS kicking in hot. Some people are still saying, ha, that's the reason Zenua needs a buff. No way, Jose. That's not gonna happen.
I mean, I as long as we also get one for Navy Captain Landy, I think it's all fair in Love and War, right?
Okay. As
we
long
can
as
bump up
everyone
that
gets
salvo, right? Maybe 60%, maybe 60%, you know what I'm saying?
She's an unethical unit. I don't think we need to touch it.
Unethical? What's unethical about massive damage, massive counterattacks, and massive opportunity? Oh, she's banned immediately, just as I say that. I should have kept my mouth shut. There goes Knockwall. Yeah, there goes Landy. And now we're getting a little bit of a switch up. GOMEAWME taking the ambitious Tywin. EpicAiBot taking once again the Blood Moon Haste. And then I should say once again falling back onto the Conqueror Lilius. Did a decent job, I'd say, last game especially, but we'll see how it fares this time. Dragon's Pride Senya moves farther up the chasm, and there's the Para lock-in, the comfort pit from GOMEAWME, now especially more effective that the ambitious Tywin is on his side and not possibly on the enemy's.
Yeah, this is a really good pick for the Para here. This has been really popular for the meta. A lot of people getting Para in the lock spot right there for the draft, especially going into EpicAiBot's team. Getting those unbuffables down on the Haste and the Sea Lilius kind of stops half of their kit as well, because they do center around getting buffs.
That's some quick comfort picks coming down from GOMEAWME. Now AiBot locking in that Moon Bunny, and first Fiend of the day.
I'm sure that it won't be the last we see of
boy, we are in for a ride.
Everybody, let's get hype! It's Specimen Says. Now, if a couple stuns can land, it'll be game over. And you know what I'm thinking of when I think of stuns? I'm thinking of last year's tournament with the Para buffed up by the Jacko getting quad stuns on the enemy team. Unfortunately, there's something just a little bit more consistent than that, and that's of course Janua once again, ladies and gentlemen.
The passive might be sticking this time, though. Aria, one pick that destroyed everything at the end of yesterday's qualifiers. A good counter to Janua.
Well, good counter sometimes, but unfortunately the tempo's just too fast. Aria might not even get to take a turn. Of course, with the assurances of Conqueror Lilius by his side and pushing back the combat readiness push-up opportunities through the Abyssal Euphine, might be hard to spot, but we won't be seeing either of the ambitious Tywin or my favorite unit in the entire game. They'll be banned out of this match as we go into the finals between these two, GOMEAWME and EpicAiBot. Only one can rise, and one may fall. Let's see who it is that stands tall at the end of this match.
Here's round 3, Para. Much faster than Sea Lilius. RNL.
Oh no, it's not the RNL. Got the free proc on the Moon Bunny there.
Extra chance to get a stun.
All of that.
No stuns, got those immunity buffs up on everyone.
But important, did find the value in taking away one of those proof of valor stacks. Something you would constantly be looking out for. What arties is your opponent running? And how can you take advantage even in a situation like that? That's what I love out of players like KJ. Always looking for the advantage.
In this case, I think that GOMEAWME might be in a tough spot since that RNL proc probably happened the way he didn't want it to, so now this Para is just kind of exposed. There's all these buffs up that came up for free for EpicAiBot's side, so this is looking a little tough for him here.
GOMEAWME, did he trap himself with that early Para? There's AoE with the bobs.
Free cleanse on that Janua. Who is he gonna start slapping around now?
Let's not do this.
Got the cleanse to
There's
push the rage.
I've got to say here, as we get the counterattack here, is that going to strip the attack buff? No, it won't, but here comes the second hit of Janua. A clean sweep over half of that HP immediately.
About 20k almost
This
got
is
him
getting
down, but
old.
Haste still in there. Moon Slash.
Shall we put an end to this little game?
Reasoning from Blood Moon Haste. Takes out all the remaining health out of the Janua as Specimen Spez comes out to play. Now, this is the interesting thing about EpicAi's draft. He's got multiple ways to access the attack break.
Going for the stuns?
His draft, going for the stuns here. Resistance on most of the players, of course, except for the Lilius. Misses a turn there.
Ooh.
Resistance on the burn for the stun.
Even used the soul on that stun from Pera. Go to sleep. GOMEAWME.
Like I promised.
Seems like he's in trouble.
Now's the time to commit.
Until death do I fight.
I mean, I don't even have to ask, but there it goes. S3 lands, and so we've got a dead Blood Moon Haste, but fortunately, left side isn't looking too good right now. Spez getting that attack once again, denying another turn from the Conqueror Lilius, which is so important. It's denying quick access to build up for the bar underneath the Eufiend there. Not going to be able to go into a rage just yet. A couple more turns will have to tick.
Good enough to get
Say
Genua
goodbye
down
to
first.
That Spez is still looking good. He has a small window of a chance here to be able to deal against that MLU Fiend. So that's going to be his win con here since that Genua is gone now.
Another stop at the counterattack!
Spez there dodging twice the attack break. He's going to need all the attack he can get and even more if he wants to come out swinging and put to death the Abyssal Eufiend in the back line. Is now the time to let it rip? Of course it is! Let's see that damage! Even without the stun, it's a clean 16k, and it came so close!
So close, and
the soul burn here. This is going to be hitting everyone!
We'll bring all the damage, and that's a win!
Shows there's no revive there. And there you have it, KJ coming in clean with the 2-1 victory. He can feel his heart beating, but all that means is he's alive, still in the tournament, and you've got to fear this name when Korean Jesus comes to play.
That's
That was
GOMEAWME.
looking really close.
Mm-hmm.
It looked bad right in the beginning when that, that RNL procced probably in the way that he didn't want it to. Everyone getting debuffed, attacked down from the MLU Fiend. The Genua kind of disappearing, but everything got picked up from that Specimen Says, ripping the S3 even without the stun there. It does have a 70% defense pen, so that ignored a lot of the defenses that Eufiend had, with the follow-up on the Soul Burn Senya S3, which did so much there, just a clean sweep and finish out the match.
And the highlight of the first match here, going back to game 1. Clean victory from GOMEAWME here.
Yeah, this Lu is going to have to stick in most competitors' memories as something to be feared. We saw GOMEAWME come out with a quick target ban himself in the blind. Perhaps he'll be getting the same treatment from his opponents going forward, because that Lua cannot be uncaged, not at all. Laya being the same strong, absolute adversary she's been. And once again, interesting to see this sub-tech developing with the Archdemon Mercedes coming out constantly against units like Genua. I like seeing these small adaptations of tech in play as we go further into the tournament.
Yeah, and as we've seen with all the matches so far and all the qualifiers, it looks like there's been a rise of Spez and a lot of success coming in from him as well. So maybe we can see a shift in the meta and a lot more players using Specimen Says, especially to deal against MLU Fiends.
Yeah, just like yesterday, Sun seems to be one of the best debuff in the game. Just locking a unit down. And Spez can, of course, benefit hard on top of that stun when he's on your team.
And you already wanted to benefit from the stun. We'll see it right here in a couple seconds with this match, but there were so many opportunities for the Conqueror Lilius to get her team an advantage. Either dual attack and get a sleep, dual attack and get a strip, dual attack and push up this HU Fiend, get her bar up towards her massive S3, but she was denied all those opportunities because of the constant stuns coming out. There's one right there on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Gotta give it up as well to the Genua, resisting that one fatal S3 from the Blood Moon Haste, giving the opportunity for Specimen Says to play, and what a wonderful finale out of the Senya as well.
Senya actually has been picked so many times, but compared to that, her win rate is actually below half, surprisingly. And that's one of the factors. Same for Laya. I believe Laya also only has 41% win rate when she was picked the most. So those two heroes, Senya, Laya, picked all the time, but actually not having that much of a win rate if you look in total. And the win rate I'm saying is combined all the global, Japan, Europe, Asia qualifiers win rate so far. So
that's just common fare when it comes to a lot of game design and balance. Specifically, when you have a unit that's picked near constantly, because she's in so many matches, she'll end up winning or losing regardless, but it still hints at the strength of the unit at the end of the day. Of course, on the other end of the spectrum, we've got units like Especarina who have 55, 56, these incredibly high win rates that are above the Bard, but you only see them in counter options. I think really, at the end of the day, most units in Epic 7, especially when you're going down the list of meta drafts, at the end of the day come down to two things: the strength of the player and the strength of the position they're put in.
Yep, and the combinations.
Yeah, going off of the Karina picks there, we didn't see a lot of Karinas being picked at all in these qualifiers. Maybe in one match, but then she ended up getting banned.
Yeah, didn't really provide too much, as she's not a straight ban. She's not totally being picked. She was being used a lot last season and the previous season, but with a lot of the new heroes, she's not as strong. There are a lot of alternatives, so she's been out for a while, but she's still viable. Rocket Punch still very strong. And let's move directly into the next match. unluckyfgo on the bottom side of the bracket, and SarSarBro, easy bro, go easy bro will be the matchup. I love his.
I just can't get enough of this. Yeah, he's got his secret. He looks like he's just. He looks like one of those scenes where somebody's like closing the trunk on the car, and they turn around you with a little hush hush, like it's a secret between the both of you. And there's no secret here in that he's a big Politis enjoyer. unluckyfgo has always been one of the premier Politis cleavers, enjoying her a lot with Closer Charles and the Mean Bean Machine Green Celine, of course. And that's his signature unit, and I've said it before and I'll say it again. Players with that kind of inbuilt strategy, they force you to play their game. Not just Epic 7, their version of it. And as long as he's strong and adaptable, as long as he's confident in his goal plan, I don't see anything that can stop him on his path to victory.
unluckyfgo, Politis. We've seen a lot of it yesterday. The fire Politis, not just the ML. Here's SarSarBro, thumbs up. Laya, Albedo, a Tywin, lots of common picks. Pancake.
Lots of common meta picks here. We see Albedo, we see the A Tywin, and then the Vanguard Payra, which tends to be popular this meta. And then he doesn't want to see that DDR, that C Politis, because they are kind of really hard to deal against. So I don't blame him for those pre-bans.
It seems so. Korean players really concerned about the Death Data Ray, but yesterday we actually had him just slipped by in a couple of the games, maybe being picked in the final slot and then being post-banned. So certainly Korean players having some different thoughts on the meta, as A Tywin must pick up. Albedo being seen a lot more in the most pick. Maybe they're in the same guild. Interesting.
Well, he does provide a lot of mitigation, so for all the tank down second turn players, he's kind of a safety net to keep their team around longer. Plus, the counter procs on a crit kind of helps out a little bit too with the free AoE strips.
As soon as we get the match ready, we'll go straight into the fan pick. Very high win rate for SarSarBro. He looks calm, he looks nice with a thumbs up, but 72%.
Oh, he's got that gamer pose locked in there, you could see on the top right. Even his fingers typing up a storm, maybe writing the obituary for his opponent right now, right here. He's not relaxing at all. I thought you said this was a chill guy.
Look at that. He's got calendar on the back, ready for the game day. Marking it down. Albedo ban. Snipe ban somehow coming out from unluckyfgo.
These players have done their research.
Here, take my
Which allows ML Poly to be open.
setting the stage for the events to come here. Fartsy, what do you think about C Phantom Politis currently in this meta? I know we see a lot of units coming out first with the Laya, with some of the other options, with Blood Moon Haste being one of them as well, but what's a player aiming for when they're setting up C Phantom Politis as their first pick in a draft?
So C Phantom Politis is a very popular pick because she's a great opener that provides a lot of damage utility for the team, and she's not really stopped by Zeo either because her free stealth. So it's really hard to counter her when you can't really target her. And then because of the meta units right now getting that free rage, we have Janua, we have Ambitious Tywin. So having these 3 units bring in a lot of synergy and is really hard to counter. So a lot of players have been trying to come up with lots of answers in response to these often first picked C Phantom Politis.
Politis being split between the two. Savior Aden, not the most popular pick.
Not the most popular. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say that Aiden could be a possible good answer going into that ML Haste there. And then we get the pickup on the A Tywin here, so definitely getting that free rage because of that C Phantom Politis. And then we get the pickup on the right side with Lua, so if she has the better speed, that could be a way to counter and deal with the C Phantom Politis. So at that point, if we are going to see the toe-to-toe face-up with the ML Politis versus the Lua, it's just a matter of who's going to outgear and take the first turn.
Just like a pickup truck, you might get run over if you're not ready with a counter response to what right side's team is using. Really a synergy between pushing back cooldowns, between enabling the team, cutting CR push-ups, and we get Red Lilius coming out here. Once again, I've seen her a couple times so far in the tournament. I don't think she's exactly worked out just yet. Can Unlucky FGO finally show this queen the spot where she reigns, where she shines the most? And last but not least, maybe Captain Landy. What do you think about that, G-Clef?
Yeah, brings the Captain Landy in for that RNG. Plus got the control with the speed. I thought Sasa will be going just a little slower before we got that Lua in. So let's speed check first.
Sarsar looking to enable himself a little bit with the speed, and bans go out on first and last. That's going to be the Red Lilius, unable to make a showing at this night's gala. And of course, Blood Moon Haste not invited to the ball as well. Let's dance in this first game showdown between both players. Plenty of buffs on right side. That's the wonders of Navy Captain Landy, and Protection Set doing its wonders with a little bit of immunity sprinkled on top just for good case. Counter response comes out from Politis.
Oh, the stuns look good, but there's a Tywin.
Then with the rage buff here, we've got the Tywin speeding up there, moving before everyone else, even cutting the Fire Politis, and landing
no
almost no
stuns?
debuffs.
Just a defense break. Now, how hard to break it to you now, but this Politis seems to be packing plenty of debuffs. What's the board look like? One stun? Not a lot else, in all honesty.
Yeah, not many from both. Good exchanges.
This unbuffable is going to make it so that S3
I have no doubt
put
in
up
my
a shield
bones.
for her allies, but I'm afraid to say if this crits, Navy Captain Landy might have to quit. With the defense break, the damage comes through.
Go on the counter. Into the salvo.
And it hits clean. Aden's the one who dies from that exchange. Fair gaming, SarSarBro wiping his hands of the mess, saying it was so easy.
That's Captain Landy, another counter.
Another swipe, another counter.
2 turns, 2
another salvo.
And she's back.
Landy is woke.
Not full health, but she's got some HP back again. Making that defense break look like nothing on her head.
Like I said, ethical unit.
Earns, but isn't able to secure the kill nonetheless. A defense break here, especially on someone like the Lionheart Sirmia, doesn't only spell death, it spells a decrease in damage overall. The S2 is the hit instead. Will the sleep land? Yes, it does, and gives access to the guiding light here. Another S3 on top. Chef's kiss from Lua.
Dial turn increase.
You learned nothing from last time.
4 turns away from the S3 now. And not looking too hot for unlucky FGO, but SarSarBro.
Hoping to proc a counterattack here, and he does.
I think I've seen the 3 out of 3 salvos.
Into another salvo. Do not.
Tywin sacrificing his life just to say, "Wake up, Landy! We need you in this game." Is it another salvo? No, it isn't. But unfortunately, just when his opportunity came from unlucky FGO, the shields are gonna go up and they'll protect the whole team from what's coming next. Well, most importantly, they'll protect the Landy. A couple people are going to be taking their turns here, and they'll quickly see
she's
towards
alive.
escorting C Phantom Politis off the stage. Politis killing off her Phantom counterpart here. Is this a good enough position to rip the S3? FGO has to. Let's see another clean swipe.
Another counter every turn. Into a salvo.
Maybe
This
it's
Landy has
the
not
ID.
missed the turn.
62
What is that?
HP.
62 HP?
But still, there's the golden shield on Armin and Landy. SarSarBro taking game number 1.
He looks so happy. I mean, he won the first match, and I gotta say it was a good showing too, but praying, saying thank you, thank God for the victory.
Thank
fitting
Landy
that into the
for that
calendar,
victory. That's what you mean, right?
I mean, we all praise our own Lord, right? We all praise the different deities at the end of the day, right?
I think that Landy was a little unethical there, hitting 100% of those counters, Elbrus into 100% salvos, with no missed opportunity there for that Landy to fight back.
Yeah, maybe. How many Skystones was it? Was it 800 or was it 1,000? 1,200? Maybe unlucky FGO wants to delete that "un" part in the front and change his in-game name. Was certainly unlucky in that game.
I mean, when you name a rose by any other name, right? When you name yourself after it, it's gonna happen to you even more, especially when you're being observed on a stage full of thousands of people right here like you are. But this is something he's dealt with his whole life, ladies and gentlemen. You know, he's been unlucky his whole life, and as somebody else who suffered, you know, I'll tell you, I've been ugly my whole life. I know how to deal with it at this point. I wear the hat, I wear the shades, a little bit of a mask when I go out. I'm prepared for this, and I'm happy to see that unlucky FGO's probably got some tricks up his sleeve for this next match as well. Why rely on luck when you can rely on skill, ladies and gentlemen?
Divine. We're beautiful in all other
Is
ways.
luck a skill?
No worries.
Luck is a skill, right? Or a superpower?
It is.
Luck is something you have to factor in, especially
If you keep
when
on
you're
doing
the
it,
stage.
it's skill. Armin ban Politis being banned at FGO 31st.
I vow my life to you.
I'm growing
Picked up on the
tired
Senya
of this
here,
act.
so looks like there's no fear with that Emerald Landy still open.
Now we really want to see landing
We
on
still have hope.
the hands of unlucky FGO. Will it have the same percentage?
Obey if you wish
G-Clef,
to
I've just
live.
got a question for you real quick.
Sure.
Let's pretend for a second you had a really unlucky first match, right? You go into the second match, you might have to pick some characters. What I'm confused about is the option to pick into dodge characters that got crit on their first appearance and died instantly. It just seems like maybe we're putting out a bit of a bad juju vibe out there. You feel me?
Anyone who interferes with me.
Oh, my
Hey,
answer
if
would be that.
Aiden missed the dodge, I will never use her again.
Maybe
Especially
you need
in a
to bring
tournament setting.
the furry guy to raise your chances. We've had masters like that last year.
Sus and Cartusia.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to
Well,
feel
question.
I'm
Picture
in
coming
the
out.
Ram
Monica.
pickup into the Blitica pickup.
Reiki.
You do not understand.
Although that is a big risk, seeing that he put in the Ran in the lock spot there, going into the Aiden, so he's willing to risk it, knowing that, oh, this unlucky FGO, there's no way that this Aiden's gonna dodge again, right?
Maybe, maybe not. SarSarBro, he's got the speed and the AoE. Unlucky trying to test his own percentages with the Euphine. Should be Elbrus. maybe Holy Sat.
Well, the Ufine really serves a great secondary purpose here. We've talked about it again and again, ladies and gentlemen, but I just want to highlight it one more time. The combat readiness push-ups from the Ran, from the blooming Litica, and of course now from Landy as well. A lot of these units like to push up and destruct, blow up, decimate their opponents. And unlucky FGO is going to have to contend once again with his greatest nemesis for this whole tournament, not getting Landy salvoed 5 times in a row.
That's SarSarBro asking, you really not picking Landy after all that? Okay, I got my final slot. Oh, never mind.
Oh,
no, he's gonna ban Landy. That's the plan. It was get her out
What
of
a
here,
plan.
G-Clep. I don't want to see her. Restraining order. That's lady's been following me for too long, officer.
And that's all you need sometimes, pose with the post ban. Game 2. SarSarBro ran exceptionally fast.
Children will help.
I always give my all. Whether you
one thing, of
Let's
course.
see. This S3 hit.
It's the
Does it
blade.
hit everyone?
Look at my man SarSarBro. He put up the cool arm pose right after hitting the S3. He got hit back, but he knows the strat, and it comes in clean to delete the enemy Politis.
Got those unbuffables up on the Ufine and the Seed Lilia, so this Aiden S3 is not going to be helping the team.
But it's going to be
But it
going
was a
clean.
clean one-shot.
Yep. Blood Moon Haste deleted almost instantly as soon as he was swallowed up by that void.
Savior Aden still got it. Some insane damage.
The
No more
end of
hate.
life
Debuffs
is blooming.
I think this
I
could be a
wish you
one-shot on that
see the
MO
damage.
Ufine here.
Ooh, it's enough.
Is it?
No holy sacrifice.
And the skill
either.
knows.
Scar those in our way with destruction and
You really got to appreciate the play here from the Sea Lilies as well. This is going to act a little bit here as a cleanse of sorts. Taking those 2 turns in a row means she'll be able to shake off most of these debuffs. Might actually get some use if she can survive just 1 more turn.
Can you even reach me?
Makes the choice to burn the skill 2 here, being a 2-turn restricted provoke on the A-Tai win, buying some more time for the Landy, of course.
Now it's all up
Luckily
to the
that-
Savior. If she can
Luckily
survive
that
this
was-
1v3.
Luckily, that was a redirected provoke. A normal provoke would have died there the second Sea Lilius bowed out of the match, but the redirected provoke value is coming in clutch, keeping Unlucky FGO still in the game as he gets provoked and hit himself. Tenuous. A little slap from
RNL!
Ran. An RNL!
Oh my goodness,
Oh, I don't like it,
Sao.
ladies and gentlemen. Sarsar looking a
Getting
little
these
bit too
buffs back
happy.
up. Getting the skill no back for him, possibly.
Perfect turn, too.
And another hit,
Even
ladies
then.
and gentlemen!
And another
And
RNL.
another
Did I
RNL.
just see another RNL?
Oh, Mr. Unlucky FGO, still unlucky.
SarSarBro looking so satisfied, so happy with that victory on his end. Didn't really have to do too much. It seems like the victory came to him at the end of the day.
I
I think it's time for a name change.
I
You
think
don't
it-
want to
I
be
think it is.
manifesting unlucky anymore.
I would personally buy him $10 Google gift card to change his name if he wants after that match.
I will join
Oh,
you. And I
man.
think the entire casting crew can get in behind that. Genizad, if you're
Go
listening,
fund
you
me.
can chip in too. Car as well. We'll put together a fund to get this man's name changed.
Oh, cool. I think this was one of the unluckiest game I've seen in at least 2 years. And the luckiest game of all time for SarSarBro.
Look at this Landy popping off. But no surprise, it is Emma Landy after all,
We've
right?
got a lot of chat also saying I'll chip in too.
We'll start a GoFundMe. Give me the link. Give me the link right now.
We'll
If
take
every
pennies and
person
nickels, okay?
contributes- Yeah, 1 cent per person, and then we're gonna have enough funds to help out Mr. Unlucky FGO out here.
Who knows, maybe he'll come out as the luckiest FGO next year, and we'll see the chances. Come on, guys, that was one of the unluckiest match. At least for this year plus of all 2024, I would say professionally.
I think we can do that. I think after the tournament, if he is the unluckiest, we could just make that its own thing, right? Start checking the stats on it. I mean, that last RNL was just cruel. It was unnecessary. It was cruel and unnecessary.
Look at that
He
highlight.
just wanted to rub it in. Rub in the unluck even more.
Yep, just rubbing it all in on him. It's
Man.
just such an unfortunate position to be in.
That's SarSarBro 2-0. Unlucky, not this time. Maybe one day.
Better
One
luck
day.
next
one day.
time. After
Better
the
luck.
GoFundMe.
After. You never know. Sometimes people actually do believe in name changes, and you can maybe look for better luck next time. That will be GOMEAWME and SarSarBro moving up to the quarterfinals. I wonder what happened on the other side of the brackets. We will have that ready after a break, so don't go anywhere, because password, the second password, might pop out anytime in the tournament.
That the best intentions can lead to the worst outcomes. Back then, I didn't know. I'll never forget the moment despair darkened those hopeful eyes. But all I ever wanted was for everyone to live in peace. All I ever wanted was a world where everyone was happy. And just like I wanted, the war was over. Because there was no one left to fight in it. But this side of the story will never come to light, since there's no one who wants to hear the truth. I won't ask for forgiveness. You don't need my excuses. For the sake of peace, I'll be the villain I have to be. Time to end our twisted fate. Facts aren't what's important. What matters is what we perceive is the truth. When you look at me, who do you see? A butcher or mankind's savior? Will you be the one who sees through it all and understands me?
Trust in your queen! For this is a special invitation that will change your life. So I hope you're ready for Miracle Maid Kingdom!
로드 가문의 이름을 이어받았으나 뜻대로 이루어지지는 않았다는 게 문제였지. 이걸 들 수 있는 자는 자네뿐일 거야. 날 위해 목숨을 바치려 했던 제뉴와 경에게 감사와 경의를 담아. 로드의 기사로서 손에 쥔 것에만 만족하던 내게 서로가 유일한 주인공이라고 말해줘. 우리의 만남은 필시 운명일 것이다. 그러나 필멸자와 불멸자가 감당할 아픔은 온전히 그의 몫이 되었으니. 이 녀석들이 진짜. 널 다시 만나는 날 들려줄 이야기가 부족할 일은 없겠어. 같이 기대하고 있으라고.
Imagine how you would feel if your family was slaughtered. If the killer was revered as a hero of legend. Wouldn't it be horrifying? The screams of my enemies will be a requiem for the passing of my kin. Their blood will warm the corpse of my brother. I have no use for pride and honor as a warrior. All that remains is a void of emptiness and rage. Until the heart of my final enemy is run through, we won't stop. Will we, Ilian?
Melanie? Christy? Where are you? Why are you looking at me like that? Where am I? Please, no. No more surgeries. Don't come any closer. She could come back. She might kill everyone. Though there was one person who held me close, no matter how hard I pushed. No matter what I do, or how much I hurt her. But one day, she just stopped coming to see me. Is she afraid of me too? Luna, where did you go? What do I have to do to see you again?
So you're the one that Luna holds so dear.
Welcome back everyone to the Korea qualifiers. We just got through the round of 16 matches. GOMEAWME, well, big name seems to drop every other server in the round of 16 or round of 8. Still in there. Maybe he can climb a little higher compared to the other servers. And SarSarBro, people already taking clips from that game of one of the luckiest game of Landy plus one of the unluckiest game of Arin too. So we'll see we'll see how many clips are being made. That's probably on Reddit already. But so far we've been doing great. I'm GClep, Divine here, part Pancakes. Do you see any difference in the Korean server so far? We just had 2 matches, not all the round of 16, but a lot slightly more Albedo or Laya. Yes, Pancake?
Yeah, nothing too crazy. As we have seen in the matches so far today, plus yesterday, there's a lot of, or at least a couple people picking up the Savior Auden and not getting such good luck with her. So, I don't know, maybe we want to be more reluctant about these Aiden pickups, seeing that evasion's not working its best.
Yeah.
Evasion.
I'd say, yeah, I was going to say definitively, it feels like we're getting a lot of the flavorings of Europe's server, but we're doubling down on the tankiness. Even when we're going and opting into speed options, even when we are opening up, it's not like we're necessarily taking these gigantic, attack units to follow up with them, like the Midnight Gala we've seen in some other places. We're more slowly creeping into it with something like the Abyssal Euphine, with the Ambitious Tywin, with the Blood Moon Haste. So even when speed and debuffs are picked, they're more as balanced towards the overall comp, with these bruisers taking central focus.
So we'll get to see a lot more of these moments. Maybe some different heroes with different meta picks from the other side of the bracket. So this is the updated tournament tree from round of 16 quarterfinals. sasimitea did make it against ReTryEver. Lots of 2-0s that I can find. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 2-0 victories. And GOMEAWME versus Nonasis, mrpong, CRYINGlord. Hey, a lot of the names, Merit, a lot of the names from last year still in this.
Seems like
Looks like we won't be seeing any new names making their way up the ladder, unfortunately. A lot of these veteran WC players are trying to maintain their title.
The old guard is standing tall, won't let too many of these new youngsters jump them, especially ahead into the bracket. Interesting splattering of players we're gonna have to see here in the quarterfinal matches going forward.
And again, starting from the quarterfinals, we will get to see and watch and test every single player on screen, so you won't miss a thing. Going down from the list, let's start with the first matchup. sasimitea versus ReTryEver, a new name on the left, but ReTryEver, we've known this guy, this face for such a long time. Let's see if he can get that 2-0 once again, just like the round of 16. And well, also let's also find out what these players are going to be picking in the newest meta. First, we have sasimitea. Ooh, Dragon Sharoon, the most banned guard, and DDR not being pre-banned. Does this tell us anything about him?
We've seen a lot of the usage coming out from this specific Sharoon in order to cleanse out the deluge of buffs that a lot of players seem to be stacking them with. I mean, we had that match earlier with, of course, the Navy Captain Landy's crit resistance with protection set, with immunity. So as many cleansers as you can get into the game, as many people to wipe away those debuffs, seems to be a good option. So even when there's not stuns and fun on the board, she can still be rather effective. And I know Sam said at number 42 over here, big fan of the Laya in his preparation, in his drafts as well, which might also mean we have to see some kind of snipe ban possibly from his opponent, ReTryEver.
Yeah, as we can see from these statistics here, there's a lot of knights being picked, so even if there's no stuns or sleeps coming out as Divine mentioned, she still brings in a lot of utility, getting these defense breaks onto the Soul Weavers and the Knights that people are picking up a lot with the Blood Moon Haste, the Albedo, the Emelsenia, so even the Navy Captain Landy and Euphine. So getting those defense breaks, as we've seen so far, is really debilitating in terms of survivability and getting the clean sweeps and damage.
No more wait, we go straight into our first quarterfinals match. sasimitea on the left, ReTryEver on the right. Let's take a look at the pre-bans first. Very different. ReTryEver liking that Conqueror Lilius a lot. Let's get those predictions in. Thanks, Gimmick.
Might have to get banned out if he does have a tenacity for her. And the bans do come through. Death Dealer Ray, once again, nobody wants to be seeing this guy in their block party. And Laya coming out first for ReTryEver, sort of solidifying that part of his draft and keeping it solid with such a all-around perfect unit, I gotta say, on his side of things.
A lot more
Looks like
Sea
we're hovering the
Lilius.
Sea Lilius. I'm not sure if we want to pick up that Sea Lilius into the Laya though, since that Laya is basically going to negate everything that the Sea Lilius would do.
Quick pick. Early pickup from sasimitea. And I wonder how sasimitea tastes. It's not exactly sashimi, but
You are not worthy of
Not sure if I want tea out of that. It's just
neither.
fish water at that point. Boiled fish water.
Somebody who looks like they're a fan of tea, Blood Moon Haste, a little bit precocious or precocious little brat if I've ever seen one, and actually going for the band-guarded Crimson Armin, making sure to solidify the rest of this draft. And as we've said before, one excellent thing to have alongside Alaya is the ability to stall out, buy extra turns, and get her S3 up and running so it can do that devastating damage she's well known for.
Armin, there's
It's gonna be
plenty
really
of protection.
tough.
Just making.
Yeah, there's a really lot of tankiness happening on ReTryEver's side because of the Crimson Armin. So much mitigation there, and just because of Haste and Laya being really HP scaling units, they're going to be really tanky as well. And with their abilities, they provide so much damage as well. So ReTryEver isn't really in a position where he's kind of lacking in damage in addition to his tankiness.
Green Sharoon on top of all things. I thought you'd like
Green
the ML
Sharoon?
Sharoon.
Yeah, I mean, Green Sharoon, or as I like to say, you know, we have Death Dealer Ray at home, another venomous plague that she can spread, really puts a hamper on some of the effectiveness of units like Blood Moon Haste, of the Laya, and of course, we've seen it time and time again, the turn resetting accessibility she has when she has the Venom up, when she lands a solid S1, can push you back a turn, really mess up your draft, and once again, the Savior Audit. Now, this seems to be what is setting Korea apart from the rest of the bracket, in my opinion.
Correct.
Lots of this Savior Audit.
A lot more Savior Audit and few more Sea Lilius preferences, you can see, as she was being covered by so many players so far in our third match of the night.
And it's a Infinite Horizon
Oh, a cleanser.
A big cleanser.
I suppose. Yeah, there's plenty of debuffs coming out from left side already, correct? You've got the attack breaks from Sea Lilius, you've got more attack breaks from the Abyssal Euphine, the Plague coming out from Sharoon, and Ambitious Tywin, I mean, that's the name of his game. So I think it's a smart choice, and I really think it's interesting to see ReTryEver double dip into the invulnerability with both access to it from the Savior Auden and the Crimson Armin as well. As Lord Peroncino's greatest experiment comes out on left side, Shaltir making another appearance. This is a surprise staple of the tournament, in my opinion.
We're seeing Albedo's being
he's
banned,
definitely-
Shaltir's being picked. Where's Eins Urgon? Not being shown at all for the tournament.
Listen,
Too much of a risk. We don't.
Way too
It would
much.
feel really bad using Irons and not getting that debuff off from his S3.
Listen. Whether I'm here on the cast with you or not, G-Clef, the second Irons gets picked, you can be assured I'll be screaming alongside with you.
Yeah, our mics will
Today's
pop
just
out
not-
for the next 5 minutes. The
Get some more
fifth
noise
being banned.
complaints.
Shaltir won't be seeing her in game.
Standard respect coming out here. It just means both players recognize that their opponent was smart, really effective with that last pick. Can't let it through as we go through to the next game. Started up here, first match between these two.
Let's go,
Round
game
of 8.
1. Sashimi T left.
Give all that you
ReTryEver
have
on the right.
for the glory of
Sea
Poland.
Lilius.
And the vigor buff for the whole team.
I'll make you taste
Lots of
despair.
attack and
I'll make
defense
you
coming in
kneel
from
before me.
Sashimi T's side.
Gotta love a helping help of that vigor.
Laya.
You already had it. You already had a lot of people like to talk up the application of attack, right? Vigor, it's applied a higher attack to the team, but the defense buff can't be stated. It's going to make all these bruisers go down much slower. Holding the S3, of course, on the Ambitious Tywin, provoke on the Sea Lilius. Seems we're in for a little bit of a slower game this time, as Sharoon lets it rip with the S3 immediately.
Sneaky sneak. Those are good venoms that I saw.
Shepherds of the Hollow seems to be the artifact of choice. A second counter coming out from the Blood Moon Haste.
Oh well.
Go for the strip.
Steals away the crit hit damage.
I can do it too. I'll go first.
It's a little unfortunate that this Aiden is kind of not doing a whole lot with the control there, so at least this Carmen has good speed tuning where she's going last so she can protect the whole team.
Come. I'll
Full
take your
immunity.
life.
Plus invincible.
Immunities.
This is it.
Oh, it's just like a
Time to
dream.
waste some time as the turn decreases come out for Laya, pushing up her team. The clock is ticking, and the cleanse comes through. Lots of that venom already gone.
Great turn. That S2 was kept for the first turn for Laya.
Obey if you wish to live.
With the immunity on the entire team coming in from the Carmen, so we're not really scared of any defense breaks coming in from the A Taiwan either.
Everybody now.
We got the counter from the MLU feed here.
I fight with the
But
power
with that
Got a full
full
bar under her
Fighting
name?
Spirit.
Yep.
Take note for future
Not much
This is
damage.
exactly what he was waiting for.
Perfect cut looks like.
Here's out in S3.
Extra damage, and it's
Oh, not
cool.
enough.
Not enough, but of course, because she did land that on a dark unit, Savior Auden reducing the cooldown on that S3, she'll be able to get
Would
back
you like
into
to
the
be my
action
next meal?
relatively soonish. But there's another massive hit that's ready on board. It's not just the Euphine, the Laya ready to rip.
Do you use it for the haste? Just for the strip.
Strip and a heal as well.
Full stack. Here's Trauma, the frenzied strike.
It's going to be ignoring plenty, including their ER resistance. It's going to start off by stripping that buff. Will she survive the counterattack here? Does so handedly. Now, this is one of the most dangerous positions you could be in. Conqueror Lilius has not been having such great pulls whatsoever, but if she pulls with Abyssal Euphine when she's at her strongest, it's going to hurt.
This will hurt with the trauma and the soul.
Soul burn for the extra damage. Nearly pops that ML haste immediately.
This is it.
Can we get another pull? No, but it'll do the damage and do the deed nonetheless. Oh, and this is what he was waiting for. Retry with the deck, with the guitar ready. I mean, it's just a clean 20k damage, am I right?
Up.
12k, a little lower, but it gets the job done. Forgot, wasn't soul burned, and gets an extra turn on top, increasing the tempo of the match. Looking like a tough spot for left side, especially when Taiwan goes down. It's just a little bit of a tap from Savior Auden.
That's Laya.
He
does so much for the team.
Side. Not a lot of DPS going on left. All we have is that Sharoon, who is getting focused down here.
This is something that Laya does exceptionally well, and it's why she's a
I
hallmark of the meta. She does so much as just one unit, filling out multiple roles, and the most important role of all, leading ReTryEver to his first victory in the set.
I think this is a right side RNG for Aiden. If she's right side, maybe she starts dodging.
I mean, Landy was right
She's on
side
left side?
Left
Yeah,
side
listen.
never gets the good RNG.
So far, but we've seen only 3 matches. And hey, GOMEAWME was on left, so not fully. Left and right differences here. Savior Auden this time. Oh, we've seen it, Laya. Gone through so many turns with Crimson Army, Armin, and also Savior Auden providing those shields.
Just
Well,
go ahead,
It
go
should be
ahead.
interesting to see how Sashimi T will respond with what he's learned from this match with ReTryEver, because now that he knows that Aiden is possibly something he should be worried about, or if he's going to be pulling up more answers to deal with her, because he only had 1 slot in the draft there with the shouts here to deal with her. But unfortunately, the respect ban got her off the board, so there was not really a true answer to deal with that Savior Auden.
Speaking of things we didn't exactly have an answer to, one of them being the Laya needs to be gone from this draft as soon as
I'm growing
possible.
tired of this act.
In addition to that C. Lilius.
Both very powerful units, and high up on the pick rate for plenty of people, not just our competitors up on board. But what I don't see too often is actually the opt-in very quickly here from Retry into the Destina. Interesting.
He's definitely playing a lot tankier, a lot slower. Going for the cleanse and sustain there with that Destina pick.
But pick was very early.
Yeah, it's a similar niche to the Laya, I suppose. Not as loaded as a kid, but certainly does her job.
Now he's kind of hesitating on this A Tywin pick because, as we've seen, he's a really popular pick for mitigation in addition to control with the stuns and the defense breaks. But with the Destina there, she may just keep the whole team cleansed, and that A Tywin may not do a whole lot.
Now Sasimitea thinking, what is this? The scene? Nah, as I was saying, Specimen says lock.
Spez.
We got some more Specimen Says gaming!
If you want to tank down.
Really good pick. Spez is great here going into the MLU feed, even with the Destina there, because she's not going to revive anybody, assuming that Spez is going to extinct everyone that he rips on.
Specimen Says has a partner in crime, and that name is Unbound Knight Arrowell. A simple strip, a simple stun.
Exactly.
And just like that, Specimen says you're done.
Got plenty of stuns, plenty of damage, even through Destina is possible. If you have that D-break on top.
Even access to a little bit of a, more than a little bit of a strip with the ML Haste, and finishes it all off with the other partner in crime he has. We've seen this time and time again, protecting your most valuable, even the squishier DPS units with the Dragon's Bride, Senya.
This might be a little worrisome on Sashimi T's side with that Lua there if she ends up controlling Sashimi T's team, but there's not much of an issue since he did draft really tanky. He may just be trying to sit there and tank it out for the long game. And looks like we see the Shoutier pick up on the right side here. So that will be the answer to deal with Spez, but I'm sure it's getting banned out.
As you called out, exactly. And Arrowell being banned. Other than anything else.
Looks like it's going to have to be one of those slower races we were talking about here once again, unless Specimen Says can get some exciting and very impactful stuns and blow the match up. We're gonna have to settle back in our seats and watch these two kings vie it out for the throne.
Let's see how fast that Lua can control, along with the quick pick of Destina for ReTryEver. As the gates close and open up for the next game, too.
I'll be the one deciding how this story ends.
ReTryEver in the match point.
And who are we gonna get the sleep on here?
I want you out of my sight.
Target
On
is
the
clear.
Senya.
It looks
Sleep's
like
good.
somebody forgot their place. You will be forgotten. And that
Resistance,
single person
Specimen
will
Says.
ever remember your
Huh?
name.
Huh? What? Okay,
Wow,
actually.
15%.
Nah, that's all natural. That's all. He built him with 200 ER just to throw him off. Yeah, it's just
Perfect.
It's a standard strat here at the top, right? This is what separates our accounts from the champions. You know, you just get a free 200 ER for nothing. Speaking of which, speaking of free ER, Destina up on the board. A couple of turns of free ER with that Spirit's Blessing, and giving another turn to the Lua already, speeding up and getting into stride. Strips are going to be important, as well as a defense break here if she lands it, which she does.
And the immediate follow-up from the DPS, the MLU theme here, into the
break.
duel on
Another
Tywin.
defense break.
Lua.
Deal with this.
She's earning her paycheck.
Elbrus.
Ooh, we
A
got
counter.
the Elbrus counter.
Armin's all ready. There's
That
no way I can
Tywin is slowly whittling away there.
The worst part for Specimen Says invincibility on top of
You really want your blood
just
spilled?
all this buff
So be
protection.
it.
it's exactly what he does not want to see. Now, if he can land one of those S3s, he's going to cause extinction, which means Destina won't be able to revive that target, but he's going to have to survive. The rest of the team seems to be falling right before his eyes.
Yes, and with the immunity buff coming in from the Carmen, it's gonna be a long while before we can see any stuns coming in from sasimitea. And even if those immunity buffs disappear, we do have the cleanser Destina up, so I'm not sure if this Spez is gonna have his time to shine without any debuffs coming out.
I can do it too.
Some more damage.
Worst of all, is the ramping up of that Fiend's bar. Just a couple more turns, and she's ready to go wacky, wild, and crazy. Good. Does not look good for left side right here. And a provoke would be even worse. Luckily, he resists. Blood Moon Haste up to take his turn here. An attempt to get the straight strip, which he does.
The full fighting spirit on the MLU Fiend now.
ReTryEver.
Lua has the ability to go into another S2, S3.
Right,
if he
Divine
wants to
has
get
to
his nonsense off, he's gonna have to resist here.
Make peace and accept your fate.
ReTryEver, did he
ER
just punch the
Spez!
ticket?
ER Spez! No!
Not this time!
Plenty of damage, but with no stun.
Both S2 and 3 were locked from Lua. At least the provoke is here. But here's Destina.
The provoke is there, but it might get cleansed away so soon. Yep, another S2 already up on the Destina.
Oh man, Pancake, did ReTryEver buy his time for the win?
It looks like he's gonna rip it here. Let's see if this Spez dodges.
He's gonna have to.
Oh, the
Blood Aura activates.
I'll be the one
Some
as well.
extra damage from the aura.
Stupid trash.
Oh, watch your language.
I haven't heard that.
Language.
Burn almost takes out the Blood Moon Haste in one shot. Another tap on to the rest of the targets, and I think this is it for Blood Moon Haste.
In the light's name.
That is going to be a tough spot. We're down to half of Sashimi-T's team left.
Your blood spill?
I think even worse.
So be it.
Destina has nothing to do here anymore. She's been acting as a CR pusher, but she can't even heal anyone anymore. ReTryEver's whole team is already at max health. They haven't taken any damage.
Thinking long and hard about this. What's his play? He's got one play.
I found.
Goes for the stuns and two lands.
That's not too bad.
We still have a full skills available on that Destina though.
And here is Senya.
Belong to me.
Throwing the spear down the bow. Trying to aim for a kill. It pushes up the Armin into this position. She's not going to be able to provoke with the buffs on left side up. And this is it, ladies and gentlemen. Let her rip!
Here comes the touch.
Specimen says the Butcher with 32k damage coming out clean. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, you love to see it. As I said before, there's nothing in store for this Destina. No way she can bring him back from the brink of extinction. She's going to have to be sitting there pretty wondering what to do. Are either of these allies enough to put out the damage that he needs to do the deed?
Where's the damage?
Yeah, it looks like there's not really a DPS left on ReTryEver's side, so this, if he continues to play this out, we're gonna be seeing a frenzy 10 match going on here. That Senya's gonna be really tanky, and who knows if we're gonna be able to hit that Spez through his evasion.
20 beguiles? How many beguiles do you need to win the game?
To get to the center of this match, well,
Radiant light.
might not need too many more.
Glory.
The full team heal here. Let's see if we get enough heals, and because we are taken up in the frenzy, we are gonna start losing some of that healing power.
Prepare to win.
Lua going for some of those defense breaks she was known for earlier into the match. You're saying, G-Clef?
I think ReTryEver still holding in this.
Trust
He's
me.
literally trying to go frenzy maximum to possibility to get a win, but it's gonna be tough. We didn't even have the Senya passive yet.
So be it.
Oh, there's
Don't
the
get the
break.
defense break there.
Foolish.
Lots of turn cycling here with that
I'll
Destina.
be the
Okay,
one deciding how
guys,
this
tuck.
story ends.
It's time. It's time.
Back to bed. Bye bye. Bye bye. It's just like in the cutscene, right? Where she's
You have a minute to go
she's
to the
got-
toilet.
Hey. We just,
Soul burn on the Lua here. He does not
Okay.
want to take the chances.
only one open target. Oh, two. And decides to drop it right there onto the
Christmas waiting
protected
room.
crimson armor.
Oh, hold up. Hold
you
up.
really want your blood spilled?
With the D-break.
So be it.
D-Frank and the damage crits coming in as well. That's enough to get the D done. The Butcher stands alone. Is he gonna fall? Attack buff coming in due to the miss hit. And no cooldowns up on
Miss.
Maya. She'll be feeding into him even more.
Spez.
He's got the S3.
So, but when does he use that S3? That's the moment.
I don't think he wants to take that risk right now.
Oh, he
No,
does.
he's
He
gonna
goes
have
for
to.
it.
The time is now. The reduction, the frenzy, it made these
Extension.
targets
Oh, that was
easier to
enough
snatch
damage.
up.
The frenzy's
17k
way too
is
much.
just enough. Yeah, the frenzy. It worked just as well for ReTryEver as it does for left side here,
Sashimi's praying.
with T taking it full advantage.
Hands together.
You really want your blood spilled? So be it.
Nuisances should
Lua?
be dealt with.
Do we hit? Oh,
You
that's a
have no
miss.
value to me. Since there's no getting away from it,
Oh, ReTryEver.
Make peace and accept your fate.
Since we have the cooldown on here,
I'll
he
be the one
loses the
deciding how this
evasion with
story
that
ends.
S3 on cooldown, right?
Another miss.
But he
Radiant
still
light.
dodges with the Moonlight Dream Blade.
He's got, unlike our last comparator, he's got a little bit of luck on his side. Another miss.
Can he get the stun?
Now if he gets a stun here, this will push him up. But
Nearly one shot on
The
the
frenzy.
Destina. Frenzy kicking in for sure.
Oh, duel?
a dual attack, is this the
Both
damage he
misses.
needs?
This blade is sharp.
Does he take the chance here to push up, possibly land the sleep, delay the turn a little bit? Seems like that is the option, especially once again,
It looks
having
like
the soul
somebody
burns
forgot
available
to
to him
replace
as well.
facts of
To
time
do another
and
burn
space.
here.
Another miss!
You
But the
have no
damage!
value to me.
Barely hanging
Hold
in
up.
there.
Hold up!
You will be forgotten.
ReTryEver!
No person will ever remember your name.
I'll eliminate
Holding on.
No attack
I
buff
think
this
this
time.
Destina's gone after this. Just one tap of an S1. That Destina should disappear.
I think he can kill either of them in this position. He has the damage, and he does. He
Oh,
goes
gets
for the
the stun!
loop. Doesn't get the kill, gets the stun instead.
Radiant one.
Destina has enough to in the bank, the S3 here, but the frenzy's so high. Is the healing actually going to save anybody? So
Lua pushes
low
first.
compared to the beginning of the game, but it might just be enough here. Another hit. Is it a
Another
crit?
miss.
No, it's a miss, and it leaves him at 509 HP.
509!
Oh, he's got the dual attack. He's got the attack on both there, and Specimen says clutches it.
The claw!
Oh, you can see ReTryEver throwing his head back there. Can't believe it. It was an absolute heartbreak to see that come out. Literally clenching all the way. And Samsita just
see
happy
that.
to have made it out.
Big sigh of relief coming from Sashimi T over there. It was a very clutch pickup and 1v4 from that Spez.
Certainly one of the longest games in the tournament, all the way into the last factors of stun, D-break, misses. Oh, this Spaz can certainly do a lot more evasion.
I think
That
if
was
you
a 72 turn match right there.
10 minutes.
Absolutely.
10
And
minutes.
if you were really paying close attention, I really do think this match turned around at around turn 42 or so. Really switched things up. That first kill, monumental in making the change. I'm sure that'll probably be one of the longer recap clips we get after this set follows up.
Oh, the highlight is going to be very long, but before the highlight, we do need to see the final game to find out who the winner is going up to the semifinals as the first player. Sashimi T or ReTryEver. It's a close call. Spaz ban? Lua ban? What's your take, Divine?
Spez ban might be the right play, but it's so fun at the end of the day. I know you love that unit just as much as me, right? Just so much chaos. No, it's the
Spaz ban.
I'm growing tired of this act.
Now he's picking up on the ML haste here, does not want Sashimi T to get away with it, because as we saw in that last match, Sashimi T getting both the ML Senya and the ML haste on his side bought him just enough time to stall for this Spez to pop off.
He can't keep getting away with it. He can't!
And he's hovering the Albedo, getting some mitigation in there.
Albedo Tywin is an available combo. Although we did not. Yes.
Okay, go ahead. No, you go ahead. You go ahead.
Okay, although we did not get to see that many Albedo in game. Oh, Landy.
I feel like one of the interesting things I really like out of player strategies is the difference between players who draft Landy early on into the set and the players who draft Landy later on into the set, right? I feel like there's a lot of players who have a definitive strategy. They don't want to just throw the bow over to luck, carrying them through a little bit of good fortune, setting them a sail. And then there's some players who just, you know, they hit the slot machine from go and they're ready to throw it all in. And I think it's an interesting break point to see with a lot of characters here. Just such a strong option, but always such a volatile one, right, Fartsy?
Yeah, so the Landy pickup here, even though it's a little early in the draft phase, there's not a lot of threats open that are safe to pick. So with that Knockwell being pre-banned, it's kind of safe here for that Landy to be picked up. But now we got the response with the ML Bologna here, so she's definitely good to pick up there going into that Landy. And then she might proc off her full fighting spirit even faster if that Albedo procs her passive as well.
Already got a good counter against the Landy, but she's not a full one hit. Sometimes she can. Maybe that Senya will help the damage, bringing down the Landy. Much slower draft this time, as it is the third game.
He's thinking really hard. What's going to go in this band protection slot here? What's going to be able to deal against that Bologna? So we have the two tanky dark units here. This could be a good opportunity for an LQC, an Aiden, but with the way the meta is right now, it's really risky to pick them up here unless you have good follow-ups to protect these units and make them work.
You know, G-Cliff, I think I'm just starting to come to the realization we might have just cursed ourselves. You know, when we were talking earlier on the broadcast that we said, you know, in Epic 9 there'll be 20-minute matches. There's 20-minute prevent phases and matches will go on for on and on. I think last match was just a good showing of that, but I think even more so, this is a match where when a lot of the tankier bruiser options are out of the play, players need to find creative ways to speed things up, and I think Ambitious Tywin is always one of those, and Malona, you know, she's one of my favorite units to see just because of the speed, the efficiency, and how strong she came out of, especially at last year's World Cup.
My favorite.
We haven't seen a lot of Coeric pickups too, because as far as cleansers go, ML Coeric has seemed to fall off, but he seems like a really okay pick here since that Fairy Tale Tenebria is in that lock spot, so we definitely need a cleanser here, especially if we want to not get provoked, not get those unbuffables in. And then the safe pickup for the Rowana, just in case there's too much counters going on Sashimi T's side.
Too much counters, a little bit of cleanse, tool attacks as well.
And before you give me Extinction, I can have the Revive buff. So not the Destina, but the Rowana this time.
But no Spez in sight.
Yes, indeed. Somewhat different
Yeah,
of the
it
draft.
is. I think Spez has deserved a little bit of a good rest here, as the DPS options get banned out here. Looks like both players want to take this match just a tad bit slower. I don't know if you can get slower than the last match, but they'll certainly retry.
Well, this is gonna be tough, because is this Landy gonna pop off? There's not really a definitive answer coming in from ReTryEver's side to specifically deal against that Landy.
Can you bring her down if there are plenty of salvos to heal her back? ReTryEver must have something else on his back. He's an experienced veteran player from Korea. Going into Game 3, quarterfinals match number 1. Let's see who the winner is.
Fairy Tale Tenebria coming out of the races first out of everyone adjourned here today. Important decision to make. Now, we saw lots of soul build up and access because of how long that last match came up to. Inspector Tenebria does have an interesting access to, of course, reducing her own cooldowns as a game of chicken starts to play on. Who's going to let loose of their S3 first? Mediator, Quert, Fairy Tale Tenebria will have to see.
Even if Meteor Quirk puts up his buffs right here, we do have a strip coming in from Albedo, so he could choose whoever he wants to focus down first, but it'll be really hard to choose because between ML Senya and ML Haste here, we don't want to focus down the ML Haste since he is protected by the ML Senya, but if we focus down the ML Senya first, we're going to have to deal with the passive proc on ML Haste, so Sashimi might be in a little tough situation here, trying to figure out who is the best unit to focus down first.
We got, on that same note about souls, we got a burn there from the Albedo, reducing the cooldown on that S3 by 2 turns, kind of hinting that left side sees that as the prevalent strategy on board. Might now be the time to let loose with the S3.
It is my job.
And here comes the hand guy. We haven't seen this guy for a long time.
Welcome to Wonderland.
Maybe once a day. But boy, he hasn't fallen off since last year's tournament. He was everywhere.
Try in this beautiful illusion until you drown in your own tears.
Let's see what happens.
See some misses and a counterattack as well. Follow up. Oh, that's some nasty damage.
Yeah, ReTryEver has so many ways to sustain with the Roanna too. Since there's a whole lot of AoE on the left. Oh,
counterattack.
Finally, Landy wakes
up. No
up.
salvo though. I think
left side.
He's gonna be really reluctant about these salvos properly
Here it is.
because the Roanna is just gonna heal him back up.
Exactly.
Of my courtesy.
As if she did nothing.
Rips another bump. Does he get the follow-up? Of course he does. Everything going well for Blood Moon Haste, but that doesn't go unpunished. A response from the Albedo. Proc from the 3F does a bit of damage, but once again, I feel like we're seeing deja vu. Just like with the Destina last game, damage is coming out from left side, and right side seems to not really be taking any of it.
This is looking real tough here because I don't know if Sashimi T is going to have enough damage to deal with all the tankiness and sustain happening from ReTryEver's side.
Albedo.
I vow to stand
3F, not
No
even enough
barrier
damage
break.
to proc through the barrier, yeah.
Little too much.
Such
That S3 from Roanna has been being held just in case. No lethal damage coming soon anytime.
There's not really any debuffs coming in from ReTryEver's side other than the hand guy S2, but
2 stuns?
Oh, he actually got the stuns? Defense breaks?
Defense break stuns, plenty of fun. Now the time has come to decide the target. S3 once again available for the Albedo, but defense breaks already across the board. Could this be used just for the damage and for the strip? Soul? Another burn?
Soul burn.
Seems to be the primary DPS option as she dives into the Blood Moon Haste, getting that unbuffable, and of course stripping him of that buff as well.
Some extra
Slowly
damage chipped
whipping
in.
away on that A-tie win.
How much longer can he hold out?
Finish it.
Don't
Oh,
got the
follow-up
dual
attack. Dual attack did solid damage, even if the Roanna wanted to heal some.
Who do you attack? Oh, Soul.
Deal with it.
This might kill before the heal even comes through, and it does. Blood Aura granted to the entirety of the team, and Blood Moon Haze seems proper and ready to bring her back just as soon as she disappeared. But it is good damage for now, and that's exactly what left side needs.
ReTryEver, where? Here's the
Indeed.
counter.
The counter. Ends up healing the whole team back up, and let's see the damage on the haste here.
Is that all you're capable of?
The Moon Slash
Then you're
from
better
fear.
off dead.
Into the Landy, but the damage doesn't
not
clear.
enough to kill.
Well, kill someone. The ambitious Tywin, sharing in the damage and the pain of his teammates, has to say goodbye. And I really like the genius of that decision there. Landy, of course, wants. Yeah. No, you're saying? Yeah.
Landy's full fighting spirit, so if she manages to survive here, maybe there can be a turnaround with her getting an S3 off.
She's going to want to delay the S3 and instead opt into the S1, possibly to get some very desperate heals because she needs them.
ReTryEver thinking about bringing her down first.
No, she won't even get a chance. She's killed by the Meteor Quarren.
And the heal back. Just way too much. Oh, by the way, Roena still has her revive. Just in
Not
case.
sure if this Albedo's gonna 1v3 here. She's going for it,
I'm
though,
telling
trying
you.
her best.
We need Einzelgold, the master of the magic.
If you're scared, run.
The resist on the strips and the debuffs.
Would you like to be my next
This
meal?
Albedo is just not enough. Sashimi hands off his device. Saying, oh, this is just not my game today.
Well, he did get lucky with the Spez game. Unfortunately, that luck did not push him far enough.
I never fight a losing battle.
Look at Sashimi's camera.
I'm tired of this act.
Landy's. Could have had a chance if the warship was available or ReTryEver. That's all burn on the Kaweri. Doing what he can with the Albedo.
Actually landed the strips and the debuffs this time around, but I'm not sure if it's gonna be enough.
Oh, here's the cleanse.
You must be brave.
This sustain is incredible. Roena plus haste.
So even though ReTry's missing a teammate, he's still at full HP across the board. I've said it before, I'll say it again, it doesn't look like his team takes damage. Not until the frenzy gets into, what, turn 50?
Very defensive. Slow playstyle. For a couple of
Not
Korean
gonna get a
players
chance
so
to go
far.
any further. This, yeah,
There it
that
is.
seems to be the killing blow.
And a comeback of Senya. Just to make sure we
Whole
try
team
ever.
still there. Nobody died.
Nothing happened.
Technically, no one died. ReTryEver, cold, solid. Made it into the semis. We'll see how far it gets. The GBT. Some luck in game 2. We've seen Spez. There's a respect. But not in game 3. That Landy. Yeah, as Divine, you just talked about Landy. Some players picking our last, saying, okay, you just do your job for me. And Sashimi actually locked her down in the second pick. Felt confident.
Yeah, with that early confident pick on the Emma Landy, unfortunately he did not have the answers to respond back to whatever ReTryEver drafted, because he got the early pickup on the Emma Bologna. Although she did get banned, he opted for a really tanky, high sustain draft, and unfortunately, even with all these counters coming in from Landy, was not enough.
Yeah, man, Divine, I actually had a question. The Sharoon pick, what was your thought on the Earth Sharoon pick in the first game?
I really do like the Sharoon pick for a number of reasons. Lots of people don't talk about it too much, but her passive enabling her to push up when the enemy has buffs, you can see it on screen. ReTryEver is always building a comp that is full of plenty of buffs. Destiny even starts with some, but she just doesn't do that good of a job compared to your normal units like the Death Dealer Ray, who's always pre-banned, and like the ML Shu, who you just can't always fit into the draft. So she's kind of a third-tier option in getting out Venom and dealing with a lot of these tankier units. But to me, you can see it here. the best option is honestly these characters that just blow them up and do devastating amounts of damage. It's the Specimen says, it's the Midnight Gala Lilius. It's even sometimes the Abyssal Euphine with her ability to cleave through and penetrate damage. That really seems to be the name of the game when it comes out to deleting these bruiser units and putting yourself ahead of the match.
Oh, thank you for the insights. We got a lot of questions from chat asking, was that Sharon really the best pick? Well, I think you answered that clearly to a lot of people. And this is game number 3.
Allow me to purify.
Hand guy, still very strong, effective in the games.
I've always said he really is one of my favorite units, and I think he's sort of an underdog in a weird way, where he's constantly in meta. And I think the major thing people forget is that he's a warrior. You build him with just a little bit of damage, he gets a lucky crit now and then, and just as you saw at the Landy, he'll blow her up.
Yeah, in this case, with the way ReTryEver drafted, there was a lot of sustain, so because there wasn't high tempo coming in from sasimitea's side, that hand guy just nothing happened to him. So he brought a lot of utility to the team, lots of turn cycling, so that's kind of where EpicAiBot shines, is in these type of standard drafts.
And ladies and gents, I have a surprise for you all. Epic7 YouTube, for the Korean Epic7 YouTube, just hit 40k subscription. So they'll give everyone in Epic7 5 more leaves and 500,000 gold in audio account. It should be in game soon enough. Don't exactly know when it's going to be, but it's happening. Thank you everyone for subscribing. Maybe subscribe to our English channel again, and also the Korean channel. I'm not lying. I'm personally subscribed to Korean, English, Japanese, and Chinese.
For all
you
four
have
of your
4 accounts,
right?
You watch everything 4 times, right?
That I can't say yes. That I cannot say yes, because I'm busy playing the game and also watching on my main YouTube account. But make sure to subscribe, everyone. We're on YouTube. Thank you, Korean YouTube subscribers, especially for the 5 leaves, and I believe it's 500,000 gold. Additionally, they also said soon enough it will be in your mailbox soon enough. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow, but it will be in. So congratulations, everyone.
Can they throw mystics too for some of us stragglers that didn't get Emma Luna?
I was struggling. I was struggling at the bottom. I didn't get ML Luna. I was really sad. I was even a bit depressed.
Oh, really?
Oh,
no.
Yeah, I
was
saw
waiting to hear the update from you, because you promised that last time.
Yeah, it's worse, bro. It's nothing. I am
got time.
Unluckiest E7 player.
You've still got time, bro.
One more week.
Oh, here's the matchup. GOMEAWME back into the quarterfinals. And versus Nonasis, another name from last year. And we've seen him in the 16th, round of 16. Also, actually wanted to the semis.
Yeah, 2 strong players fighting it out. So unfortunately, only one of them are going to make it into the main matches. So are we going to see KJ carry on his title and legacy into the main matches, or are we going to see a newcomer trying to make a name for himself as well? And from what it seems like, as we know, KJ and just like Elfmage are one of the top players in the whole game.
Yes.
And then they don't do so well in tournaments. So let's see if that gets turned around today.
It's time. Today's the day to rebel against your fate, and you know, joining him on there is going to be, I don't know how I want to say this, Nonasis?
Nonasis?
Nonasis, yeah. Nonasis is going to be joining. Seems to be, from the details I picked up a little bit, not here on the player data, but likes to take Auden a lot as well, and we've seen some of his fellow players in Korea also opt into that. But of course, we've seen plenty of these units, the Albedo, of course, the Blood Moon Haste, most importantly, the Death Dealer Ray, who hasn't had an appearance yet today, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe he finally gets some time to shine, and then, will subsequently be immediately pre-banned afterwards.
Well, as we've seen for the Korean server, a lot of them don't like dealing with the Death Dealer Ray. So let's see if they play it safe. Are we gonna see maybe some counter picks if he does make it through? So should be an interesting matchup here, especially if they play to their strengths and what their comfort picks are.
Yeah, from what I know, the Korean server is, especially from the Korean commentators, they were also saying from yesterday, the Asia qualifiers, saying that why are they not picking Death Dealer Ray when it just opened first pick? He's worth the first pick. They had so many questions on the players of yesterday. Certainly showing that from the Korean players draft. He's just pre-banned all the time, I believe. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so far 3 out of 3 on broadcast matches. I'm pretty sure he was banned most of the time in the round of 16. I think that will be just a staple for tonight.
As we've noticed, there's not a lot of green Selines being picked today either. We were seeing a lot of her being picked up yesterday, but that was mostly because we saw a lot of Sea Phantom Politis. But today it looks like we only saw one of her being drafted.
Well, might be we pick up another one here. Have to see, especially after these pre-bans.
Likely. As GOMEAWME back on left, Nonasis now on the right. All the cameras are live. Guys, we do check the live. We do check for live and camera for all the players, all servers. Again, this Bellion. Interesting, even though he's not picking S10.
No Death Dealer Ray either.
That's right.
We got already a stark contrast between the players. GOMEAWME bathed in holy light, his room radiating pure white filters, even with the white shirt himself. And Nonasis in a little bit of a, is that a purple? Is that a darker sprint of a room? Looking like he's in some cyberpunk dystopian city.
Yeah, look.
As the picks
DDR
come
right
out.
there. Immediate first pick. Koreans just love this guy.
Yep, GOMEAWME saw the opportunity. He's like, no ban on DDR, I'm gonna go ahead and pick him up. Especially if he did his homework against Nonasis. We saw that DDR happens to be a unit he picks most often. So not only is this a safe early pick for GOMEAWME, but he's probably denying it too from Nonasis. But in response, we got the Moon Bunny here. So anything that the Death Dealer Ray will want to do is instantly going to be negated by that Moon Bunny, especially being in that Ban Protect slot.
Yeah, now, there's a lot of ways that players like to deal with the Moon Bunny going into these extra turn units. So as we've already seen, Moon Bunny activating when units take an extra turn. Unfortunately, last time it was with a Peyra getting an RL. But sometimes people like to stack the board with extra turns, as I was about to say. And there's another one right there, ladies and gentlemen. Conqueror Lily is hoping to go first and set up the team. So, and just proc that annoying deluge of buffs on right side, and then swept away by the Death Dealer Ray afterwards. Gonna have to make a precise ban here out of Nonasis as he picks up the ML Rat.
That's crazy. Hey Fart, APOC Robbie in the band protection, what is that all about?
That's really interesting pick here because it looks like he's opting for some injury, seeing that there is a liar.
More! I'm so
Oh,
sorry!
more!
I'm so sorry, Pancake! We have the great Mortalix in the house!
Alright, I'm calling it 2-0, Nonasis, 2-0. Immediate win. Won my heart almost immediately with that pick.
Oh,
and
we're seeing the Mort coming out. There's gonna be some interesting things happening here. I want to see this Mort pop off. This is really nice coming in from both sides. We got injury coming in from the Arabi, the Death Dealer Ray, we got the Mort, we got the... What else do we have going on here? It's just the Mort happening on Nonasis' side.
Oh, double resist.
Mort, an unstoppable powerhouse in terms of units. I'm excited to see how things go down, especially because he refuses to be stun or slept. But enough of me gushing, absolutely.
Let me tell you your fortune.
Gets the push up with the Moon Bunny right here, but it looks like no one... Oh! Look at this. ML Crowd was fast enough. Looks like he may rip his S3 here, or hold. Looks like he holds.
Do you smell that?
No reason for him to get more immunity for the team that already has it.
So many buffs, he can't handle all of them. So
Way too many buffs.
Death Dealer Ray opts in towards spreading a little bit of a plague for his enemies.
More
as Mortelix comes down with the big foot.
Oh, got the counter with the strip into the proc.
Back.
Flies.
Got
Got a little more damage
one of the first
him.
applications of
Back in a lot of injury on that Mort here, so things are looking bad for him.
Well, he's got a counter. He has something to say about that with the defense break as well. Putting up the buffs for his team, some crit resistance. What are you, ML Landy?
Not exactly, but okay. Well, another.
But he might be if he keeps getting these counters, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely popping off. He's half dead. But the detonate coming in to lower his effectiveness as well. Can't forget the speed increases he loves to give his allies as well.
Come on, we can do it.
Laya, super cheer. CR push.
How adorable.
Sorry, speed increases.
This Mort is hanging on by a thread of life. If he gets sniped by one more Aravi hit, there's not a lot of damage left on Nonasis' team, but we got the sleep there.
Why she had to be put to sleep. She was such a threat, but now it makes it really dangerous to bike up with LRK, although he's going to do it anyway.
No, you can't stop.
Here comes the delivery.
Ooh, that did so much damage.
Into the counter.
Everybody's countering this game.
Oh, the heal back from haste.
This all runs.
Wondrous Potion while doing its work, giving access to the cleanse from that defense break.
Oh, you'll make it
again. He
Another
already has a
cleanse from the
second
Moon Bunny.
passive.
Oh,
this just got interesting.
Absolutely did. Having to hit the Mort there, who's going to get another turn, possibly with another defense break he can put out here.
Mort. Can you strip through?
He's barely hanging on by a thread. He's got 3k HP left. I think that's enough to get sniped
Another
for one
D-break?
Aravi S1.
But he does ignore effect resistance with the buff, and he did it there to leave a parting gift before he was gone. And now the team has to deal with the real threat of the Laya.
Oh, this haste.
One more turn and she'll be able to wreak havoc all that she wants.
Right here.
You better do it quick, because once that DDR takes his turn, his potion vial's just gonna clean that defense break off the haste.
So here's my question.
Thinking long and hard here.
Can Laya bring down all
goes for
four?
Laya.
You're just a puppy.
Well, it's just gonna depend on how much damage this Laya can do once she gets to her S3 and who she decides to target first.
Got sort of a second ticking clock here on the team. Not as effective, but LRK, as we said before, ramping up his damage with each S3. A couple turns, and he might be able to put away the team for good. But he might not get an opportunity if they keep pushing themselves back up into action with the combat readiness increase. As the sweet miracle proc isn't enough
Into a
to stop.
counter.
You're beginning to
Another strip.
I'll take your life.
This haste.
Now GOMEAWME's team is topped up. All these constant heals while he puts on the injury on that Laya, giving her less ability to potentially carry the 1v4.
Sleep.
I'm growing tired of this act. This is getting old.
Laya might not survive even this. The strike comes on down through. Is it true? No, it's not enough damage. Not by a country miles. But the follow-up will put her in her place for good. And that's a clean GG coming out for the match.
And
That was
the great
unfortunate for the
Mortalix.
Mort pick.
I know a lot
We
of you guys
wanted
were
to see
hyped.
the Giga Chad pop off.
It's been so long.
Well,
I honestly forgot what Mort actually did other than the debriefing.
The
so he does injury on his S3, and if he gets that rage buff up from his S3, he's gonna ignore effect resistance to land the defense breaks on his S1. But it's only a 50% chance, I believe. But if he soul burns it, then it's gonna be a 100% chance.
But it's
And of course, with the so if the passive procs, he's gonna get that anti-crit for his team, but that wasn't really gonna help Nonasis a lot because there wasn't a lot of crits coming in from GOMEAWME's side anyway.
It seemed to me a large portion of his efficacy came from the idea that he was going to be able to act consistently like ML Landy, which is why we bring him up sometimes. He's able to, he can't be stunned, he can't be slept, so he's not losing turns to factors like that. And he does have access to a little bit of sustain. He does recover some health from his S3, of course, and he is able to push himself up a little bit faster with the speed buff that he does give himself when he activates that Sacred Blessing. Just big Mort fan. We just big Mort fans out here, but you know, unfortunately, we're gonna have to say goodbye to him because he's obviously getting pre-banned here.
Nope,
Ooh,
not
what a
gonna
shock!
happen.
Nope.
Actually, not. No, yeah, it wouldn't. Yeah, that wouldn't be the case.
But won't be picked. Very likely. Oh, here's Death to the Ray. First pick now, Nonasis. Why not?
Doesn't want to deal against the DDR, so takes him instead. Especially when he has the first pick option, definitely a good pickup there since that injury, the debuffs, the sleep, everything is just so strong coming in from DDR's side.
Now let's see how GOMEAWME deals with that DDR on the opposite side.
Certainly had a place in the last draft, and now Nonasis gets to see how you'd like to handle one of Korea's most formidable, feared picks in the entirety of the current meta. Death Dealer Ray being on board for his side might be the unit that can help him make a comeback. And speaking of which, nobody does that better. The Dragon's Bride Senya.
Which of my
We've seen her efficacy through the night, and Meat-Eater Quairk joining her in her side.
It looks like somebody forgot their place.
Lewis an answer.
Did you come
Lewis certainly an
This
answer.
was
Oh, the pair.
good pickup. Good cleanses coming from the lock spot with that Meteor Quirk. Unfortunately, Lua can make Meteor Quirk useless with her resets and then the immediate follow-up from the ML Rowana. So GOMEAWME definitely wants to take the first turn here and have an immediate follow-up.
And just immediately go down with the bang. Nonasis just answering with the Landy says, I have to take chances. It's now or never down one.
Especially, Nonasis is definitely taking the turn 2 here, so he's relying on the power of RNG here.
Another counter unit. A Blooming Lydica to finish for GOMEAWME.
The Landy gets
So now-
banned. No, go ahead.
We have 2 resets coming in for GOMEAWME's side. He's got the Lua and then follow up into the ML Rowana. That's going to be 2 turns of reset here. Nonasis may not be able to play the game unless we get some good counters coming in from that ML Yufine.
Lots of RNG involved. Let's see if Nonasis
Really
can
want your blood
survive. Lua starting
it.
for GOMEAWME on the left.
I want you out of my sight.
Go to sleep.
It looks like somebody forgot
Since
there's
their
no
place.
getting away from it.
And a soul burn on top of it as well,
accept your
guaranteeing that there'll be no nonsense on Nonasis' side. Immunity stays up on one unit, but cooldowns are going back, and even further back here, possibly even more with the Rec Room Moana in play. Yep,
It's just like a dream. All
Ouch.
together.
2 turns away for the Meteor Quairk. A resist coming out from the Death Dealer Ray, so he'll be able to get an action in 1 turn, but
Do you smell that?
too good for the rest of the team.
That's the smell of death.
So,
Sleep?
there's
Got the
still
sleep.
filth to purge.
Is here a rude awakening?
You have no
Decent amount of damage as well. Have to remember that sleep guarantees a crit on affected units when they do get hit.
Ooh, deep break.
Got the defense break.
That's huge on Senya. Already half HP bars kind of
Long and
deleted
hard
for Nonasis.
Follow my rhythm.
Thinking with some great merit and efficacy, pushes up the team, seems to be the resulting decision, and puts into position. Well, you gotta love him, ladies and gentlemen. Ambitious Tywin, what does he have to say? Let it rip at this position. Yes, you do. Even so, with a soul burn, let's see how much stuns and defense breaks he can rack up.
landed almost everything. That DDR is just sitting there chilling, debuff free, but we got defense breaks on everyone else.
Ambitious Tywin really needs to be changed towards a deep class because he absolutely stole a massive amount of turns from Nonasis, and he's going to be set back even further with the sleep, going to restrict some more of those actions. And what comes after Luna's sleep? That's right, ladies and gentlemen, another S3. Just as Meteor to Quare came up on the board, he's pushed back again immediately. It is a travesty for right side right now. Does this do the deed? Oh, the pop damage does indeed.
There's just way too much control going on from GOMEAWME's side. Not only did he take the first turn, but he's constantly cycling and then keeping Nonasis at bay with all these turn resets. He's not even playing the game anymore.
Yeah, can't use that S3. It's not available. It's on cooldown.
GOMEAWME prepared for each and every possible counteraction from his nemesis over here, even getting the sweet miracle proc to make sure that Laya stays wide and awake for what has to be his victory song. She's playing it right now, ladies and gentlemen. Strum the guitar, soul burn for a little bit of extra damage, secures it. The holy sacrifice comes out, but another attack is also on its way. And it's strong. It puts down the Death Dealer A.
Still need plenty, a lot more bars for that trauma. Is it too late? Lua control delaying everything.
I will erase them all.
Goes for the S3, getting that immunity, putting the attack buff. Not sure if that's going to be enough for that Euphine to stay alive and do what she needs to do and hyper carry this.
She's going to need a barrier to do so, and luckily, the combination of that S3 putting him at halfway down the CR bar, plus the Warhorn, means he's almost ready to take another turn. Also, that ambitious Tywin is ready to let loose with another S3, so once immunity goes down, he's ready to clown.
Finally, Korea getting to use some of the skills.
Sweet jam.
Seems a little too late, too far, too down.
I'll be the one deciding how
Lua
this
again.
story
Got all
ends.
those resets.
This is her third
skills coming back on the Lua.
It looks like somebody forgot their place.
It's just another one of those Lua shows, ladies and gentlemen. Much as you might feel Death Dealer A, she was one of the original, no, the premier pain in the butt units to have to fight against, and she still is to this very day.
Especially with that Emma Rowana keeping up the tempo with the resets, and because that Lua takes the double turns to push up that Rowana, the 50% CR reduction from the MLUC doesn't matter anymore.
We said he's a dangerous, GOMEAWME is a dangerous competitor who's taken into mind every single counteraction that can be on the board, and is this enough to steal the game right here? Nonasis is throwing his hands up. Yes, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Just like in the background with the sun setting, so has GOMEAWME sunsetted the participation for his enemy in this tournament, sealing the victory.
The V for victory from GOMEAWME to 0. Oh, rise up to fight against ReTry. Huh?
His sweatshirt has a whale on it. Is he trying to say something?
Oh no, is
the whale? Was it a whale?
I couldn't tell.
Maybe we'll get into the replay here. Of course, replay action, of course, showing off one of my favorite units in Epic 7. Mort doing just a disgusting amount of damage out there when he got the shot, followed up, of course, by the LRK on the bike. Such a solid showing from the enemy, and then it all seemed to go south for Nonasis from there.
The unfortunate thing is, as we've seen throughout all these matches so far, there were some drafts with the LR Crow, but unfortunately, he doesn't do a whole lot in this meta anymore.
Especially when you're locked down by Lua. The entire game.
I just think a big part of it is, we've talked a lot of these units that have gone out of favor, and G-Clef, you brought up the Sharoon from before, but LRK really doesn't bring enough to the table these days. He protects his team, sure, but there are plenty of bruisers in the current meta that protect their team because you have to attack them, and LRK isn't one of them. You know, Dragon Bride Senya, of course you need to put her down. Blood Moon Haste, you need to put him down, but LRK can be safely ignored until the end of the match, and that just isn't enough of a threat nowadays in this current meta.
Yeah, and a lot of these units are relying on the single target attacks, and LR Crow only excels in a situation where there's a lot of AoE. And from what we've seen, the only unit that provides that is the MLU Fiend, which happens to be on Nonasis' side anyway, so there wasn't really a proper place for LR Crow to shine here.
Now that's a semi-final guaranteed for GOMEAWME and ReTryEver, two super high-note players. Very experienced players, but different playstyle in a way. And GOMEAWME seems to be ready, at least dealing with that TDR really confidently. So we'll see how that goes, but before we go into the semifinals, of course, you have to go down to the lower bracket and find out mrpong, CRYINGlord up next, SarSarBro versus Merit. A lot of big names coming up next. We'll take a short break. When we come back, the other half of the quarterfinals.
That the best intentions can lead to the worst outcomes. Back then, I didn't know. I'll never forget the moment despair darkened those hopeful eyes. But all I ever wanted was for everyone to live in peace. All I ever wanted was a world where everyone was happy. And just like I wanted, the war was over. Because there was no one left to fight in it. But this side of the story will never come to light, since there's no one who wants to hear the truth. I won't ask for forgiveness. You don't need my excuses. For the sake of peace, I'll be the villain I have to be. Time to end our twisted fate. Facts aren't what's important. What matters is what we perceive as the truth. When you look at me, who do you see? A butcher or mankind's savior? Will you be the one who sees through it all and understands me?
Trust in your queen! For this is a special invitation that will change your life. So I hope you're ready for Miracle Maid Kingdom!
로드 가문의 이름을 이어받았으나 뜻대로 이루어지지는 않았다는 게 문제였지. 이걸 들 수 있는 자는 자네뿐일 거야. 날 위해 목숨을 바치려 했던 제뉴와 경에게 감사와 경의를 담아. 로드의 기사로서 손에 쥔 것에만 만족하던 내게 서로가 유일한 주인공이라고 말해줘. 우리의 만남은 필시 운명일 것이다. 그러나 필멸자와 불멸자가 감당할 아픔은 온전히 그의 몫이 되었으니. 이 녀석들이 진짜. 널 다시 만나는 날 들려줄 이야기가 부족할 일은 없겠어. 가자. 기대하고 있으라고.
Imagine how you would feel if your family was slaughtered. If the killer was revered as a hero of legend. Wouldn't it be horrifying? The screams of my enemies will be a requiem for the passing of my kin. Their blood will warm the corpse of my brother. I have no use for pride and honor as a warrior. All that remains is a void of emptiness and rage. Until the heart of my final enemy is run through, we won't stop. Will we, Ilian?
Melanie? Christy? Where are you? Why are you looking at me like that? Where am I? Please, no. No more surgeries. Don't come any closer. She could come back. She might kill everyone. Though there was one person who held me close, no matter how hard I pushed. No matter what I do, or how much I hurt her. But one day, she just stopped coming to see me. Is she afraid of me too? Luna, where did you go? What do I have to do to see you again?
So you're the one that Luna holds so dear.
And welcome back everyone to the Korea qualifiers. We have the matchup immediately. Mr. Pong on the left, CRYINGlord, the two players we didn't get to see in the round of 16. Back in action for the quarterfinals. Here, Mr. Pong, pretty popular name. CRYINGlord, if you've been watching E7WC in the past, you probably know this guy too. So here's Mr. Pong, 73% win rate, pretty high up there.
Looks like he has a unique Vanguard on the Albedo. We haven't seen a lot of players doing that, but we do see the often picked Laya into the DDR, and not surprisingly, the pre-ban on the Emmopolitus.
Well, that Albedo is bringing a lot with her. She's a protection Albedo, at least from what my sources tell me. And we've talked about this before. You can really protect yourself by stacking up a ton of buffs. Prevents a lot of these strips, and immunity coming on top as well. It is the chef's kiss, c'est magnifique in terms of protecting and engaging enemy players.
Albedo in the most guard. Not that many players actually have that right in the middle. And here is CRYINGlord, certainly another big veteran. Actually, most banning Somlin as the most banned.
With that Lua there as a most pick unit and the Vanguard, we don't want to see that Celine pop off, especially with the rise in her pickups with this shifting meta. So makes sense to not see that Celine on the board available.
Also have information that CRYINGlord, a little bit of a favorite in comfort pick of the ML Sharoon. We've seen some of her efficacy and banning of the green Auden, I believe. Is that Verdant Auden?
That's just
Yeah,
Auden.
That's taken out there. Interesting.
Is he gonna
Just
pick up a lot of dark units here?
Yeah, it
Why
bans out
the
all the
Auden ban?
Auden, so maybe he's thinking about a dark unit. Maybe it's a snipe ban against
You'll
Mr.
make an
Pong.
excellent specimen.
There's the DDR, very strong unit, very, very popular first pick.
Korea once again valuing the Death Dealer Ray more so than other regions. We're gonna have to see his efficacy. Already one unit that suffers a little bit from getting inactive with some venoms, but I think the efficacy with a lot of these venom units is when you start to stack them, right? And hoping to see some of those options come out for CRYINGlord, but maybe he's well and protected with his favorite comfort pick of the Albedo.
You have no value to me.
Very interesting response here with the Fire Lilius and the Lua. So we have the cleanse coming in from Fire Lilius and possibly lots of control and reset with the Lua there.
I misspoke earlier, by the way. The Albedo coming out for CRYINGlord, usually one of Mr. Pong's favorites, so stealing her away happens to you all the time, buddy. The good ones always go. And it just puts you in such an awkward position when these units you rely on are gone, but he does find a second comfort pick, as I said before, liking the Dragon King Sharoon in a lot of these spots, so she'll be picked out here with the Knockwall coming along to counteract in some ways, possibly even the Lua.
I'm curious as to why CRYINGlord picked up the Dragon King Sharoon in this ban protect, because what is the purpose of her use here, and does he have an answer to deal against that Lua?
We've seen, I believe, time and time again, the ML Sharoon really coming out just for just being able to wash away plenty of the enemy team's buffs, and of course the debuffs that she does put on the enemy team, class specific, come in handy as well. Those defense breaks land, it can be spell trouble for the enemy team, and that's why we see him digging deep for an Edward Elric of all choices here.
Definitely a good pickup there, especially with all the debuffs coming in from CRYINGlord's part. So
to demonstrate.
And
get the
Landy at the
Landy
end.
here into the Knockwall. Landy into Knockwall pick is very interesting. So maybe Mr. Pong's already thinking of banning that Knockwall.
Aria.
Aria is definitely good into that Ed, but against the Laya, we'll see who gets banned on both sides.
Arya coming out again in the 5th position. Last time she was banned out, and second verse same as the first once again. Oh, sad day.
Laya
Sad
gone.
day.
And Aria also gone. Lots of A's, double A's gone from not going to be making it to the field.
You really want your blood
First game
spilled?
between Mr. Pong,
So be
CRYINGlord. Let's see if there's enough cleanse
There's
on the
no
left.
getting away from it.
Opting to go straight into the S3, doesn't want to mess around with that S2. No need to put people to sleep and wake up the sleeping dragon, as some might say.
Over here.
Follow-up attack already.
Duel. Into the counter, but no salvo.
Just another tap onto the Fire Lilius here.
Dragon King.
Life or death.
Looks like they're focusing down on this Fire Lilius. They want to prevent all the cleanses on Mr. Pong's side and these possible dual attacks.
The dark shroud of death is
Has to
coming.
be careful here. Non-attack skill coming
I
out.
hope you find it comfortable.
The vial is dropped. Let's see what kind of nasty lock comes out, and it's not enough against the Fire Lilius. She resists and pushes up, puts out that provoke. Does miss, but a little bit of aid to the allies as the pestilence spreads in due time.
This
Might
way.
be time for a cleanse. Nope, just another follow-up attack,
Edward.
and it's almost put
That
away
is
the Death
a
Dealer
lot
Ray.
of damage.
Little exchange means he's gonna hit back. Ooh,
Death
interesting.
Dealer Ray is almost gone.
What a hassle this
I'll say it again, ladies and gentlemen, but you have to highlight it. The 2-turn provoke on the Dragon King Sharoon. That is a nasty thing to deal with, as finally Knockwall gets to play the game, puts the all-important bind on the Navy Captain Landy. A classic resistance moment for the Edward Elric. You'll love to see it.
Into the seal on Landy. Now she's gonna be sitting there.
Deciding how this story ends.
Landy not having that much impact.
Defense break on the DDR. Looks like he's not gonna survive this.
But does the salvo come out? Of course it does. Even while hit with the debuffs, Landy still having access to the salvo, fair and fun.
And this Edward hits hard.
I'll show you who's in charge.
Keeping away those counterattacks.
How absurd.
Knockwall has to bid goodbye. Another appearance of the horse coming out of Albedo.
Lua barely
Nearly
alive with
taking out
90.
the Lua.
Resistance on the defense break. It's the debuffs on the Ed, proccing him.
Another 2-turn provoke on the ML Sharoon. That is torturous.
Mr. Pong. Some extra damage to Landy.
Not enough.
Soul burn on the Ed.
There's Alfonso.
Headlands almost putting him down, and CRYINGlord calls it right then and there. Winner goes to Mr. Pong.
Mr. Pong.
That smile.
Feeling confident, even with that many binds and debuffs on Landy, still had it enough. Actually have showing some confidence with that grid. Feeling okay. Let's see, like lots of Korean players. Yes, Pan.
Yeah, he had tricks up his sleeve. He was not scared of that DDR whatsoever.
Bit of a faster match here. And I do actually like the amount of damage the Albedo putting out. Kind of surprises me, even more so than most players in the game right here. And of course, the participation from the Death Dealer Ray. Such a strong unit, but not enough to circumvent that match in particular. We'll have to see how it happens in the next game of the set.
Mr. Pong one step closer to that semifinals. CRYINGlord. That Albedo DDR didn't seem to have enough against what Lua was doing. Lua versus Knockwall, that was a cool matchup. With this Auden ban. Let's see, as we get the pre-bans in, Landy Knockwall.
No more Emma Landy.
No more Knockwall as well.
Picks up the Laya, so they're doing a little switcheroo over here. Taking the DDR on the other side, along with the Laya.
Just notice
Covering that Sea Lilius.
how many Korean players just loving this Death Dealer Ray and Laya. Just immediate, there's no questions asked.
When you have a winning combination, right? I mean, if you went to the racetrack and you bet on one horse and it always won, you're not changing your strategy, right? And I think it's the same thing over here. It's reliability. It's something that we see a lot in the 1-2 positions in the draft, especially with the band protection slot. You're trying to pick surefire hits, things that are going to stay, not only stay, I should say, but really serve as the base for your entire strategy. There's only a couple of units in the entire game that fill that niche.
Yeah, going off of what Divine was mentioning, it's the first phase of the draft that's really important because that sets the tone and the pace for how this match is going to go, and that's typically the slots where people will want to pick their neutral openers. And as we see here, a lot of these openers were already banned out, so we have very few options left. So it looks like we're opting for the Emerald Shoe here. Not sure what she's gonna do here other than probably bringing in the injury on the DDR with the follow-up Dragon King Sharoon to not be affected by the sleeps coming in from Mr. Pong's side as well.
It's always important to have counteracting strategies to your opponent's main strategy. But also putting her in the ban protection pretty much screams that Death Dealer Ray is staying because I'm not afraid. So Mr. Pong picking around that and opting into the Abyssal Fiend. I've talked about her value then and again, but I really can't understate how much reducing your opponent's CR gains from all sources is a clutch pickup, and I think something anyone should be happy to have on their side.
And with the ban protect slot for Mr. Pong and the Abyssal Fiend, it's gonna be a little iffy here because he is picking the Abyssal Fiend into the Laya and the ML Sharoon, so there's a possibility that she gets defense broken by the ML Sharoon or one-shotted by the Laya S3. So it looks like he picks up the cleanse with the Fire Lilius here. Not sure if that's gonna be enough though.
Look at the absolute focus coming out from Mr. Pong's side. Not even moving a single centimeter. Just staring straight ahead with that kind of determination that shows me he's got what it takes to represent not only Korea, but maybe to take it further and win it all. That is locked in, ladies and gentlemen.
Either that or his camera is frozen. Because, it looked like he was not moving, and then it just suddenly lagged into a new frame.
I believed, I knew, that's... Sorry, go ahead.
He didn't blink for a minute.
What does blinking have to do with winning E7, huh, G-Clef? What advantage does blinking give you? This is the level our competitors are on. If it doesn't give you an advantage, then throw it all away. That is the top caliber of talent on display here at the tournament, ladies and gentlemen.
Right. Fire Lilius finally being respected. Bend down. CRYINGlord does not like him, and Genoa removing the damage source. Oh yes, Pancakes?
No, you hit the nail on that. We want to get rid of the Genoa here because he's going to bring in so much damage, especially going into that MLU feed, which is going to probably be the hyper carry here for Mr. Pong. So he's going to do everything he can to protect that Euphine. Although, we'll see how things go here with the rest of the debuffs coming in from CRYINGlord's side.
What is
of course, CO, but just cutting off by 4%. A little close.
Must suffer the consequences.
I'll do my best.
Push back in silence.
It's very interesting here how Mr. Pong is also backlining with the C. Lilius, meaning that he wants to protect that C. Lilius, even though the hyper carry here is going to be somewhere between the DDR and the MO team. So right away he's getting the stun, instant focus down from the ML Shoe.
ML Shoe ramps up, and with that speed buff on her side as well, so ramps up quick. Operation Cream Puff might be on the way soon, but first the Spear of Delineation comes through, almost puts Zio in a grave.
Easy does it.
Here I come.
Oh no, not the sleep. Free Cascade for CRYINGlord's team.
I don't really enjoy this.
Witness the power of the
still
chosen.
there.
Zio penning
with the
with
crit.
attack buff, with the extra damage from the Cascade, and pop goes the Weasel.
What did DDR do? Gave Cascade to CRYINGlord and disappeared.
It's showtime. Everybody now. What, you think this is
Lots of damage coming in from CRYINGlord's side. Looks like this tank down team is not gonna last very long if they just get controlled to death over here.
Poking away out at the Zio, possibly getting the kill here, but C. Lily is going for a classic little bit session of walk and talk, putting up that bigger buff.
But only lands 2 attack breaks, and unfortunately the Shu and the Zio are still clean.
Zio might not survive to see through, and he does fall there.
Your eyes are clouded
Well
by
handled.
greed.
Here's the S3 brother
See
and
these
Queen.
debuffs?
Nestor here at the perfect moment. Yes,
2
I was about to
D-breaks.
say, a defense break here while Operation Cream Puff is ready to go.
Come on, we can do it.
Interesting, he goes for the cleanse here rather than going for a duel to get some more damage off to hopefully clean sweep one of these defense broken units.
Assemble.
Here's their F3.
Yeah, we're
Locked in target.
A clean shot. How does it come down? Ooh, a ton of injury damage. That's what the shoot is really here for. Not to necessarily kill, but to put down the efficacy of the enemy team. And now stuns going on across the board. GG comes out.
Yeah, Mr. Pong's call taps out GG's. CRYINGlord stays in. 1-1 tied. Good control coming down from CRYINGlord
Lots
this
of
time.
stuns.
And locking down that DDR early seems to be the key. The good meta solution, especially in the Korean server today.
It's so interesting to see because left side takes the Death Deal array. You expect them to be playing a lot of the debuff game, but it's actually right side with the stuns that plays it out and actually is able to impress the opponent into a grave.
Especially for Mr. Pong, he only had one cleanser drafted from the Fire Lilius, and then she got banned out, so that just kind of made a better playing field for CRYINGlord to control Mr. Pong to death.
When you only have one cleansing solution, maybe you need a secondary option when we talk about the post bans. Here comes game 3 for the winner. Who's going up to semifinals? Is it Mr. Pong or CRYINGlord?
Laya and DDR both off. So these popular openers no longer available to be picked. Then we get the first pick on C. Lilius here, setting the pace for maybe possibly a more aggressive draft on Mr. Pong's side.
Let me take a second to pull out my glasses here and pull a note from my partner's book and just say that this is a very classic situation when we get so deep into the draft, when there are these many pre-bans up on the field, you get into a situation where we seem to be rolling back towards previous metas, and of course there is no queen of previous metas. Quite like Conqueror Lilius, we do have the new stalwart of the Albedo coming out on CRYINGlord's side. Interesting to see her first pick so quickly. Interested to see what aids her on her path towards victory.
Yeah, and going off of what Divine was mentioning, C. Lilius is so strong in the previous metas with not a lot of counterplay against her, and Laya really became a really popular character because of the C. Lilius, but now that she's off the table, C. Lilius has more of a chance to shine here.
Bihu in the second pick slot. We've seen a couple picks, lots of post bans on this guy.
Is he gonna slow down the pace here with that Crimson Armin pickup? Maybe opting for the cleanser? He's thinking long and hard about how he's gonna be dealing against that Gihu, who has the opportunity to put up a lot of debuffs.
Now Lilius,
and then he locks in the cleanser.
The double
No
knights
more
come
losing
out
the
to
cleanser.
fight. Fumir draft. We should have seen it. Green,
RGB.
red, blue comes down immediately. CRYINGlord opting out of the Wallet Warriors and instead picking the free, the easy, accessible, limited collab, and as well as more limited characters to support his draft.
Another green unit, expecting
Should be
another
interesting.
cleansing type.
Two cleansers. He's not gonna let these chances of getting stunned and slept and defense broken lose his chances of winning here.
Wait,
We
we
gotta
have
pick
all the
another
Lilius.
stalwart DPS here. Somebody else who can carry the
Is he
game.
Violet? Oh, Celine.
Is this a game for the Mean Bean Machine, Green Celine?
Against the Fumir.
Huh? Is it
Certainly
my
a great
turn?
choice. Locked.
Definitely a good choice going into the Bihu and the Fumir. So Mr. Pong is trying to secure a lot of defensive picks into the Fumir, into the Bihu. He's got the cleanses, he's got the damage. Now
4
we got the
RGBT
Fire
from
Robbie.
CRYINGlord. Oh, in 2024, that's rare.
You could see the win prediction hated that. Absolutely did not like seeing none of the light, none of the dark characters on right side. But maybe maybe CRYINGlord in his final moments is cooking something up brilliant right before our eyes, ladies and gentlemen. Time will tell as we get into the final match of the set.
That's right, Divine Game 3. Triple Lilius in the house.
Lots of cleansers too.
Bihu
so
cut by 1%.
Any debuff. It's a fast Bihu.
Fast Bihu indeed.
Don't come any closer.
Even though he does suffer the provoke, it's going to be Gala Lilius's turn now as well, and she's got her sights set on the one target that can mess up her day. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit of a strip, and she couldn't be in danger. Not too much damage coming out. Yeah, not even enough to proc her passive, not putting the opponent below 50%.
CRYINGlord has something up his sleeves.
Cleanse
Got
on
the cleanse and the
Yuffie,
push up.
pushing her up. Counter from the Albedo. Stripping those buffs, although there was not much happening there anyway, just a couple
Give
barriers.
all that you have for the glory of Perland.
This is what I think CRYINGlord was a little bit afraid of. The Midnight Gala Lily is completely exposed without the damage limit buff now.
Ooh.
And missing double resistance on the Funir. Unable, you could see him throwing his hands back in disbelief. Albedo's going to set up a wonderful amount of damage coming out here, putting the defense break. Can he get it on the Yuffie? Yes, he can. He can get it splendidly as Elemental Wisdom stacks up its charges. Ladies and gentlemen, with a little bit of a soul burn. And this turn might turn deadly.
Here's the
Back,
animation.
the S3 is here.
Land.
That turned out pretty nice.
Plenty of sleeps, plenty of damage as well.
Katie is still up.
The burn.
This is gonna be a nice S3 for the Acades if she survives here. But we do have the attack down on the Gala. She didn't go for the Acades. Now she's just gonna cleanse the whole team. Let's see what kind of buffs she gets up for everyone.
Mr. Paul waiting a little bit in hopes that this is a good sprawl he gets. Don't want to see crit damage. No, you see Gab and crit resistance. And a revive on the Acades as well.
The randomness.
Here I am.
Absolutely.
Stun.
And a stun on the Gala Lilius.
Mr. Pong.
I can do it too.
The counter.
Now things are getting dangerous in terms of the Abyssal Euphine. She's going to be at full bar after this attack. And she's going to burn just to get as much damage out as well. Proccing another counterattack from the Albedo. Does this force finally put the Lilius away with the 3F proc?
Always a
Not enough.
How do we feel about fireworks?
Back with the extra burn, still survives.
Oh, that
Not
looks
enough
like 1
damage.
HP. But she won't survive that.
I'll take your life.
This could be a very dangerous pull here for the Conqueror Lilius. Nope. It's just the Acades.
Oh,
and
that
so
50-50.
CRYINGlord hangs on.
Can't we talk this
3F?
out? I don't like thinking nothing to worry
Worse
about.
than that. Able to push
More
up
cycling.
Euphine into her favorite position, top of the CR bar, and the cleanse, the strip this is going to have, the devastating damage. It's all starting right here. Oh, it's wiped the board.
The RGB
That's
does not
it,
survive.
ladies and
Mr. Pong moves up to the semifinals.
Clean sweep from Mr. Pong here. Really great drafts coming in from his side. He definitely knows how to counter draft against CRYINGlord. It seems like CRYINGlord was very assertive in picking the draft that he wants. And then the way that Mr. Pong responds is making sure he can have these specific counters to deal against his playstyle for CRYINGlord. So very good drafts there. Very nice response with the cleansers. No debuffs going through. The control gameplay, unfortunately, did not work out for CRYINGlord.
One of the things I gotta highlight, especially with this match, was, and we don't highlight enough, I almost feel like, in the Epic 7 community, is just the stalwart face of Mr. Pong, really keeping himself composed. This game, at the end of the day, we can make the right moves, but if you tilt in terms of mental, things are going to go bad very quickly for you. So his ability to just stay stalwart in both his focus and his ability to take that loss in one of the games and then come back at the end of it all, that's a true mark of a victor, just like we've had in the years past.
I'm just looking at the camera of Mr. Pong. So many different moments of yays and saws. Whenever he gets stunned or some RNG'd.
This is it.
And into game 3. No, this was still game 2 with the Shabu.
That Shabu was popping off there with all her debuffs, getting all those stuns. That made Mr. Pong learn his lesson. I definitely need more cleansers, is probably what he's thinking, and he definitely locked that in.
Classic for when I play the game as well. I'm always sitting there like, I should have brought some cleansers.
Almost seems like he's on his toes.
You've
With the
been
claps.
popping off here. She was getting a lot of damage buffs up too. She had the Vigor, she had the Gab, she had her S3. Lots of support coming in for that Abyssal Euphine. So that was the solo carry there. The Menace that was not getting nuked down with the control comp, unfortunately.
You've always got to highlight the Vigor, especially. You've always got to highlight the Enrage buffs as well. All of these non-dispellable buffs that activate these special conditions for units, and more importantly, just give a ton of free stats. I mean, if you want to avoid getting gear gapped, just get more stats, right? And plenty of characters provide that buff and many and much more.
Just get those
Especially
attack
with Vigor on
defense up,
the
speed ups.
Yeah, on Euphine there's a lot of synergy there because the Vigor providing the defense, the attack is both what the ML Euphine needs, so definitely helps her in survivability in addition to extra damage.
Everybody loves Vigor.
Certainly from Celilius and a couple other heroes. Here is the matchup, the last quarterfinals that we have. SarSarBro, which the player we got to see against unluckyfgo. Let's see if he can pull that off on the left side this time. Only have the same RNG, some lucky moments, just like he did in the round of 16.
Well, if he's right side again, right side tends to have the better RNG compared to left side, right?
I think if
Well,
you're
well,
up
especially
first,
when it comes
you're
to
just
RNG
on the left
units.
side.
The theory is being put to the test currently, as well as their drafts. We've seen the style from SarSarBro as well already, but he's unique in the para pick a little bit, especially from a lot of his Korean counterparts. This looks a lot more standard, and of course you have to highlight Merit, throwing away some of those bans to some lesser picked units and freeing up the board to really pick and choose the most optimal pick for the current situation. Blood Moon Haste, Janua, Laya, Ambitious Tywin, they're things you've seen time and time again tonight and have cinched him a nearly 70% win rate. It's going to take a lot to take him down, but both players have something going for them, and those things are going to clash in just a moment.
Yes, those pre-bans are just...
Yeah, I was gonna say those pre-bans really shows that Merit has a lot of confidence in being able to address any type of situation his opponents throw at him.
He's playing on the phone. Did I not notice that before? Is he playing on the phone?
I think so.
Okay, all right, fair enough. I mean, it's really the dichotomy of two players right here, right? You've got Merit locked in on the phone, and Sarsar just like a position kinged up, you know, with his hand. You can see him flicking a little bit left and right with the mouse there, getting the action, really getting a feel for his computer.
It's showtime.
They were
that
just
with the Laya coming
confident
out first.
with anything, just getting those pre-bans
I vow
out.
my life to you.
Both openers, very safe picks. The Laya, the ML Haste, the ML Senya. This is going to be very tough for Merit to deal with Sarsar because he's got two really tanky units, and the opponent's just gonna have to figure who do they want to focus down first, because again, there's gonna be a lot of sustain coming in with the barriers and the heals from the ML Haste also.
I'll destroy you.
And a Tywin. Nakwa on the band protection.
So we're going to be seeing a lot of debuffs coming in from the A Tywin and the Noctwolf with her bind and seals. And because of the Noctwolf in the lock spot here, SarSar has to think really hard about how he's going to counter this, which is possibly going to be this Moon Bunny here that he's hovering and then trailing away from.
Cooking up something, really rubbing his palms there together. That's another thing you classically see, right? Get physical with your decision making, right? You don't just sit there thinking in a vacuum. Your brain works best when you're on the move. Go through those familiar movements and get the whole body engaged with coming up with a plan of counterattack. And it starts with the Elena there. Plenty of chances to activate, not only with the Noctwolf, but with the Tywin as well. Let's see if he drafts anything else that could get some added value towards her and the Albedo following soon after.
Lots of AoE
like
from
such
Merit.
a meaty draft.
I'm very curious as to why he picked up the Albedo here, because I don't see her providing a whole lot against Merit's team, especially with Noctwolf there. But maybe this Elena is going to do everything she needs to do to protect SarSarBro's team.
Moana coming in, taking advantage of all these high-speed openers, especially because SarSarBro seems to have no intention of really contesting in any way, shape, or form. And we've already seen how powerful, again and again tonight, pushing back cooldowns can be. I mean, don't give me Lua flashbacks, please.
Yeah, so now this is going to be a matter of gear. Will this Elena be able to resist everything? Because we have two potential resets coming in from... Oh, interesting. So we're definitely getting a lot of souls coming in here. That Noctwolf is not going to take a chance with these resists.
Archdemon being hovered.
Don't worry, I'm here.
Aden.
The Savior Auden coming out at last. Another solid sign that we are in the Korea side of things in terms of the draft. Fortunately, she'll be banned out, and joining her will be the Lai as well. Get to see an interesting game, especially with the two Dark Mages in back on Merit's team, the Requiem Moana and the Spectre Tenebra. I have a feeling both of these are going to be keys to claiming victory.
And then, as we were gonna find out, will this Elena protect SarSarBro's team? Will she get hit or missed from the Noctwolf?
Yeah. Lots of souls
Merit starting off with, I was about to say, a little bit of a thesaurus, I'd say, at that point, right? Not quite a library, but at least a thesaurus. And the first part of it's going to be used in this burn here, making sure there's no resistance on this.
It will end.
Actually hits the Elena! Oh no, this is not looking good.
SarSar.
Let's see where this seal is gonna go.
We don't want to see this, ladies and gentlemen.
Try not to feel so indignant.
And haste.
Seal on the haste.
I'll prove my love to you.
So with the seal on the haste there, there's a good opportunity for Merit to focus down on the Senya without proccing the haste passive.
How dare you pick a fight
And
with
we
me?
got all the resets on all 4 units here.
And on top, the flash,
Another
the
soul
debuffs
burn here.
are coming down.
I vowed to stay.
Okay, not as many
Only
from the
one stun
Tywin.
and defense break.
Oh, did you guys notice that? Rise
You
of a
want to try
Monarch,
me?
Rise of a Monarch up on the ambitious Tywin, providing some extra defense for the Spectre Tenebra in the back. It's a good way of getting this princess, as we like to call her, a high DPS option that needs to be protected, that extra bit of protection to see her through the draft. As she activates the Soul
You
Burn
aren't
here,
even fit to
cleaves
kiss
a
my
decent
feet.
bit of health out of the Albedo.
There's no
Will this
escape.
S3 be enough to finish anyone off?
Ever.
Damage, 22
Clean hitting,
HPA.
yes it does!
Albedo gone. Elena's here, but the skill's on cooldown, and
Don't you?
she
We
can't
do
really
get the
do
cleanse
anything.
for a couple of those debuffs. Unfortunately, not the ones we need for the haste, so he's still
Did you come to
sealed.
see me?
Not gonna be proccing his passive if anyone else dies.
You are not worthy
Moana
of my
is
courtesy.
also just quite a bit of a shame. Access to damage is exactly what SarSarBro needs right now. And unfortunately, he's getting shown the way to Control's front
I
headquarters.
want to love you.
God, could have only been worse if the Provoke landed there as well.
Some extra damage from Senya.
Always appreciated.
Still standing strong.
We do have a seal up here. Possibly getting the seal on the Senya.
This is the man
Or do you want to extend on haste? On Senya it is.
I'll give you the show of a lifetime. Not
Got the defense break.
This one's tough.
Let's see if she survives this.
Oh!
Oh, the duel! That was just enough to get rid of the Elena. This is looking bad for SarSarBro. His cleanser, his protection from all the debuffs from Merit's side is gone now. I think he's probably regretting not picking that Moon Bunny now.
Reckon surviving with just the tail end of HP. Gonna necessitate the Blood Moon Haste coming in to finish her off, but still not looking too great for SarSar. As another one of these S3s come back, can we push these cooldowns back even further? Yes, we can. Blood Moon Haste taking a back seat once again, with even more seals put on his head on top.
Oh, and
that just
SarSar.
has to be GG.
SarSar calls in the GG. Merit with the cerise skin on the profile. Big win there.
Hyper focused on his phone, not looking anywhere else.
Snapping on the side too. He got the earbuds in as well.
He's ready. Zoned in. Got a pretty good draft in. That Elena. Oh, if there is that knock wall, the cooldown control sometimes can just put you out of hand. You can't really play if you don't have your S2 and S3. How can you win the game?
Especially with the element advantage not working for SarSarBro this time around. So, as I said, left side RNG, not the greatest. That Elena actually got hit, got all the resets and debuffed.
Well, I really do have to highlight how much I think I valued the play out of Merit to bring Rise of Monarch on the Ambitious Tywin. Mages do love a little bit of extra defense. That artifact grants 10%, as well as the 16% shield on top to the lowest HP unit, made it so that SarSar's strategy of picking off Merit's units one by one became just that much harder in the grand scheme of things.
But in Merit's case, there was no unit on
Not
SarSarBro's
Yuna!
side that
do my best.
Yuna, this guy's really confident.
Seems like that's a direct attack at Smilegate. Can we interpret it as such?
Nope. It's just what he does all the time. That is just a lineup.
It's just how he does it around here, ladies and gentlemen. And it allows him access to units like Blood Moon Haste where he might not have it so otherwise.
It is not a misclick on Lua. It is Merit just spans those three all the time for years and years.
Yeah, the statistics do show it is one of his most common bans, right behind the red ball and the red Cecilia as well.
He's hovering this Emerald Crow. As we've seen, Emerald Crow has not been providing a whole lot in all of these matches, so I'm wondering if he's giving the Emerald Crow a chance. Maybe not. Going for the Emerald Senya, possibly.
I'm about to say, it doesn't seem too likely with Dragon Bride Senya still up on the board. I want to hand Merit even access to even more of the top tier powerful units, and is joined this time by the knock wall on left side.
Now SarSar trying to get the control back on his side. This seems to
Definitely
be debuff game for
good
Korean
pickup.
players.
Yes, the best way to deal against the Emerald Haste is to have the seal on there, but that knockable may not do a whole lot with the automatic cleanse with a Tywin there.
You just need more debuffs to completely overwhelm him. So it seems our players are also overwhelmed, thinking most trepidatiously about which traps their opponent has presented to them. This is the kind of spot where when you're in, you really do want to use your full mental faculties to come up with an answer, some kind of option to break you out of the chains your opponent's putting you in. And the Conqueror Lilius comes out at 3, the Arya comes out at 1, and the answer has to come out from SarSarBro. These are some of my favorite units in the game, what is the response? It's now the onus of thinking of a way out is on him.
I'm actually wondering why, of all the units that Merit could be picking to deal against SarSarBro's first 3 picks, he opts to go for the C Lilius, even though there is a Laya on the other side that could just reverse everything that the C Lilius is putting down. Very good pickup with the Solitaria there. That will counter somewhat against the Arya, so she won't get her focus stacks.
And Solitary is one of SarSarBro's favorite pickups as well. Once again, the further we get into the draft, the more comfort picks we seem to see out of players. And when your back is against the wall in a 0-1 situation, it's all you could really hope for, right? As the Edward Hour comes out in response, might have to be that both players agree to trade bans across the board on the 5th spot and just go in with their top 4. Someone might try something tricky. You never know.
We go with the honest 5th pick ban. That Rand seems to be very fast in all the matches we've been seeing. Against the debuff, the
Lucky
Edward.
with the RNLs as well.
Both players can't choose.
I run my Ran at absurdly slow speed of 314. He might have ran his even faster, so that needed to be banned out. And as well, the Blood Moon Haste won't be able to make it an appearance this match. As both competitors get ready.
Yeah, so we do have Solly and Edward in the game, plus Arya for Merit. Let's go into game 2.
Obey
Merit up
if
1.
you wish to live. Scar those in our way.
Ban that Ran. Start with Celilius.
Feel my sword.
Is the Arya bringing book?
That's what it looks like.
Interesting. Usually Arya, the notoriously hard unit to build, opts into taking a lot of these artifacts that provide lots of buffs, guild artifacts, you know, Staff of Einzelgone. Instead, she opts to get up the book, gets an extra attack, and puts the buffs up for the team. Cleanse coming out from Laya, that's such a big value. Now, the slot machine is ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what a random debuff starts sprouting today.
Right in the nick of time.
Oh, actually with the
Goes
drop.
from the S3. Let's see if we land these debuffs.
There's a stun.
And we do.
Getting the turn decrease is even above the stun. I'd say incredibly valuable because it exposes the amount of time that Merit has towards using this high damage option that seems to be the font of his team, even if she's not going to survive for much longer. I mean, what is that, 10% HP? We haven't even gotten to the bind yet? Oh, lordy lord.
SarSarBro is going straight for the S3, does not care about this Ed countering. And she's immediately silenced on the knockroll. Can't land any seals on anyone.
Oh no.
We do get the silence on the A-time when we're not letting him get any defense breaks or stuns off, but he is reset. Oh, actually he's not.
Right here. There's no end to this.
Battle Command being given up and putting a Tywin in the perfect position to let rip roaring a beautiful S3 if Merit can hang on long enough to land it.
Arya seems to be the easy target. We'll get her
Might as well
down.
finish her off before she can sustain.
This is it.
What a hassle this is.
And there is just sustain with the Edward.
Won't you help me?
Another silence on the A-Tywin.
Exchange.
Equivalent exchange of sorts.
Solely responds with a stun.
Got a stun!
Oh no.
Stun needed to land that right then and there. The ambitious Tywin was going to do so much damage with it. But now the Edward Elric with the S3 up has to choose his target and probably choose it carefully. Soulburn is up on the board. He's going to opt to use it. We said it before about LRK. This is another one of those S3s that ramps up in damage every time it's used. Not enough to clear the Senya as of yet.
He is getting those stacking injury hits.
All together here.
Need that injury and possibly even more because now Laya's ready to go with the guitar.
To be your companion.
I'll make you taste despair.
Some extra damage and sweet
The
miracle.
time has come.
That's a provoke off.
But next turn will be Nagwo. Still going for Elia.
Another set of debuffs, another equivalent exchange. He's going hard with them, but that activates the Bridal's Resolve from Senya. This next S3, this Oath of Punishment, it's going to land on the whole team. And unfortunately, Tywin, even with the buff, can't stop it. No stuns, no sleeps. This train has only got one path, and that's forward, ladies and gentlemen. Burn coming from the Laya, increasing the damage on this S3. Is it enough to clear? Is it enough to kill? Oh, it's good, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Extra turn, possibly to cleanse? No, he just opts for the damage. He wants it, and he wants it right now.
Will this be to get rid of the Ed though? We've got a lot of stacking injury.
It's now with the passive.
Enough to
Not
grant
enough.
Sacred
Here's the flash.
For the likes of
See the stuns.
Got the defense breaks. Oh, but we got the sweet miracle.
Sweet Miracle and the cleanse as well. That's perfect timing.
Damn.
Holding onto it for Sarsar.
Another Soul Burn and another S3. This might be his only means of clawing back this match, but doesn't have enough damage in the tank. Edward makes a hard hit onto the Laya. The injury damage will come in through, but the damage is enough to finish her.
Control Itaria. It's all about this turn.
Looking to stun and set back the ambitious Tywin. Cleanse, though, comes through to make sure he takes none of that nonsense. But the pushback does hurt him a little bit. Edward Elric gets once again into Sigurd Scythe range. That was a perfect proc there. Sets him up beautifully to kill the Laya here, which he does.
That's a
Grants himself
Laya.
a barrier as well. Rise of the Monarch also coming in handy, although those shields are going to get smaller as Frenzy ramps up throughout the match.
Solitaria stacking again. Equivalent exchange. SarSarBro doesn't want this to happen.
Senya is nearly gone, and I am not sure if this Solitaria is going to be able to win through. And Sarsar throws in the towel.
And that's 2-0 for Murray. Edward keeps him alive after all those bans.
The relief.
And guys, just in case you're wondering, next ban is Luluka, the Ice Luluka, after Yuna.
The Ice Luluka, of course. Now, you really got to take a look at the statistics here and realize that we don't get to say this often, so say it loud and proud. Edward Elric absolutely carrying that match, each and every proc of the equivalent exchange, just doing worse and worse things. And I really do have to say, I like the highlights of Merit strategy here, leaving lots of the debilitating options open, while also specializing in these mages with units on top of that that take such great advantage of soul burns. It's a 1-2-3 hit combo, and although his competitors might be familiar step 1, they might be familiar step 2, it doesn't seem like many are being able to catch up all the way, and he's leaving them in the dust.
As we saw in this match here, we also definitely got a lot of good RNG for that Knuckle, because it just made the Elena pick very useless here, so SarSarBro didn't even get to play the game. His team just got overwhelmed to death with all these resets and these debuffs.
Spear. And this Arya
landing.
Going into this match here, we do have to give credit to the build on this Edward Elric, because him being on injury really helps for the long match, making that Laya and that Senya more useless over time, especially with each Solitaria proc.
Solitaria was essentially the conduit battery that fed this Edward all the damage he needed to come back, clap back with the equivalent exchange time and time again. even when this Oath of Punishment and the Lyre Guitar came on through, it wasn't enough to stop his entire crew. They battered on, they bruised him up, and they put him down for good.
I think Edward Elwig's win rate is not too bad for this tournament. Last year it was kind of low 40s. I believe around 41% they finished with for the entire tournament. But he's already up around 60% win rate now, being picked 11 times throughout the tournament.
In this meta, we see a lot of rise in Edward Elric being successful because of the A Tywin being meta again. Because if you're playing a controlled comp, you can easily overwhelm Ed with a lot of debuffs, and he won't do a whole lot. But with the A Tywin, they're getting those automatic cleanses. You can't get a whole lot to stick onto the Ed there.
Some different heroes kicking in. Seems like Korea is liking this style, and somewhat more Ed, somewhat more C. Lilius, of course, when that Deathly Array and Laya is gone, we do go into some different directions. But Merit, guys, he's giving you lessons, even with that type of free ban. If you have that many heroes geared up, you can just pick your favorite perfect heroes to win the match just like that. Well, not everyone can do that. Merit is a very experienced player, of course, after all. But that'll be it for the quarterfinals, and now we know the 4 players, some big names, all experienced players actually from Korea, unlike the other servers, ready to go in the semis. We'll check that out after a break.
Standing frozen in time, engraved in the stillness. On my pace, a shove and baby. Deeper than the abyss, the grim darkness. Within me, just won't stop whispering. Just remember it, I'll never forget. You was in your prayer, you'll never forget. Shout it out, I leave you still behind. From deeper and deeper, turning hands with shadow, walking through the night. Shadow to pieces, my heart caressed under the moonlight. Drowning in anguish, trying to dance my carry into eternal dance. See the ones that get back in the light of day, approaching
That the best intentions can lead to the worst outcomes. Back then, I didn't know. I'll never forget the moment despair darkened those hopeful eyes. But all I ever wanted was for everyone to live in peace. All I ever wanted was a world where everyone was happy. And just like I wanted, the war was over. Because there was no one left to fight in it. But this side of the story will never come to light, since there's no one who wants to hear the truth. I won't ask for forgiveness. You don't need my excuses. For the sake of peace, I'll be the villain I have to be. Time to end our twisted fate. Facts aren't what's important. What matters is what we perceive as the truth. When you look at me, who do you see? A butcher or mankind's savior? Will you be the one who sees through it all and understands me?
Trust in your queen! For this is a special invitation that will change your life. So I hope you're ready for Miracle Maid Kingdom!
로드 가문의 이름을 이어받았으나 뜻대로 이루어지지는 않았다는 게 문제였지. 이걸 들 수 있는 자는 자네뿐일 거야. 날 위해 목숨을 바치려 했던 제뉴와 경에게 감사와 경의를 담아. 로드의 기사로서 손에 쥔 것에만 만족하던 내게 서로가 유일한 주인공이라고 말해줘. 우리의 만남은 필시 운명일 것이다. 그러나 필멸자와 불멸자가 감당할 아픔은 온전히 그의 몫이 되었으니. 이 녀석들이 진짜. 널 다시 만나는 날 들려줄 이야기가 부족할 일은 없겠어. 가자. 기대하고 있으라고.
Imagine how you would feel if your family was slaughtered. If the killer was revered as a hero of legend. Wouldn't it be horrifying? The screams of my enemies will be a requiem for the passing of my kin. Their blood will warm the corpse of my brother. I have no use for pride and honor as a warrior. All that remains is a void of emptiness and rage. Until the heart of my final enemy is run through, we won't stop. Will we, Ilian?
Melanie? Christy? Where are you? Why are you looking at me like that? Where am I? Please, no! No more surgeries! Don't come any closer! She could come back. She might kill everyone. Though there was one person who held me close, no matter how hard I pushed. No matter what I do, or how much I hurt her. But one day, she just stopped coming to see me. Is she afraid of me too? Luna, where did you go? What do I have to do to see you again?
So you're the one that Luna holds so dear.
And welcome everyone back to E7WC Korea qualifiers. It's time for the semifinals, and just 2 players will be going into the main matches. Out of the 4, we have ReTryEver, GOMEAWME, mrpong, and Merit. Big names from Korea actually all making it into the semifinals. We'll see. It's going to be the first time ever for GOMEAWME, mrpong if they go up. But ReTryEver has been there before. Gotta climb a pretty high wall before he goes through into the main matches though.
I have my cheering for GOMEAWME to make it because he does have a reputation of being one of the top players in the RTA ladder, and he's the kind of guy who has a lot of different tricks up his sleeve. His play style, his drafting style is very unique. Not a lot of players play and draft the way he does. So I hope he has what it takes to make it into the main matches.
Let's see if it's got the late time spirits here after going through all the opponents. ReTryEver, similar results on top. mrpong, Merit. We'll see. As around this time, I keep on asking you guys, who do you think's gonna make it? GOMEAWME, Pancake, you said it. Divine, your prediction? Divine? Oh, maybe.
I always sorry about that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, we're good. I always sit on the side of KJ at the end of the day. I'm gonna have to continue to do that. I think he's absolutely been on fire. But Merit, I love his three style draft. I love his open freedom in the ban strategy. I just think he has so much going on, and I hope he wins. However, hope doesn't win you in this tournament, and I think mrpong at the end of the day is just a little bit stronger.
mrpong, GOMEAWME and mrpong, they're very 2 close friends that I know from, of course, watching a lot of his stream on YouTube. The Merit, ReTryEver, both very strong players. So we will see who advances from the semifinals into the main matches. Let's go down to business. If you qualify, $2,500 prize on you immediately for being top 8 of the tournament. ReTryEver, GOMEAWME.
I'm sure if you win this, you won't have trouble getting ML Luna, am I right?
I'm sure they would need ML Luna before trying to win, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You get because ML Luna is only available like in a couple weeks. So once you know you're in the top 8, you could just spend the money right now, right, baby? Anyway, we're getting into the game. Most picks up for ReTryEver. We've seen him here before. Vanguard on the Pirate Captain Landy. Unit I feel precociously about, or that's not exactly the word. I feel tentatively about is the better word. We've seen her through her highs. We've seen her through her lows, and I just don't know how well that does as a core part of your draft, but this may be the man to win it all out regardless.
ReTryEver, his favorite seems to be the Armin in the band protection, not on this screen, but in our matches that we had before. And here is GOMEAWME, who can twist around and just change his draft style in the middle and just go through the opponent. Went through Nonasis. 2-0-2-0.
As we saw in the previous drafts, GOMEAWME took in a lot of control, a lot of first turn aggression. So ReTryEver is just going to have to take that into account if he wants to be able to keep up with GOMEAWME.
He's got the gears. We all know it. Some really high effective Lua and Knockwall. See if anyone can actually resist against that, other than the 15%.
GOMEAWME is just one of those players that's not only strong a lot of the times, but he has so many tricks up his basket, up his sleeve, that I really do think that's the combination. We've seen plenty of players that have a specific play style and they stray away from standard. We've seen players who just play standard, but he really brings both to the game, and I think that's what makes him a step and ahead up of everyone else. I think that's what makes him Korean Jesus.
And the ban with the Landy and the Armin! Some snipes coming through. And the DDR is
ReTryEver
open.
does not want to take his chances. No RNG today.
It's just like a dream.
Getting the pick up on that Laya first pick. Very, very safe, very strong. As we've seen here, everyone opts to pick the Laya early. Looks like we're getting the response with the Sea Phantom Politis here.
That's right, Emma Politis open because of these snipe bands. Immediate pickup with the ambitious Tywin on top.
Good synergy, getting that free rage buff. Unfortunately, there is no Janua off the table, so we can't complete that trio.
But, oh well.
KJ will
There's
just
plenty of other strong units still available on board, and Blood Moon Haste obviously counts himself well and among all of those. I think something we've been discounting all night today is really the efficacy of his strip, the ability to get those oh so important buffs off of his enemy team, which not only destroys their chances of winning, but enables debuffers to get into the game as well.
What?
And
First Pavel!
Green Pavel? What are we doing
This
here?
is
the speedy
really well-known pick for KJ. He loves picking the Green Pavel in the band protection slot for the RTA ladder in general. So this is possibly his answer to deal with the Sea Phantom Politis.
Comes out with the response with the Fire Ravi, hopefully dodging and missing
Jacko pair!
Decent amount of that damage. Jacko coming out as well. Ooh, you remember what we saw last year, ladies and gentlemen? The quad stun coming out of Para thanks to the Jacko buff. I wonder if we can see a duplication of those of that same thing today. I mean, if it is, you got to go buy a lottery ticket, KJ. You got to go buy a lottery ticket.
That basically 0%
You do have to keep in mind
Yes, thank you.
there is a Tywin on the other side, so even if we get these Jackal debuffs off, they may not all land, so maybe the really important ones like stuns may get cleansed.
But it'll be fun, Fartsy. It'll be fun. Big stuns are fun. I want to see it. I want to see Specimen Says to finish off this draft, for God's sake. Of course, it won't happen. Only in my dreams. But in my dreams is also Dragon Bride Senya, funnily enough. She is going to be posing off as the last boss of this encounter. And when I say last boss, of course, Death Dealer Ray has to come out. One of the doctors on my ban list. Won't be seeing him for prescriptions anytime soon. Both players finishing up their drafts and just moving on to the ban phase here. This is where their brains are going to have to go into a little bit of overdrive, ladies and gentlemen.
There is a chance that ReTryEver just bans the Jacko, and then there's going to be no follow-up after the Pavel. So even if that Pavel reveals that Sea Phantom Politis, no follow-up means she's still going to reign free of getting her rage for everyone.
Dealer Ray, Jacko, post-banned. Now that Bellion in the middle. Kind of strange if you haven't seen her, but GOMEAWME has been pre-banning that this entire tournament so far. Let's see as the gates open.
Had to pick her here.
There's nothing.
That's the question, right? Are the gates open at this moment? Pavel speeding out, of course, immediately hitting all of the enemy team. No book for a follow-up, and so Sea Phantom Politis will take her turn dancing about and strutting her stuff.
The stage belongs to everyone.
Response. Back to Laya. Can
That
certainly
Pavel
cleanse.
is revealed now.
Pavel is revealed and looks awfully Ravi-axable, I'd say.
We can do it.
He is vulnerable, but
accessible, both. Oh, but with the push.
ReTryEver has to keep in mind that there is a haste there, so if he decides to get the snipe on the Pavel, that's going to be a free passive proc for the ML haste.
I'm tired of this act. Is that all you're capable
In which case,
of?
he might decide to S3 right now because the reset can happen at any moment. And so he digs deep into his target. Counterattack already coming out from the Belian, putting down the Pavel at half. A dangerous position to be in. For both sides, it might actually be for once.
The Fire Ravi.
Taking the time to think about this. It goes into the Lion.
Stacking a little bit of that injury.
Feeling confident that maybe Bellion can finish Pavel off?
She'll do it no matter what, and unfortunately that Blood Aura starts the grudge. Blood Moon Haste is pissed, and somebody will have to suffer his wrath as a result.
We're not done.
Unfortunately, everyone on KJ's side is provoked, so they're not going to free do whatever they want to do. Everyone's going to be hitting that Bellion.
And the
Sit
counterattack.
here,
Another counterattack.
Prepare
You
yourself.
got to see how set up left side is, especially with the Ravi ready to go with that S3 right now. It's going to cause injury damage as well. Exactly what he needs to stop these bruisers from doing their full potential. But stopping her in turn are those massive barriers as a result of the Blood Moon Haste. So a simple S1 cleans up the guitarist. Bases, sorry.
I'll go.
This far Ravi. Chopping through
No strip.
one at a time.
Unfortunate.
One more counter.
Counterattack this
Going
time.
to counter. Got the strip
Just
on the
strip the
defense
buff.
buff.
That's another hit, and that's nearly death. Pokes away. Gets
Another
another
counter.
counterattack.
This song was meant.
No 3F proc to do her in. Line's gonna live to see another day.
Worthy of my courtesy.
Here it comes, ladies and gentlemen. Decision time. It's just a simple S1. Washes away the blind. Doesn't want to activate the S3 just yet. But we do get an S3 activation from Ravi. Chance to get some stun, some injury as well.
And the
all
stun.
what she needs, and the resistance from the Blood Moon Haste.
Don't be nervous now.
We have that injury stacking up on the haste, on the ML Senya. Once they get around to using their skills, it's not going to be as effective anymore.
And speaking of which, there's also an opportunity here. Retry might try to finish off the Blood Moon Haste here. In
Winnable.
fashion. Oh, we just get a surrender from that position.
Yeah, GOMEAWME.
First match goes over. Yeah.
Using that Moon Slash a little too early, potentially, to get that A-tie win. Retry still had it in his hands.
I was gonna say that there was definitely a play coming down the line, of course, with the dual attack there, and then of course the soul burn to give Robbie just the extra push to put someone in the grave.
I think it was an unfortunate draft on KJ's side since he did pick up the early Pavel with the Bellion open, so it's very hard to make use of that Pavel without the soul burns.
And interesting because GOMEAWME did not ban Bellion this time and went with the Pavel where he had the chance in the other matches. So ReTryEver certainly knew one of the weakness, and that Bellion, one counter and one S3 was just enough to get him down. That Pavel though, can you explain to me once again what Pavel is all about? Isn't he all about the combo, not just by himself?
Yes, exactly. Pavel's really strong as long as he has the books to follow up and get the cleave damage out, and that seems to be KJ's answer to deal against the ML Politis. But unfortunately with Bellion open, there was not a whole lot he could do there, so there was not really any follow-up with that Pavel. And then with the C Politis coming in, revealing him, his whole team was basically dead after that, especially with Robbie there. There was no unit to actually deal against the Fire Robbie.
Yeah, ReTryEver, just perfect solution. This is a thing. Once you reveal, if we know the strats of KJ, or ReTryEver certainly will. Unexperienced players, you've done your homework. Sometimes you don't even need to do the homework because if a player is too well known, just like Omega from yesterday, I think we're talking in the similar line of story here.
Omega, Phantom, even Kukerbat, plenty of these well-known players that have unfortunately had to leave us and leave the tournament just a little bit sooner than thought, and it's because they got targets on their back, plenty of information out on them, and controlling and managing that information, especially with the E7WC website out now. It's all free, it's out in the open, and everyone's going to be hitting the books if they want to win that grand prize, 50K, of course.
Of course, you have to do your homework.
Especially with... Yeah, before these matches, we do see the statistics for all these players. Their most picked units, their most banned, their lock spot. So that's a good opportunity for these players coming in to know exactly what they want to target ban, especially if they know they don't want to use those units or deal against them.
Yeah, Korean players certainly having the lock on DDR, but that was a post ban there. Laya, Pavel not really strong, so that card certainly GOMEAWME threw that away, I'm pretty sure. Because that Bellion can certainly go into that ban slot. The ban protection in this meta certainly giving us a lot of twist. Whatever didn't work, if it was post ban, just put that in the ban protection next game, and it works right there. Maybe he will turn a little bit else, because ReTryEver might just get the second pick this time, as GOMEAWME had the first pick once again.
Is the first pick random?
No,
Or
it's
is it
the loser's pick. So GOMEAWME likely to go first again, very likely, unless he wants to go second pick intentionally.
Just from the matches we've seen so far, KJ is really known for being a faster player, the more aggressive player. So if you like to play that playstyle, typically it's the first turn drafter that will set the pace for the match. So if GOMEAWME wants to continue playing aggressively, he's gonna most likely want to take that first pick.
And we're back in. ReTryEver about to have back-to-back qualification into the main matches. Mirror Polly.
Nobody likes Politis. Nobody likes Politis. I like Politis, I'll be honest with you. I like her a heck of a lot more than Laya. I don't even. I can't with this girl. She starts singing and then she picks up bass guitar. She's a vampire, but she doesn't drink blood. I can't associate with that kind of confusion. But you know what's clear as day to me and everyone else here? That's another Death Dealer Ray, and following him, another Dark Soul Weaver. Funnily enough, Blood Moon Haste, with a response from Celine and Lua as well. Classic picks we've seen all day, but they might have their revenge today.
As we've seen with the GOMEAWME's previous matches, he did get the Lua into the follow-up on the Rowana, the ML Rowana. So this could be another possibility that he's going to be playing the control again, because with that Laya first pick, he got so much turn cycling, so much the skill resets, and he just took the reins on the match and didn't let his opponent play the game. So let's see how ReTryEver responds to this draft.
It takes a lot of courage to challenge me.
Another easy ways to win a match.
It's quite dangerous because the Fire Lilius is good to go against the Lua as a counter pick, but with the green Celine there, it is gonna proc her if the Fire Lilius procs.
Some interactions between those heroes and the Fire Robbie to counter that. Bring the Ice Rat.
This will be interesting because theoretically, the Ice Rat would be good into those two fire units, but as we saw in previous matches for yesterday's Asia qualifiers, the Fire Ravi was still hitting the crits on the Ice Shoe.
You have to pay attention to who you're critting or who you're not when you're such a powerful unit at the end of the day. Speaking of powerful, we do see... I don't want to see. I'm gonna pretend that Shu's not on the board. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm just gonna look away from the screen and pray when I look back she'll be gone.
Oh, she be gone.
It didn't work.
Double Shu?
Oh, she's multiplying.
Double
No,
Ratch!
it's getting worse. I said it and it got worse.
Someone call the exterminator. Too many rats here.
Gosh darn it! Why? Why would you curse me with double rat?
And ML Senya, who hasn't been doing too hot. And it's even funnier because GOMEAWME is actually very similar to how a cat sounds. GOMEAWME, a cat in himself as an ID, picking two rats in the draft. Oh, Benny
This match is so confusing to me. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not even sure what I'm looking at here a little bit, but you're gonna see it played out here, ladies and gentlemen, right before your eyes. It might determine which of these players is going to Korea.
Oh,
I mean, from Korea is going to.
They get to stay home and move a couple miles.
Yeah, I wish, right? I only wish.
Maybe if they get into the top 3, but they gotta go through this first. Double Rat Gaming! Here we go, as GOMEAWME's tournament life on the line.
Please, I'm begging you, don't.
Is this
Everyone
the new
at
meta?
home, close your eyes. Don't,
Rat.
just look away. He has to lose. I don't want this to win.
Keep on watch.
God,
don't blink, everyone.
Keep this in Guild War.
Resistance.
Resist immediately. You see, if he had brought a book holder instead of a rat, I'm just saying, bias is clear.
GOMEAWME.
Go. Thinking long and hard here.
No D-break.
Oh, got the duel. Pushing up the ML Shu here.
got an opportunity here. If there's any time to go, it's right now. Settles down with the S3. Proc comes out, hurts plenty of enemies. Now
Extra
this...
boost.
Oh,
Calls it
oh,
the
it's
shoe!
working. Why is it
This is
working?
the moment!
This is illegal!
The rat doing rat
The
things.
rat's here!
Keep it in Guild Wars, ladies and gentlemen. I don't need to see this on
Oh, the
Twitter's
counter,
face.
but the miss.
Already, almost at full bar right there. Going to be able to unleash the S3. Smashed into pieces.
The stuns?
Actually crits the ice rat.
But resistance on the ML Rat in the back. See if they can resist this. Death Dealer Ray doing a little bit of his classic here. Gonna cleanse some of the buffs probably. Put up to sleep. Whole team is taking a dirt nap.
Trust me.
Lullaby.
Doctor.
That's the exterminator we wanted to deal with these rats.
Honestly, right side looks like a Guild Wars team, and then left side looks like a normal arena offense team. That's literally the match before my eyes right now.
This DDR. Can ReTryEver turn this?
Is this possibly enough to put down the ML shoe? Assuming it's going on her head, it is indeed. She's taking a nap. Detonate, proof of valor. No, she's tanky.
Extra
No
injury.
thanks, she is tanky.
Stacking,
She
stacking.
could go back to sleep here.
ReTryEver.
Join the rest of your pals in the slumber party.
Even the soul burn?
Soul burn. Oh.
It's just like a dream.
The whole team is awake now. Getting the push up from the Laya.
Nothing in this world is
Double rat turn coming.
And can't forget the cool reduction, cooldown reduction as well.
Oh,
and a dual attack double shoe action.
Now that
oh,
is
the
illegal.
Rainbow?
That is illegal.
That is illegal. Oh god, I thought no, please, please keep it locked up. I don't want this. I don't want this to be meta. God damn.
What is this ratatouille?
How this story ends.
There's no way this is happening. Sleep.
Gets the sleep.
It looks like somebody forgot their Sunday.
He's got souls too. He's got souls. He can make her go 2
person
turns in a
will ever
row.
remember your name. The stage belongs to
Oh,
everyone.
I hope nobody remembers this draft, but unfortunately it's going to keep going. Is there a defense breakup? No. Resistance steers clear. Won't be that easily, but unfortunately Operation Cream Puff is a go.
And there's a target. Here's a crit.
It crits as
The
well. It gets a
counter.
counterattack. But it's not enough to finish her, as much as
do
it's
have
not
a
enough
soul
to
burn.
finish Robbie.
Here's the ice shoe.
Up. The soul burn
Oh, and
indeed
the
goes,
frog.
and of course it's another push, because
choking.
why wouldn't it be?
I'm choking.
Just, you could look at retries. Me and retry have
Someone
the same
come and
exact
save
expression
me.
right now.
Rat gaming.
I have no
many
words.
rats. Even the exterminator DDR was not enough. These rats are nuclear proof.
I am the caster for this match, and even I have no words.
I'm putting a star on the double rat combo.
This will definitely be a match that ReTryEver will not forget because that looks traumatizing.
Squeak Squad, I think, can we actually put that up as much bad RNG as unluckyfgo from earlier? Can we compare those two? Maybe get a team of scientists on it to figure out who had it worse?
Is there? Hey guys, is there a secret passive that I don't know about that if you pick double shoe, you have a better chance of dueling or something? What was that about?
The shoes get wild.
There was
Start getting...
too much rat energy here. There was a lot of duels from them, a lot of Fush procs. I don't think that Ice Shoe missed a single Fush proc.
Some good RNG. And going back to last year and the year before, there were so many games where this specific Ice Shoe destroyed lots of players back then. And she's still doing it.
To this day, no matter how much I pray she wouldn't, she still does it to this day. And she healed a crap ton, excuse my French, ladies and gentlemen, there. You can see it on the bar. Plenty of healing coming out from Shu, Urban Shu. Ravi was able to clean up a little bit, but just, oh, good lord.
And
You hate
ReTryEver.
to see it. Too much rat doing rat things. GOMEAWME's having a good time with his rats wreaking havoc over here.
You could have just picked Pirate Captain Landy, couldn't you have? Oh no, she's pre-banned. Oh well.
Yeah, Landy's gone. Along with Politics.
What about Mort?
Well, we've
Mort
seen
has
enough
some
of
random. Yeah, we have, haven't we?
Unfortunately, Mort does not have the same rat energy as that duo we just saw.
He has man
Specimen
energy, my
says.
favorite kind of energy.
He has the Giga Chat energy, but unfortunately, it's not enough.
Giga Chat is reserved exclusively for Kane. And speaking of Kane, we've got a Pain on the screen right now. That's Laya. That guitar hits hard, and most
Worry not.
importantly, she supports
The
the team in many ways. Maybe not through the Pain that Death Dealer Ray and Ambitious Tywin are planning to bring on.
It's really interesting to see on ReTryEver's side, he banned the Spez, so is there a possibility that he's gonna be picking up... Oh yeah, he picks up the MLU Fiend here, definitely does not want her to get sniped by a Spez, as we've seen in a lot of these matches. Spez has been really successful pick so far.
And probably scrolling through Light Knight. What else is available there?
Manning out all the fun units. It's like I'm fighting Sue or something on ladder. But Last Rider Crow, we've all had doubts from the board over here on his efficacy, but he does come out for ReTryEver, and it's not the worst situation for him to make an appearance either, I'd say.
Interesting to see that he's picking up the Emil Kraut in that band protection spot here. So he's good to protect into the defense breaks and the stuns coming in from the A Tywin, but they may not be useful if he decides to let that DDR roam free. He's just gonna strip everything and sleep everyone anyway.
Maybe he had nothing else to really pick on that third slot. Here's GOMEAWME with Conqueror Lilius. Pretty fast unit, as we all know it. But with
Fast
what?
and in charge.
You might need some more damn. Oh,
please.
Rat gaming?
Oh god.
Oh,
god.
Oh.
Definitely would good to see the MLU here to
Got
stack
one.
injury into the Kraut, into the Laya.
Got
Yeah,
one.
It's a smart pick. Let's just hope it's the only one of the rats we have to see. Listen, I know bias isn't great, but like you can't convince me to love that unit.
I'll tell you what. Maybe you'll change your mind soon enough.
Well,
let's see.
He's thinking really hard here. How does he deal against the two injury units? The DDR there, the ML Shoe there. Only one cleanser on the board with the Laya.
maximum IQ activation from ReTry's
Little
side.
Coach Charlotte.
Attempts to put
ReTryEver
together a little
signature pick.
Charlotte, yep.
Amelia for the
And
first time.
Amelia.
The push.
What are we doing with all of these collab characters in the 5th slot today? Not only a push from the Amelia, also a push, you might note, from the Laya as well. Access on both sides.
Especially with the synergy that the Amelia is going to provide to the LQC. She can cleanse her, give her attack buff. Dark Corvus! That's looking like an LQC ban. That's
Did
3
you see
dark
KJ
units.
put up the Chad pose right afterwards? Folded his arms like, deal with that. Deal with that. I'll bring you the whole Guild Wars tech, my guy. Send you straight to your tower.
Both ban the big damage source out. Let's go into the final game
I'll take
for
your life.
semifinals.
Do not fear
Set is going
death.
to determine it all for
Seizing
both of them.
victory is
Conqueror
seizing the
Lilius with a
future.
classic little bit of walk and talk, putting up that
Obey
vigor
if
and
you
also
wish to
activating,
live.
what is that? Stack 1 of her Borders coin. Now that's going to be increasing her speed near through the gosh darn roof. And a second stack here, yes
Do
she
you
will.
smell that?
Redirected Provoke and pushing back the Laya.
Patient in need of treatment.
Pushing up the team. By all means, let's see what this does.
Here's the rat. Almost 26k. Urban Shadow shoot.
I have no more business.
Interesting, going straight for the Yufeng instead of stacking the injury on the 2 HP scaling units, the Laya and
That's
the
right.
Crow.
Well, that's a lot of injury.
still getting a fair bit out thanks to the Venom. The Pestilence is putting out a plague, and these people need to be aware they might be put down before they can put forth any vulnerable positions.
Pushing you feed forth.
I can do it too.
I'll do what I can. Weapon system deploying now.
Trying to protect the team, put up immunity, and get this bike into action. Do some damage. Not the most efficacy, but it'll pile on nicely with all the sources of damage on the ReTryEver side.
Not bad, and here's a cleanse with the push.
I'll make you taste
Laia doing
despair.
her work.
Cleanse coming out there, and Amelia, keep in mind, still has access to both of her cleanses from the S2 and the S3 as well.
Getting the counter from the MLU team.
It's stacking. ReTryEver. Do you go for the CR push again?
Might also be a wonder on who it goes on. Could speed up the Laia, get her into a damaging position quicker, but no, it'll be the Abyssal U-Fiend. Another set of stacks and another set of debuffs going out. So the Doctor's in to at least help out and cleanse some of that.
Now.
Be taking an extra turn here to cleanse even more. We have
Cloud
to
of
see
death.
how the debuffs land.
Worry not.
Oh, resistance on the Amelia and the Crow.
Some of that to be expected.
Another
Trying
detonate.
to put down the Abyssal U-Fiend.
It's not too late.
Can she survive?
Big swipe with the sword here.
Does the crit?
It crits, it does the damage, but it also puts up the barriers.
The soul burn?
Burning for the extra damage. I think the pop is it, ladies and gentlemen.
I'll take your life.
Is that it?
Focus.
It's gonna definitely be close. Another hit from the shoe.
pull!
He's getting active.
The rat's there
this is
again.
looking dangerous.
Rat Gaming. I don't know if this Laia is gonna pull
Listen.
through here. Lots of stacking injury.
I'm telling you right now, KJ. I'm telling you right now, KJ. We don't need another rat skin this year.
Did KJ
We don't
just
need
punch
another
the
rat
ticket
skin.
to the main matches?
Life or death. Pick your poison. Everything is going to be all right.
Switching up the rest of the team.
Oh,
This-
ReTryEver
you can see
feeling it.
Retry does not like that.
Even reach me.
He does not. Ooh, 2 turns.
Fight with me.
It wasn't even necessary. The Amelia has cleanse, but will she get access to it before she dies? More venom, more damage, more dual attacks. It's all going south, and it's all going south right before Retry's eyes. Pulling back the hairline, he can't take it.
And ReTryEver taps out!
GG.
Not this year!
Rat Gaming.
GOMEAWME will be the first Korean player qualifying into the main matches for the first time ever.
Double piece.
Oh man.
As we've seen here, Rat is too strong.
The
Couldn't
rat.
rock out. Save
And
us
that-
all the trouble.
The Dark Corvus pick at the end there was very, very clever.
Mhm.
That just showed that he was definitely going to ban the LQC because the LQC pick was potentially going into 3 dark units, so she obviously had to be the ban.
Yeah, you're right. ReTryEver's signature pick, so GOMEAWME had a pretty good idea. You can tell from the speed of their drafting. And the post-ban right after that too.
Either way, very good display from both players. It was not a clean sweep from either side. They both definitely put up a good fight. Unfortunately, the Rats are just too strong.
Well, Divine,
I predicted.
did GOMEAWME convince
go
you
ahead.
yet?
I mean, I was in his corner from the beginning. I believe I really did think he was going to win it. I wish he had won by different means, but he's a competitor nonetheless, and he took the W, and that's all that can be said, right? Nobody can ever take that away from him.
Yes, and especially with that last match there for ReTryEver, he did pick up the ML Crow. Unfortunately, ML Crow has not been doing a whole lot for all of these qualifier matches, and yet people still continue to pick him up.
This won't hurt a bit.
I just think when we get into the later stages of the game, lots of times people are running out of these fan favorite options for mitigation and defense. And as we've said before, people really need something out of their bruisers that does a little bit extra. The inclusion of both Blood Moon Haste and Dragon Bride Senya has sort of raised the bar of what you expect out of these Bruiser Knights. Some fall, some meet the expectations, and some fall woefully short. And I think LRK is just sitting right in between both of those, you know?
Yes, especially in this meta where there's a lot of single target units, a lot of strippers going around. It's really hard to get the full use out of ML Crow. As strong as he may be, unfortunately, with GOMEAWME's draft here, there was not a whole lot that the ML Crow provided to his team.
GOMEAWME finally making it in. At the end, Korea, I think we were about to see some more entertainment with... We had chance with OQC and Dark Corvus just being picked, not getting through, but still, Emilia did get through, but not enough for ReTryEver. I think he was really relying on that. The OQC plus Emilia duo, we've seen it in the past, and you know how much damage she can deliver when all the buffs are on her, when she's got all the stacks with the damage. And we'll see. Oh, I do hear that the interview is immediately ready. 1 second, let me get my coffee.
Oh, he gets coffee. We don't get coffee.
Time for us to
I need
get
to use my brain a
coffee.
little more. Let's get a chat with GOMEAWME as the first player in the main matches from the Korea qualifiers. Hello, GOMEAWME. Congratulations of making into the main matches. I do have a question for you. Lots of questions, of course. How does it feel after so many years of going into the main matches? 고명민 선수 축하드립니다. 이렇게 몇 년 동안 기회를 노리고 드디어 본선에 올라갔는데 기분이 어떠신가요?
기분이 굉장히 굉장합니다.
굉장히 굉장하다고요? It feels greatly great to be in the main matches. I feel so happy. Another question, of course, you went through a lot of really good players through the Korea qualifiers. Did you have any hardships or any specific player that you want to highlight? 이번 예선 쟁쟁한 선수를 뚫고 이렇게 올라왔는데 어떤 경기, 어떤 게임이 좀 가장 힘들었나요? 뱀픽이나 인게임적으로?
저는 진짜 첫 경기가 너무 힘들었습니다. 처음에
EpicAiBot 선수 상대로 하셨을 때요?
네, 진짜 이거 또 광탈인가 싶어서 제가 첫 번째 그 16강의 위기를 제가 벗어난 적이 없거든요. 한 번도 올라가본 적이 없어서 첫 판을 이기니까 다음 판도 잘 이기고 그런 것 같아요. 역시 단추는 첫 단추가 제일 중요한 거니까.
I think the first button is the most important part. After, I always drop down to the 16th, but getting through to 16 against EpicAiBot was the toughest. I barely won that match, but after that, I did have a sign of relief, and after that match, I think I felt a little more comfortable, and I think that was an important match overall throughout the qualifiers. And after that, we will have New Moon Luna coming in later. And how do you think about the meta and the meta in the future? 그리고 이제 본선에 올라가셨으니까 나중에 루나도 들어오고 굉장히 밸런스 패치도 있고 또 많은 것들이 바뀌게 되잖아요. 본선에 들어가면 또 메타가 어떻게 바뀔지 현 메타에 대해서 좀 어떻게 생각하시나요?
제가 생각할 때 지금 메타가 뭐랄까 좀 비주류 캐릭터라고 생각되는 캐릭터들 있잖아요. 아라민타 같은 거? 그런 것도 이제 살살 꺼내주면 은근 좋은 캐릭터들이 많아서 밸런스가 좀 마음에 들긴 하는데 공격자 찰스의 전용 장비가 조금 받고 싶은
갑자기 종결자 찰스요? 네, 알겠습니다. So right now the meta, the balance is actually really good. There's a lot of off-meta heroes like Araminta. There are really good heroes out there. And he did mention a little bit about Closer Charles, but we'll skip that for the later part. 그리고 오늘 슈! 그건 굉장히 하이라이트였는데요. 어떻게 좀 픽하면서도 더블 슈를 픽하면서 좀 어떻게 이렇게 좀 기도를 좀 하고 있었나요? 그 확률을 좀 노리는 게 있었잖아요. 얼마나 픽 끝나고 나서 이게 위기 확률을 정확하게 아셨는지 알고 싶습니다.
이게 라이아라는 캐릭터가 이제 협공을 쳐주는 캐릭터다 보니까 이제 확률적으로 좀 괜찮지 않나 싶어서 고른 거고요. 슈를 믿고 있어 슈.
So the question was, we had the double shoe. How much chance, how much percentage did you actually think you have to win? Well, I did have Laya in the front, so taking into the dual account chances, I think I had my chances if I had double shoe up in the back. I think I actually had that solid game in plan. 그리고 또 다음 질문이 마지막 질문이 있는데요. 또 다음 서버에서 다른 서버에서 굉장히 신예도 많이 올라오고 굉장히 강력한 선수들이 많이 올라왔는데 그 중에서 어떻게 한 명이나 가장 견제되는 선수가 있을까요?
제가 다른 서버 선수들은 잘 몰라가지고.
리카조, 젠더, 네코보로, 오스키주, 네즈코, 하자마레이 이렇게 있습니다.
진짜 다 잘 모르는 사람들이라서 개인적으로.
어차피 본선은 만나야 되니까 그동안의 숙제를 잘 하시기 바랍니다. So I don't actually know. I asked if there are any other players from the other server who qualified the main matches that you might be worried of, and he said I actually don't really know all the other players from the from the other server, and I will work on that later. 그리고 굉장히 축하드리고 그리고 본선에 올라가셨으니 그 전에 또 마지막에 하실 말 있으시면은 지금 하시면 됩니다.
저 이제 엄마한테 자랑하러 갈 거예요.
축하드립니다. 네, 축하드리고 본선에서 좋은 모습 보내주시기 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
So at the end, GOMEAWME had a shout out to his mom, and he will say, "I love you, mom." He will thank his mom right after the broadcast.
You gotta bring it back to where it matters, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh man, and double shoe. That was something. That was surely something.
It was a once-in-a-lifetime, hopefully once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And it was a memorable match, you know?
It is. And him saying...
Oh my gosh, my mic was muted.
For
the future.
You need the lights on, though. That makes the perfect lights. What were you saying?
I was saying the future opponents that go into KJ are gonna have to be wary about picking double fire units because that's the perfect opportunity and setup for KJ to pick up that ice rat there and go for that Swoosh Gaming.
Swoosh Gaming, I love it. Made it happen, and well, Rat, I think stored all the chances inside and let that potential out. Oh, that's one. GOMEAWME in the main match is now just up to one final player for the main match. It comes down to this matchup. Let's take a look. Mr. Pong versus Merit will be the final match of the night. Best of 3. Wonder what's gonna come down when it comes down to these two players. Mr. Pong, who loves the fire Lilius. Can he go through?
It's gonna be interesting. Mr. Pong certainly got a unique set of skills under his back, but his fallback onto the A-Tywin and a lot of his strategies have me hoping be able to put on a good match in this final part. I don't know if he's revealed too much as of yet. The protection Albedo seems to be coming into handy, and the rest of the units seem to be falling into place. Now he just has to take it up to what is on essentially the world stage.
He's one step away from joining his good friend GOMEAWME on that main stage. Fire Lilius, lots of you feed. Oh yes, Spanking?
It would be interesting to see Mr. Pong, if he makes it into the main matches, having to face KJ and seeing if they either become rivals and see who comes out at the top, or, you know, let's see. Let's just see how they play it out if Mr. Pong makes it.
Yeah, that is if.
But Merit.
That is if, because
Merit
this guy
is,
on screen.
Yeah, he's a strong contender as well, especially seeing his pre-bans there. Shows how confident he is that no matter who is pre-banned, he has the answers to every situation.
Not only has the answers, he's clearing the board of opportunity, right? Leaving as much open, and you have to consider that a lot of times when we dig deep into these matches, players end up bringing out, you know, crazy picks with lesser gear. He's, by having these pre-bans, he's making sure that like the top quality picks in his draft are always at the forefront.
And we go straight into the ban picks. The pre-ban, we know what's gonna come down from Merit, but Mr. Pong, he's a lot more in options, or less available in options because of that.
Less available in options, and you also have to keep in mind Merit has come here with a flawless victory so far. Hasn't even dropped a single match, unlike Mr. Pong. Wonder if that's going to phase our stalwart Sentinel, or if he'll be able to power on through as always.
You'll make an excellent specimen.
Because of open
And
pre-bans.
as we've always seen, Merit is still sticking to the same pre-bans, confident as ever, and then picking up that DDR in response to that Laya.
It's kind of crazy. With that many top tier heroes still opening up the 2 slot lists for the pre-bans.
Fire Ravi? Is he going?
Uh-huh.
That's a possibly early pick Fire Ravi here. Definitely good going into that Laya, but immediate switch into the Tywin.
It's closer to what we expected. And Fartsy, look, it's your favorite unit, Last Rider Crow.
I love this unit, but I want to see him actually shining, because all these matches and all these qualifiers is not a good showcase for Crow, especially in this meta.
What's the ideal circumstances for an LRK in this meta then? What position would you like to see him pick then?
He would most likely be a third phase pick if the opponent has a lot of AoEs and not a lot of strips, because if there's strips there, the immunity doesn't matter, and if there's no AoEs, there's nothing to power up his passive and giving him more S3s. Otherwise, he's not going to do a whole lot of damage.
10 seconds.
Perhaps some redirected provokes might also do him some good. Maybe a synergy with Fairy Tail Tenebria. Regardless, the clock is ticking down. Abyssal Euphine comes out of her cage. And look at this. Another convict appears. Lua is here.
In that ban protection.
Thinking long and hard here. Does he have an answer to deal against that Euphine and that Lua?
Does have a Tywin pickup already, so don't have to worry about too much. But can you have your own counters? Merit.
A great deal of focus, almost to a level of serenity, is passing by the visage of both our players right now, as they're truly attempting to come up with another solution out of that bag of tricks in their head right there. Looks like he's scrolling through. It's actually a lot more satisfying to see it personally in space, but I'd be a little bit worried, especially with 2 seconds.
2 seconds.
Maybe not touch controls, makes a click, a snappy decision. It's Conquer Lilius, followed by the Requiem Rowana.
So Merit confident that he will go first with C. Lilius?
Even if Merit does take the first turn there is the Laya on the other side, so we'll see if that C. Lilius actually does a whole lot here.
Some question marks after those 2 picks. Mr. Pong now hovering Navy Captain Landy.
Looks like we do have 2 hyper carries coming in from Mr. Pong's side. He has the Abyssal Euphine. He's contemplating on this ML Landy here, but maybe he's opting for the Bihu. Oh? Getting a speed imprint? No? Lots of hesitation and goes for the Landy.
All that to land on one of the most surefire picks in the game. Well, there's no chance, or there's no reason to risk it here at the world stage. And we see another appearance of the Edward Elric.
Biblis! Definitely
yes,
a
followed by
good
the
pick.
Biblis.
Immediate ban.
And she's so good, she gets banned.
Respect ban on both sides.
That's
A
against
little
all
bit
the
too good, as
counters.
you might say.
So what's the perfect pick for Merit? But immediate post pick, we go into game 1 of the final semis. Lua, a 1% off.
The Lua outsped the C. Lilius.
You out of my sight.
That's interesting, especially considering Merit, once again, as always, looking to use access to those souls probably for some devastating effects. That Mr. Pong giving him the treatment here. possibly reducing those cooldowns. Ooh, the Rowana resistance.
Oh, some resistance that I'm seeing.
With that sea Lilius not being able to take a turn there, that Rowana is also equally crippled, especially with that 50% CR cut from that Abyssal Euphine.
It looks, interestingly enough, the units hit with the debuff were able to resist the turn cooldown, actually. I find that a little bit interesting.
Was that some 15%? That was
I hope
insane.
you find it comfortable.
Definitely some shenanigans going on.
Do you smell that?
3 sleeps. Oh, 2 sleeps.
Death. Trust me.
Getting the resist on the Euphine there.
Destroy you.
Got the buffs up on the entire team. Use slash and dash.
Maybe.
Oh, you can't.
What you can
That's
do
on
about the
cooldown.
Abyssal Euphine. Oh yeah. Even I said that and I forgot.
Yeah.
But it does land the provoke anyhow.
I don't really enjoy this.
Does this put out a debuff? It does, and that's another opportunity for the ambitious Tywin. Does he love fighting into those
Soulburn?
Abyssal Euphines.
Ooh, we got the Elbrus attack down on the Rowana.
Like a dream.
Another day, another Elbrus, as Laya comes in almost like a Soul Weaver to clean all those nasty debuffs and even return some of those cooldowns. And you know who loves having reduced cooldowns, ladies and gentlemen? That's right, it's Laya.
D-break.
I mean Lua.
Hitting the defense break.
Do not
Hitting the defense break, but still being
Seizing
vulnerable.
victory is seizing the future. Obey if you wish to live.
Sweet miracle on top of her. Yeah, I'm about to say. Another stack of Venom, and the Landy's so close. Is this the clincher here? Does Landy get finished off just like that?
That twilight glimmer.
The S3.
Is that the color of your passing?
The hands are coming. Will they do the deed?
They can do it too.
Say goodbye to Navy Captain Landy.
Oh, you'll make an
That is
excellent
almost a full fighting spirit bar on the Emily Euphine. It's gonna be looking a little scary once it gets around to her turn.
But not really if she's asleep.
Well, the
Well,
sleep
she is
doesn't
gonna
matter
cleanse
to a
it.
man. Yeah, the sleep doesn't matter to a monster like her. Even the stun won't put her down for good. But the defense break could spell doom, and the defense breaks land across the board on both her and the Lua. Not looking too good for Mr. Pong.
Who do you pull? Can you have the right pull?
You get the perfect pull in this position, almost emptying out the
Barely
bar, leaving
hanging
her with just a
on.
little bit.
Here's a
And she
passive.
does sneak out the turn.
The cleanse.
I hate the darkness.
Ripping the trauma here. Let's see how much it
Frenzied
does.
strike.
Almost looks like it healed some members of the team there. Guardian Ice Crystal coming in clutch.
But the Euphine, she doesn't have that much HP.
You really
doesn't.
want your blood spilled?
She needs to put down
There's
the
no
people
getting
standing
away
in her
from
way
it.
almost immediately. Another S3 coming out from Lua, pushing back those cooldowns, and it hits the entire team.
You learn nothing from last time.
Will this be enough damage from the Tywin?
Even if it isn't a provoke.
She does 35 HP!
I'll do my best.
It just seems like we're getting lower and lower increments of HP throughout the entire tournament. And those soul burns coming in handy, coming in clutch. Mr. Pong getting him the attack. Now here's what I'm worried about. There's a dual attack. Is the dual attack with Abyssal
Mr.
Euphine?
Pong?
Is it with Abyssal Euphine?
How absurd.
Oh, Lord, it isn't.
It looks
That
like
could have been
somebody forgot
disastrous
their
if it
plate.
was.
No D-break again,
See
but
you.
one more trauma time.
Such arrogance.
She's dangerously low. Unfortunately, with that Sea Lilius gone, that Rowana is not taking a turn, and that's
That is
game.
it. Merit taps out. Mr. Pong takes game number 1. What a close game, as that trauma certainly helped him. Oh.
That was another gear gap situation. That ML Euphine just barely hung on by a thread. The damage coming in from that A Tywin was just not enough to finish her off.
It was a close match, especially at times. Seemed to be teetering between both brinks. The Abyssal Euphine's activation, and not only that, but the amount of damaging DPSs on left side, you know, lending it closer to a bruiser comp where there was so much that right side had the focus down. They died before they could finish the job once and for all.
Yeah, Merit did have a draft with not that much damage overall. Was relying heavily on the Deathly Array. Those buffs.
It's a crisis on three sides, right? It's like being mayor of a city that's having an earthquake, a tsunami, and a fire at the same time. You've got Emma Landy building up her bar to the ship. You've got Abyssal Euphine getting ready to freak out, and then behind it all is Laya. And in a couple of turns, she's doing massive damage and pushing up both of those monsters even more alongside.
Especially with the Laya and the Lua synergy, there's so much control, so much turn cycling happening there, so that just gave Mr. Pong an even greater advantage over Merit.
And still the Uniban. And Lua. Now Merit, Laya. Easy first pick.
Life or death. Pick your
And they're switching it up.
It's like trading after-school lunches with your buddy, right? You know, you take the meat this time. I want to try the pizza. Is this place pizza any good? It's just a constant switching back and forth of these top-tier options that both players are constantly vying for in their drafts.
And as we've seen with all these matches so far, consistently we're always seeing Laya, DDR, and the A Taiwan being picked up in these early phase picks. So now it comes down to the second phase pick for Merit. How does he respond to the DDR and the A Taiwan?
That's the thing, Merit could have banned that DDR, knowing that he's going first turn with the picks.
It's just Mr. Pong doing a little bit of a freak out there, covering his mouth. I thought something shocking had happened, but no, we're still clicking down the clock, and it seems like Merit, you know, I would never do this on phone. Even in normal matches of RTA, am I scared to pick my units when it's so close to 0 seconds left? But he manages to get out the knock wall and Landy just in time. You know, a little bit more ambidextrous than me, I gotta admit.
Yeah, Divine, it's whatever makes you comfortable for the main matches. Well, for the tournament matches.
How adorable!
You do you, but man's almost about to give me a heart attack.
My tea is getting cold.
Emma Bologna, definitely a good pickup into that Landy there, but is a little scary going into the Knockle. However, with that Moon Bunny in the Band Protect is not so much of a problem having Knockle there. So maybe it's a huge risk having this Emma Landy in that Band Protect slot.
You know, G-Clef, I remember Lone Crescent Bologna being such a major face of especially last year's E7 World Cup, and then not making too many appearances here, but she is picked up in the spot most likely to counteract against the Landy there. Have to see how Merit's response goes in a second.
Yep. Since last year, there's been a lot more direct counters and crit secure damage against that Landy. As in Fire Ravi, as an instance.
Victory is
Merit
within
needs
our
to choose
grasp.
two.
Ravi. A couple other heroes also come to mind, but I have to keep in mind Elvira does poop
0
on her
seconds.
parade a little bit.
Kneel before me and
Just in time.
Oh,
First E7
Charlotte!
World Cup, the Fire Charlotte
Against two
appearance
Earth units.
finally comes through.
That's what Mr. Pong was all
Definitely a
about.
good pickup into Merit's whole team. I think this is going to be an obvious Aiden ban with that
Gale.
Fire Charlotte pickup there.
Yeah, we were talking about it just a couple seconds ago, right, G-Clef? These units that are guaranteed to get the crits off. Fire Charlotte, not well remembered, but definitely still in that bucket.
Yes, especially with the element advantage. There's 2 Earth units on Merit's side. Unfortunately, no Fire Charlotte, but we do see the Emma Bologna go through, so she could be wreaking havoc against Merit's entire team, especially because she's a direct counter to the Captain Landy.
Could have been deadly with the DDR Charlotte combo. Oh, I don't even want to imagine going through that. But here's game 2. Merit on his last life.
Try not to feel so indignant.
Now, oh, seal first.
Oh, no seal.
And no
That
seal.
is not the kind of thing you want to see. Mr.
Oh,
Pong once again
no.
looking looking shocked. He's like, oh, I've got an opportunity on my hands.
I'll teach you a lesson.
Very good duel with the Celine Bonk there.
Worry not.
Attempt to sleep does come through on the Laya, however, her artifact might have something to say about that.
So, you learn nothing
Just
from
a hit.
last time. Mercy is too good to me.
Go straight for the S3. Let's see if we can land these debuffs.
How many? Good stuns on the back.
Oh no, Landy woke.
You lack discipline.
And is indeed activating, but unfortunately she might be activating the massive threat in the back there for Mr. Pong. Defense breaks across the board as the hit comes through. Lone Crescent Bologna lets rip, roar, and ready. Oh, that damage is not healthy.
Much damage.
Landy's dead. Oh, Laya.
Looking to clean up the Laya. The rest of these fair ladies and gentlemen on the other team seem to be easy pickings from that position. Mr. Pong in such a great position to take it all here, ladies and gentlemen. He just has to push a little bit further. Nakwa slept it out of the count. This might be it.
Counter.
Counterattack.
Oh, and
Landy not going down without a fight. She'll heal herself up a little bit here, but oh no, causing even more damage for her teammates.
Defense
the
broken.
backpack puts her down.
That is
Nakwa's
it,
the only
Mr.
one
Pong.
left standing.
Merit taps out 2-0 win. Mr.
An absolute victory, flawless coming out him. You could see the face on Mr. Pong, winning it all and being the second person from Korea to graduate into the main cup ranks of our tournament. Look at that relief.
Can't tell if that's frustration. There's a lot of sweat coming on his hair.
Thumbs up. So many alts. The other Korean player meta, right? The thumbs up, the hard thumbs up coming out. Did they all agree to that? Was this collusion? No?
The seal from Nakwa. Oh,
yeah, the
that was
seal is
painful.
very detrimental.
Yeah.
Without that seal there, that Bologna just popped off, just nuked out the entire team on Merit's side. Especially with the defense breaks landing from the A Tywin.
Merit. Good run though. All the way into semifinals. But Mr. Pong, GOMEAWME, the two very popular names from the Korean community, will be making it out of the Korea qualifiers.
Two friends, right?
Yeah, really good friends.
Two good friends joining each other. Can't let one get ahead of the other. That might have been the relief on his face, just to have his friend's side as he goes into the final bit of the tournament. You saw all these debuffs, all this damage slowly picking away at Mr. Pong's side. But then, just when we thought things were not over, that big swipe, the Laya guitar, massive damage piling on through, units healing, units dealing all that damage. Not testy, but more kills onto the Abyssal Euphine, and just like that, it was GG for the first game. The second game, we all just saw it, and we all know what happened. Much as we wanted it to, the seal did not seal the deal. And this Landy just turned into a battery of sorts for the enemy team, constantly allowing Lone Crest Bologna to snap back. He even opted to kill the Laya, not even going for the Navy Captain Landy, because she had essentially become the fuel for all this damage coming out against Merit. Pretty much a traitor situation. And with that, the match was wrapped up quick, and Mr. Pong celebrates in victory.
Unfortunate for the Nakwa there. She just started her first turn, tried to make the winning play there. Unfortunately, it didn't go through. I don't know if it was just a no proc, a resist. Was it unlucky 15%? If only that seal landed, maybe there could have been a different turn of events there.
Yeah, that's all because of the Moon Bunny, right? Just had the perfect seal first. Getting that Emerald Bologna down. It all comes down from the drafting. And I think we've waited enough. Let's talk to the finalist, Mr. Pong. Let's go with the interview. Mr. Pong! 선수 축하드립니다. Mr. Pong, congratulations on your win. It's making it at the final slot of the main matches. Let's have an interview. How do you feel right now as a two-player from the Korea qualifiers? Mr. Pong 선수 축하드립니다. 이렇게 본선으로 진출하게 되셨는데 기분이 어떠신가요?
솔직히 좋긴 한데 제가 마지막에 운이 너무 좋았어서 미안함도 좀 많네. 오늘을 이겼거든요 마지막에 솔직히.
I feel really good, but honestly, I think luck was really on my side today, and especially the last game. I think I got super lucky. So I do feel very lucky to be in the main matches. 그리고 또 이제 한국에서 같이 올라간 고명미 선수랑 또 굉장히 잘 아는 걸로 알고 있는데, 같이 올라간 김에 또 고명미 선수랑 이제 나중에 마주할 확률도 있기 때문에 한번 고명미 선수에게 뭔가 하고 싶은 말이 있을까요?
제가 옛날에 그 고명민 선수 집 놀러 가서 같이 HMS 한 자리씩 나가자고 말한 적 있는데, 뭐 망민은 기억 못 하겠는데 한 1년 반 정도 됐거든요. 그때 말한 거를 좀 이루게 돼서 좀 기분이 좀 좋습니다.
So I asked Mr. Pong that you are friends with 고명미. Do you have any shout-outs to 고명미? And he answered, I've actually been to his house maybe a year, 2 years ago. He might not remember. And I said that let's have a slot in the E7WC. One you, one me. And we actually filled it this time after all those years. So it feels really good. 그리고 또 질문하기 굉장히 많은데, 일단 불 릴리아스를 또 이렇게 많이 사용해 주셨어요. 불 릴리아스를 많은 선수들이 그렇게 사용하지 않는데 릴리아스의 장점이 있을까요?
릴리아스가 일단 아우리 기사를 사용할 때 기본적으로 아우리우스 기사의 그 성능을 볼 때 요즘에는 부가적인 능력도 보는데, 요즘에 좋은 그 알베도 같은 캐릭한테 이제 카운터를 놓을 수 있다. 그리고 중레이 같은 캐릭이 있을 때 3스와 2스를 썼을 때 무조건적으로 불릴리가 턴을 밀리지 않는 이상 멀쩡하게 잡고 풀 수가 있거든요. 그렇다 보니까 중레이 상대랑 이제 알베도 풀 속성, 라이아 같은 거 상대가 굉장히 좋으니까 이런 구도를 짰을 때, 그리고 릴리아스가 평타에 힐이 있다 보니까 그것도 이제 게임이 좀 늘어지는 경기가 많다 보니까 힐량을 딱 따지고 보면은 체력이 좀 낮더라도 결과적인 총 체력의 양은 생각보다 다른 아우리 기사에 비해서 밀리지 않는다. 요런 결론이 좀 나은 것 같습니다. 그렇기 때문에 이번에 자주 기용했고, 루아 같은 것도 이제 상대할 때가 많은데 상대방이 앞에 불릴리를 뭐 이제 첫 판에 보면은 알겠지만 불릴리 첫 판에 보면은 루아가 이제 약간 나오기 어려워하거든요, 사람들이. 그런 것도 약간 있었습니다.
네, 잠시만요. 네. So I asked him about Fire Lilius. Why did you pick it? Why was that pick so good? And this answer is kind of long. So Arius Knight, one of the most meta picks. She's really good in terms of her stats. Also, right now against Albedo, especially, it's a good counter against DDR. She can actually get the heal back with the S1 too. She does some damage, and against a lot of meta picks, like against Alaya because she's fire, against Grass, that's obviously really good. And unless your turn actually falls back behind DDR, you can actually somewhat not fall into the trap of DDR. So that's another good, great way. And she has a lot of ways to actually be utilized with not just for S3, but with her passive also in S1. So that's all the reasons why Fire Lilius is a really good hero to use right now in the meta. 긴 답변 굉장히 감사하고요. 네, 그리고 이제 본선에 이제 올라가게 됐는데, 다른 선수들도 혹시 아는 선수들, 경기하는 선수 있을까요? 본선에서 자신이 어느 정도 있나요?
솔직히 말하면요, 그 우자갈레 선수랑 고양이 선수 이긴다는 게 불가능하다고 생각하거든요.
오자키 선수요?
그 우자갈레 선수, 어제 하자마레이 선수.
하자마레이. 네.
그 두 명이 제 기준에서는 스펙이 답도 없기 때문에 뭐 뭔가 제가 꼼수랑 기교를 좀 부리면서 아마 게임을 할 것 같은데, 재밌는 거 좀 가져올 것 같으니까 지금 좀 생각 중인 게 있거든요. 한번 재밌게 보셨으면 좋겠습니다.
So I asked him in the mains, there are other 7 contestants. Is there anyone that you are watching out for? And he answered, Hasamaray and 고명미, their equipments are just insane, through the roof, and it's almost impossible to beat them. So I would have to somewhat cheese out this match, and I actually have something entertaining, fun, ready and planned for the main matches that I'm thinking right now. So I will prep that into the main matches and then put that in later. 그리고 이제 마지막 질문으로 한국 팬분들이 굉장히 미스터 퐁 이렇게 본선에 올라가는 거 많이 기다려 주셨을 텐데, 마지막 하고 싶으신 말 하시죠.
정말 이번에 메타가 잘 맞는다고 응원해주신 분들이 굉장히 많았거든요. 정말로 많았거든요. 그래가지고 좀 올라가서 막 사람들이 2번 아니면 넌 절대 못 올라간다 이런 식으로 말을 하더라고요. 그래서 진짜 이악 물고 좀 준비를 했는데 방송도 안 키고 좀 결실을 맺은 것 같아서 기쁩니다. 그리고 누가 뭐 해달라 그래가지고
네?
한마디 하고 이제 끝내겠습니다. 킨지다 화이팅!
네, 감사합니다.
네,
Any last words to especially the Korean community fans that are rooting for you? And there are lots of community fans, especially saying this meta is for you, and this is the meta. It's your time right now or never. So you have to really grind, and Mr. Pong really grinded hard. Actually streamed even less just to grind to prepare for the matches, and it did turn out. So that was really good. And 네, 미스터 퐁 선수 인터뷰 굉장히 감사하고 본선에서 좋은 모습 보여주시기 바랍니다. 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
Congratulations, Mr. Pong, and good luck in the main matches. Oh man, this guy can talk.
You
Love
did
it.
ask those really open-ended questions.
I love it though. It was the best interview.
It was some good information. I mean, I'm already building a Fire Lilius as we speak, and it's heartwarming to see that kind of promise with friends actually work out, especially in a tournament as vicious as this one. Right? We had ReTryEver, we had EpicAiBot putting up a good show, SarSarBro, lots of really good players, and even Merit going down in the finale to lead us to a victory with GOMEAWME, Mr. Pong.
Good friends, both going up to the main matches. That's quite a story, but we can only have one champion at the end. So we'll see. We'll see. Mr. Pong having some respect for his GOMEAWME's gears, but gear doesn't prove to be the best all the time. So we'll see what happens to these two players out from Korea. I think
Yes, we've seen with all these matches and the explanation that Mr. Pong provided, maybe we're gonna see a rise in Fire Lilius on the RTA ladder, or maybe things will be different once these main matches start, because as you mentioned at the beginning of this tournament, we're gonna be seeing the Emma Luna come out, the buff patch coming out, so we're gonna see a huge shift in the meta. So excited to see what these players come up with and how they have different drafts.
That's right. We have the 8 quarterfinalists in the main matches, from Global to Asia to Korea, 1 Japan, 1 Europe. Mark these guys down if you haven't watched all the qualifiers, because once we get into the main matches, I'm pretty sure we will have those predictions once again, if not too bad. But which names? Oh, Xander had some amazing run through the qualifiers.
Xander did.
Oh, it's hard to choose.
I remember.
I'm rooting for Xander. As cool as KJ is, I really hope Xander takes the win and comes out at the top.
And the dream of
this is a tournament.
Nezuko on the list.
This has been a tournament of upsets and a lot of young blood coming through to snipe and take down their foes. Rikazo definitely fits the bill. Nezuko had a great showing. GOMEAWME and Mr. Pong will have to battle it out. And I have a sneaking suspicion that when one falls, the other is just gonna ascend to even new heights. And a lot of these people have the next couple weeks to learn from each other and not only try to adapt to what was shown thus far, but try to reinvent themselves, push higher, push even further, so that when people fight them, they can leave them in the dust. Simple as that.
That's right. And Nekoboro from Japan, a server traditionally which we had a lot of champions born from. So have to watch out for this guy. And also Osukizu, a great run through Europe. Can never let your guards down against this player. So 8 best from all over the world. We finally have it after 2 weeks of qualifiers. And you mentioned Pancake. We'll be hitting that patch soon enough. And of course, we have a lot of 3 stars in that list too. But on top of that, the new EE. That's going to be important.
Providing speed.
Arthur Vildred in competitive play? We might just have it. You never know. He's going to do some massive damage. I'm excited. And Riolet patch, right? He's in there. The patch notes.
He's getting a little bit of a tough
works
job.
though. I don't know if evasion's gonna work in this tournament setting.
Oh, you said that out loud. Maybe you'll have to eat your words a few weeks after. And New Moon Luna will also be allowed after. All the matches are all over for the qualifiers now. So for the main matches, so lots of exciting new things are going to be happening for the main matches. So get your hype pants on in just a few weeks. Oh, okay. Also, before the main matches, we do have the group draw next week, plus the event matches. And I don't exactly know the rules for the event matches, but it's an event match. So there should be some entertaining rules on top of maybe everything allowed. Maybe we'll have 10 bans. Who knows what's going to happen? So that will be fun. But today, thank you for joining me once again, Pancake, Divine. Okay, Divine, any last words before we go?
Just another opportunity to, knock it out of the park. These were some exciting matches that I'm more than glad to get an opportunity to cast. And, in similar spirit to our competitors, I could have done it. I wouldn't be here without my mom. And love to everyone, love to all of you. Go spread some of that love around, right? Always a good day to tell someone you care about them.
All right, I'll make sure to call my parents
Definitely agree with
tonight.
Divine there.
Yes, Pancake?
Yeah, definitely agree with Divine. A lot of mom love given out today from KJ, coming from Divine, so hopefully we show our parents more love because we wouldn't be here without them, right? But again, likewise to everything that Divine said, has been great casting with you guys, and good luck to all the competitors in the main matches. Everything has been a great show so far, so excited to see what everyone comes up with, especially with all these new units coming in and the shift in the meta.
There will be a shift, especially that New Moon Luna seems to be breaking lots of things everywhere. Everywhere, Guild War, RTA, Arena, you name it.
Seal's too strong.
She's too strong.
Lots of tech changes. We already saw some specific tech. I love seeing the Archdemon Seal for Janua, a couple of other solutions. As long as it's not double rat, all these inclusions and more will be exciting.
Maybe we'll see double rat a lot more in the RTA.
No, we won't.
Continuing from today. I know you're not a big fan, but maybe if it's a meta, you just have to catch on. But that's going to do it for us. Thank you again, Divine. Thank you, Abed. Again, Pancake, for joining me for the last day of the qualifier for Korea server. That is it for the Korea server and the qualifiers. But we continue with the group draw next week and the main matches in August. So don't forget to come back in the next week and continue to follow us as we progress along to find out the champion. Now we have the top 8. In just a month, we will have the champion of 2024. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you next time.